People have got to really study these fallacies.
Yeah, Globers especially. They use them all the time.
Mhm. There you go. Begging the question. That one's important. Ad hoc rescue, that's a fallacy. That one's often used here. We just don't usually say it too much. Ad hoc rescue, very often we desperately want to be right and hold on to certain beliefs despite any evidence presented to the contrary. As a result, we begin to make up excuses as to why our belief could still be true and is still true, despite the fact that we have no real evidence for what we are making up. That's awesome. Here, let me post that one too. You could use these like little red cards in football.
Which fallacy is this?
Ad hoc rescue. There you
There you
go.
go. Yeah. Yeah, we see that a lot. Rationalizing away the evidence against your conclusion.
That's interesting. Yeah. Fucking Scott Mackey, dude. Coming in here with this drunken stupor, dude. We don't need to listen to that. Fuck, dude. It's bad enough they're fucking hobbled with their explanations, much less let them be fucking snogger, dude. And that makes it even worse for them. I don't see how, like, you would think as a Glober, you'd want to be like bright eyed and bushy tailed. Fucking being inebriated is just gonna make shit worse for you.
Surprised none of them want to chime in. Maybe not enough drinks yet.
Possibly. There's too many to count with these logical fallacies. So they get really mad. They're like, "This ain't court. It's not court. We can't use these." Bullshit, dude. Has nothing to do with court. Yeah, you Scott, you got nothing to bring to the table, dude. You're old and busted. We want to talk to somebody with some substance. They know what they're talking about. Fucking these peon conversations are. We've been done with these conversations since like 2017, bro.
So, what fallacy is that Scott just used? He probably used a few of them. You all, so stereotyping.
Stereotype
General.
fallacy. Yeah,
He didn't
stereotype.
name the fallacy either. That's got to be a fallacy.
Let me
Baseless
look.
assertion. Yes.
Let Let me look it up. See if it pulls up. No
As a
results.
baseless assertion. He hasn't told us what fallacy we've actually used or how. Just all of them, and just all of us. Let's play Spot the Fallacy with Scott Mackey.
Oh shit. All right, there's no results for that, but let me see here. Well, it's pretty easy, but it says making assumptions about a whole group or range of cases based on a sample that is inadequate, usually because it's atypical or too small. Stereotypes about people, librarians are shy and smart. Wealthy people are snobs, etc. Red herring fallacy is another interesting one. This fallacy
Gotta use
consists
that.
Yeah, this fallacy consists in diverting attention from the real issue by focusing instead on an issue having only a surface relevance to the first. Example, son, wow, dad, it's really hard to make a living on my salary. Father, consider yourself lucky, son. When I was your age, I only made $40 a week. Oh shit. Yeah, we already said it was a stereotype fallacy.
And he just did it again. He didn't learn. He just said again. You all do.
You can't stop, huh? You're just like a fucking fallacy cranking out machine. You just crank them out.
A fallacy machine, Scott Mackey.
Yeah. Which one will we get? You pull the lever down and just like you get three fucking cherries, and all of a sudden you get fucking fallacies. Oh, jackpot! That was a 3 for three fallacies in one.
I like the straw ad hom. I think that's my favorite one.
Straw atom.
That's straw. You're mixing it up like a cocktail, huh?
Yeah, yeah. It's like you're stupid because you think the pizza Earth floats in space.
Interesting.
A straw hominum.
Stop with the straw homonyms, people.
That's all I ask.
That almost sounds like a shoe that don't fit, doesn't it? When you're using it that way. You're like, I don't know, man. It could be one, but it don't feel right.
But it is effectively a shoe that doesn't fit.
Right? Yeah. It's kind of funny because when we look at all of these when I'm going through all the logical fallacies. Like there's like a list of them that I'm like, dude, all of these fit most of the conversations we have in here.
Yeah, I know. Well, what's funny about fallacies, though, is that a lot of them are kind of variations on, say, I would say that there are like 5 really common ones. And then there's another 10 that are kind of fairly common. And then I would say the majority of the rest are variations on those 15.
Well, yeah, check this out, Crypto. We got anonymous authority. When an unspecified source is used as evidence for the claim, this is commonly indicated by phrases such as "they say that," "it has been said," "I heard that," "studies show," or
Yeah,
generalized groups such as "scientists say." When we fail
yeah,
to specify a source of the authority, we can't verify the source, thus the credibility of an argument. Appeals to, says here, appeals to anonymous sources are more often than not a way to fabricate, exaggerate, or misrepresent facts in order to deceive others into accepting your claim. At times, this deception is done subconsciously it might not always be deliberate.
Well, actually, you know, the most common one in this debate is when they say we know X, like we being who? Like they just
Yeah,
say it,
yeah.
don't they? We know the Earth is a ball because we know that gravity exists because we know, you know, it's they're weeing on themselves, but it's that fallacy.
Do you think it's subconscious
No, I think what they're well,
or
maybe,
deliberate?
but like I think they know it's a tactic, but at the same time, I think they think that they're validated by. I think basically what I think is that they're underestimating their opposition, and they think they can just come in here because they've already decided that we're stupid. That they can just come in here with really weak source arguments and win anyway because we're stupid. I think that's really what's going on. They're just underestimating us.
They wind up leaving with their fucking ass handed to them.
Right.
See here.
The irony being, though, is if they were actually intelligent enough to not underestimate their opponents, they'd probably also be intelligent enough to understand the arguments we make. So it's kind of like, yeah, we have an issue.
Well, I still haven't. Do you think anybody's ever like came close to? I'm not even talking about the evidence, just arguing, just being able to hold an argument within. Because I mean, from my position, it's like you straight out the gate, you start off with begging the question. Like you don't even have to make it; it's already the claim. It's begging the question. The claim is begging the question. Like you don't, because you advocate for a position that by proxy makes you fucking begging the question. Like you don't even have to say I am saying the Earth is a globe, but because you say I think it is, or you want to say anything about the position, you already say that. Now we just have to say that because of that, you are begging the question.
Yeah. Yeah, back in a moment.
All right. I don't know. Maybe it's too deep for these guys that are in the chat. Ah, here's a good one. It's a $10 word too. Anthropomorphism. Let me click on that. The attributing of human characteristics and purposes to inanimate objects, animals, plants, or other natural phenomena, or to gods. This becomes a logical fallacy when used within the context of an argument. It says the logical form is non-human thing is described with human characteristics. Claim X is made that requires human characteristics of the thing. Therefore, claim X is true. Example number one: how dare you murder those carrots? It says explanation: murder applies to humans, not carrots. By definition, one cannot murder carrots. In this example, the carrots are assumed to have the human characteristics that make murder, and not just killing or eating. There's a few other examples, but I could use one that they use in here, which is science says. And they proceed to say that like science is like a human characteristics. They give it lips and vocal cords. Hey, does anybody in here think that the Earth is a globe? You can step forward if you want to have a conversation. Anyone? Bueller? Bueller? Appeal to accomplishment. That's another good one. When the argument being made is sheltered from criticism based on the level of accomplishment of the one making the argument. A form of this fallacy also occurs when arguments are evaluated on the accomplishments or success of the person making the argument rather than on the merits of the argument itself.
Huey.
Fuck, man. That is amazing. Person one claims that Y is true. Person one is very accomplished, therefore Y is true. Interesting. Let's use an example. I've been around the block many times and I've heard my share of success. So believe me when I tell you that there is no better hobby than cat juggling. It says explanation. We can all admire accomplishments and success, but this is irrelevant to cat juggling. There are many accomplished and successful people who are immoral, mean, insensitive, hateful, liars, miserable, and just plain wrong about a great many things. Very true. Very true. Did somebody say something? If fucking logical fallacies are like to Glober like walking on eggshells, dude. Like any step that they make, they're gonna be crushing one of these logical fallacies, and then it'll be applicable to them. It's like it's so crazy because it almost sounds like the arguments that we get into with these guys. Every single direction that they go, they're gonna wind up stepping on an eggshell. Ooh, there's one called appeal to anger. Let's check it out. When the emotions of anger, hatred, or rage are substituted for evidence in an argument. Noise.
Anybody got any good flat Earth YouTube channels?
I got mine. You can check out. I got a few videos. Well, not videos, but audio clips.
What's the name?
Same as what I have in here. Mayhem. Avatar's the same and everything. Oh, look up TOS UK. Can't forget that. TOS UK. He's in the text chat, Kenshi, and he's got logged all the conversations that we've been having in here and in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. And oh, man, TOS, can you drop him Helios as well, please? Helio has Rumble and YouTube. Thank you, sir. There's more there in the text chat, can't you, when you get a chance? We got content for days, bro. You can go back and see all the conversations we had over the years. Thousands of hours of content. Hey, Flatsy, what's up? Still cooking?
No, I'm just listening. But what's up?
Oh, nothing. We're just
Yo, you
waiting for the
guys know
next.
who a really cool flat Earth YouTuber is?
Nobody wants to know from you.
It's Human Sheeple. He got to fuck Karen B first.
Dude, you're a scourge, man. They should eliminate you completely from the internet. So you don't even
Why do
have
you?
a freaking voice anymore. You're a freaking scourge, dude. I don't know. As soon as Crit comes here, we'll get you banned up again. You don't deserve to be on the internet, bro, with your attitude. Go take a walk in nature or something, bro. Fuck is wrong with you? This guy's despicable, man, I swear. Demonstrate it. Now, don't worry about that, man. We're gonna fix you right up as soon as I get Crit back online. Should be ashamed of yourself, man, to be honest. I didn't know that there was a logical fallacy called alphabet soup, but there is. It says the deliberate and excessive use of acronyms and abbreviations to appear more knowledgeable in the subject or confuse others. that's
That was our
that's
pilot
weird.
the other night.
Oh yeah, alphabet soup. Interesting. Oh, I mean, all right. There's an example here. In programming, CGI and a WYSI WYG interface doesn't handle PHP or CSS very well. If you sign up for my personal consulting, I will show you how to program it effectively. Simply overusing acronyms is not the problem here. It's a deliberate overuse for the purpose of making people think the speaker is very knowledgeable in this area, or perhaps to use terms the audience is unaware of, making the audience think that they need consulting service more than they thought they did. No, that's something. The alphabet soup fallacy. This is one that Globers use right here. Appeal to complexity. Concluding that because you don't understand something, it must not be true, it's improbable, or the argument must be flawed. This is specific form of the argument from ignorance. I don't understand argument X, therefore argument X cannot be true, is flawed, or improbable. Hey, Jamsey, you there? Jamsey.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, get rid of Patricia Steer, dude. He said something about Karen B and Sheeple doing it, but not nicely.
Talking all the BS in the channel.
That's all he's doing, bro. Like, he needs to get, like, every time just fucking hard ban him, dude. He doesn't add anything to the conversation. Like, he doesn't talk about any ideas. He's just in here for disruption.
Let's see. Just here messing around with the VC, huh?
Yeah.
Well, let's see.
Like some of these guys, man, doesn't like they could be, thick. They can't understand, or like they could be obtuse. But this guy, he's just flagrant, man. He's
Got it.
fucking uncouth and shit. Yeah, keep digging your own grave, man. We're gonna remember that next time I see your face. See what he put in the text? What a guy. We were talking about celestial navigation earlier, and Yakubinite was talking or defending a position that was like demonstrated by Elijah was not even a method that is used by celestial navigation or people that use it. And there was a site of eye correction video that I put on YouTube, and I put it on I put it through the speaker, and nowhere in that did they talk about the method that Yakubinite was saying, and he couldn't even bring up a citation of it either, of how it's being used the way he's saying. But he keeps bringing a point that is not a point. You know what I mean? Like I don't know why he keeps doing it, just every time. Let me see. Let me see.
A brother that
What is it?
will smother your mother. Make your sister think I love her.
Joe Diden, what's up?
Hey, yo. 24/7 flat earth. I believe the earth is indeed flat. Okay, it's all fake news. It's obviously flat. It's not even fucking. What are you, stupid, man? You believe it's round? How does that even make sense? What are you, fucking dumb?
I don't know, man. It remains to be seen if you are or not. But so do you think that there's any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe, Joe Diden?
Well, that's what they say, but like if you look into those, those things where they're like, well, we did the shadows in one part of the world and the shadows in the other part of the world. Turns out, you can look on a flat Earth map. Shadows make exactly the same sense. It's like it's not proof of anything, bro.
Well, but we're speaking to people that believe that it is. You know what I mean? So on a grand scale,
Well,
there's there's a there's a lot of information out there that people would say support the case for the globe, and some of them
mm,
think that there is scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe, which is why we have to confront the topic in that way.
okay. Well, you got to explain this. Okay, this is the big one, right? Okay, if you're on a helicopter, okay, let's say the Earth is spinning. Okay, the Earth is spinning around, right? Makes sense, right? Okay, well, here's the thing: go up in a helicopter, go up in a plane, okay, hover over the same area for like 7 hours, okay. How come fucking Earth is in the exact same spot? It's almost like the Earth, like Einstein said, is a flat, motionless plane, okay, right? And it doesn't move.
This guy doesn't sound very stupid.
That's what I'm saying.
Was that AJ?
Nah, old space goat.
Oh, Space Girl, what's up, man?
I'm an Aussie too, so they probably sound the same.
Hey, for those of you guys who've been keeping up with the conversation, I'm gonna post a meme here that kind of outlines trilateration and triangulation. You can keep it just as a reference, but it's just topical. That's from the U.S. Department of Defense. Yes, sir. Julius, what up, bro? Haven't seen you in a minute. What you been up to, bro? Traveling the world, huh? Or at least the States, anyway.
Yeah, I saw Scott Mackey is crying in the comments, crying in the VC chat text.
What's he saying? Oh,
Dunno. Doesn't seem like he's brave enough to come in and talk with us though. So maybe he's another
I was
low
saying it before, man.
global.
I don't mind him coming in, but he's always hammered, dude, every single time. It makes it, like I said, the globe earth is hobbled as it is. It's worse when they come in here like inebriated, like
You like
know
the
what I mean?
American jazzer.
Probably. I mean, he reaches his tolerance, where at some point you can make out what he's saying, then all others just shit just starts getting like you don't understand him anymore. So it's like, all right, man, we gotta stop here because
Yeah, it's exactly like jazzer. Just starts calling you paranoid over and over, and then just inebriated, like nothingness. Just
yeah. It's weird, man.
don't you mean it's sphered?
Yeah. I like your play on words, man.
Thanks. Sometimes they bomb, sometimes they work. Here's what it is.
Yeah. So we got a few people in here, but most of the guys that are in here have already been here before. But the only new person I see that's in here is Tioic. Tioc? Is that how you say that?
Yeah, it's just talk, but I'm not
Talk.
ready to talk about it now. I'm just
Not
chilling.
ready
I
to.
actually thought it's gonna be a fucking good debate in here, even though nothing.
Well, I mean, it can be if you want to.
I'm not prepared. I'm not prepared. Not at all.
Come on, dude. Let's give it the old college try, huh?
Do we have a Welsh Glober in the house?
Welsh?
Yeah, he's Welsh.
Me. Oh, not really.
Yeah, but you've either spent time in Wales or you were born there or something.
No, I'm Scottish.
Ah. Way wrong.
But you're not a typical Scottish sounding.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, not really.
But why did you say you weren't equipped for this, man? Like, what is like? I don't understand. It's just crypto. He's. I mean.
I guess so. I guess I'm not really. I can like bring up my school, whatever. What I've learned in school, probably.
So you're saying that you have been told that it's a globe, but you don't know how to defend it?
Actually, not really. I don't know.
No, you haven't been told it's a globe. You don't know that if it's a globe or not?
I guess the only thing I'd say is that I saw the pictures. I believe in gravity, probably.
Okay. He said gravity
I
sees him.
don't actually get really how you explain the circulation of the sun and the moon and eclipses. That's what I mean. I don't really understand your side yet to be prepared to talk with
Do
you.
you understand your side? I mean, forget our side. Do you understand your side?
I guess so, yeah.
You do? Okay, so how do eclipses work?
Basically, we have the sun in the middle of our solar system. Earth travels around. The moon travels around the Earth. The moon is very near to the Earth, much nearer than the sun is. And once he, due to his rotation, blocks the sun from the Earth, we see a solar eclipse, at least a total eclipse, somewhere on the Earth.
Okay. So
sun rays,
in order,
mostly says rays. Yeah.
oh yeah. In order for that to happen, the things that you're talking about, right, have to come into some type of alignment.
Yep.
Okay, so and in order for that to be the case, huh?
Let me just turn you up.
Let me get closer to my mic. How about this? Does it sound better?
Oh yeah, sounds good.
All right. So in order for that to be the case, for you guys to say that they are floating balls outside in the vacuum of space, right? Gas balls or whatever. These rocks that are floating around in space, how do you know that's the case?
First thing, I don't know if you believe in this, but we can.
Oh, it's yeah. When you,
the
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I'll say it this way. Talk for you to understand this. I don't need to believe anything. All you got to do is present.
Yeah,
Hey, all you got to do is present it as in like it's a matter of fact, and then we'll discuss whether it is or not afterwards. No, you go ahead.
Wrong phrase, definitely. So we can see planets through the telescope, especially the moon. So we can derive probably from that planet at least around global. We cannot really. Okay, I mean, we can say, hey, probably the Earth is still not round then, but I'd say maybe from that we can derive a logic that planets are round, at least other planets than the Earth. And so why is what makes Earth round and what makes Earth not round, but the other planets round?
But the logic doesn't follow. That's a non sequitur.
Sure. Wait, I was going to lay out the logic. I didn't say. I actually granted you the argument that Earth doesn't need to be round if we see that other planets are round.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. I guess then we have the NASA picture from outside of space on the moon, which actually shows exactly the same image as, for example, telescope. That's basically what we see in college, I'd say. So that's where actually my knowledge ends. I am not really equipped to talk about, gravity, why planets may be round because of gravity, etc. Because I am not really familiar with the intricacies of that theory. Yep.
Well, it's good that you're not going to make that argument because globers often do, not realizing that the simulations don't actually confirm that that's the case.
Mm-hmm.
They have to add in like extra variables that don't exist in reality in order to make spherical balls from gravity.
Gotcha.
Which is a bit of a problem when you're trying to model reality, right? So.
Or I can neither confirm nor deny that actually.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying.
Since
it's clever for you not to make that argument because a lot of globers will arrogantly make arguments based on things they haven't researched yet.
Yeah, I guess not yet, at least.
Because they're sure that we're retarded and therefore wrong, right? So. They don't think they need to bring up strong arguments.
Sure, I guess so. As I said, I don't know yet. So wait, maybe if you're ready to, you can explain me why why gravity doesn't really work. I don't know.
What does that question mean?
Well, or why the theory of gravity doesn't really work. What extra equations or variables or assumptions do we need to add which do not exist in
Oh, okay.
cannot
Yeah.
exist at least?
Do you mean specifically in the narrow example of forming spheres from gravity? Is that what you mean?
Whatever you deem appropriate for my level of knowledge, I guess.
Okay, well, I mean, there's two ways to attack this question. The first one is to do it in the narrow sense, then the other one is to do it while not eating a sandwich.
Sure.
So,
Okay, sure.
the other one is to do it in the broader sense, right? So in the narrow sense, it's simply been modelled. And so when they model it, they try and form like a ball from gravity. And they need to add in extra variables that don't exist in reality, right? So that's really that simple. I can't make that more simple. In a more general sense, you really have to define what gravity means, because a lot of the time people will say gravity, they mean both the cause and the effect, and it gets messy as to what you're actually talking about. So, believe it or not, when a flat earther drops a pen, the pen falls to the ground.
Sure.
So this is the same. We have the same effect. So we all observe the same thing. So when we're talking about gravity not working, we're talking about the cause, which in this case would be either space-time bending or Newtonian, the Newtonian conception of mass attracting mass. They'll say Cavendish, which has myriad issues, which I'm not going to go into here. But it's not been experimentally verified that mass attracts mass or space-time bends. Well, you can't even experimentally verify space-time bending. It's a silly concept.
Okay.
It's basically two concepts thrown together and then another concept applied to those two concepts. So that's why gravity doesn't work as an idea, because one, you can't experimentally verify, and the other one hasn't been experimentally verified.
Sure. I'd say there is, maybe it's not coherent for me, your argument, since I am not very well read, probably. So I didn't really understand why it doesn't work.
Well, because the idea itself, i.e. the cause, right, that's what's in contention. We don't contend that the effects that we
Sure,
see.
no, I get that. Yeah, no, that I understand.
Okay. So when they say, well, we know, okay, so people, what they'll do is they'll say, well, I drop a pen, therefore I know that the floor is a ball and it's mass attracting mass. That's a non sequitur. There's no reason to believe that if you drop a pen that the floor is a ball. That makes sense.
More or less. Let me just think through it.
Would you not understand how stupid that claim even is? It's like, because I observe an effect that has nothing to do with the shape, I therefore assert that there must be a shape involved in that effect.
Okay, wait. I just try to maybe conjure something up based on my college knowledge. So, if I understand correctly, gravity depends on mass. Is that correct?
I mean, according to one of their ideas, yeah.
Sure. Okay. True. So basically, on one of the ideas that was given to me. So, gravity depends on mass, and okay, yeah, okay, I get, no, I get it. Okay, the bridge between why, if we still assume that gravity depends on mass, why is a round shape then the best shape?
Yeah. Or why is it even implied? It's not. You know, you can have all sorts of different shapes, or no shape.
And what is your best proposal for why the planet is falling?
Well, I mean, the best anyone can do is just to look at the interaction between object and medium. So the best you can do experimentally is to say that the medium and the object are interacting with each other. So you have a pen, you drop it in air, it drops. Maybe pen's a bad example. Maybe like ping pong ball. You drop a ping pong ball in air, it drops. You drop it in water, it floats. Right? Why is that? Well, I mean, in the strictest sense, it's because the medium's different, and the medium has a different density. So air and water have different densities. The ping pong ball has density in between the two, so it floats in one and it sinks in the other.
So what's density?
Well, it's the denseness of something.
What is that?
What is the denseness of something?
Yeah, explain it.
Yeah, it's the denseness of something.
Okay, you don't have an answer. Cool.
That is the answer. It's like saying, what's grass? Well, it's grass.
I mean, I know. I get that that's how you're going to formulate the question because you don't have an understanding of density, but that's...
Well, no, you have an idea that you can't prove about density, and I'm not going to fall into that.
You invoke density.
Yeah, that is what's causing that interaction.
What is density?
It's the denseness of something.
What is the denseness of something?
What is grass? It's grass.
Okay. So can you tell me things about grass? Yes, you can. So what is the denseness of something?
So if I say that grass is green, does that tell you anything about grass?
If grass was purple, would it stop being grass? I'm not sure. So what is the denseness of something?
Grass. I don't know how else to answer that question, bro.
I know you don't.
But that doesn't mean that your idea is correct.
I never implied that.
But that's really what you're implying right now.
You can read my mind? That's crazy.
No, I just know that this is the attitude.
So what is density?
Where are you going, Zeno?
I've answered this 3 times.
Okay. If you think you've answered it satisfactorily, then like that's really all there is.
Is there anyone else in this room that thinks I haven't answered that question?
Nope.
No.
I mean, you're going to have
Sounds
people
like
jumping
Zeno's
off the
just
ice
being
walls to come and save you. That's
arrogant.
fine. But if you can't tell me what density is, even though you're invoking it, then
Just
why does
answer
anybody
that
listen to
3
you?
times.
He already did, and,
Yeah,
and Zeno, it's really clear that you have a script here that didn't go as planned. He didn't respond the way that you wanted him to, and you're just going to forge ahead with the script regardless. Just shut up, dude.
So when someone says gravity, they
What
could
is
just
the
say the
synchronous rate ranger?
gravity of something. And then
Yeah.
you guys don't accept that, obviously, right? Or am I crazy?
But what are we accepting now?
Well, you're not listening?
No, it's just that
Okay.
someone else
Well,
talked
fair
over
enough.
you. Yeah, so to the Scottish guy that was just, I was actually having a nice conversation with. Have you noticed how some people come in, they're already like butt mad that we're even having this discussion? They're already upset about it. Don't you find that weird?
Well, the point is, I guess, why he's mad, I don't know, but it's just denying what kind of methods probably science used is denying what you have all around you, maybe like phones, etc. That's just like...
No, but I'm asking you a question. Why do you think he's obviously audibly upset?
So you're going to go to like psychoanalyzation because you can't answer what density is? Come on, man.
You're
I'm talking to
obviously
you.
upset, bro. Like, calm down, bro.
You can also tell when someone is upset based on an internet interaction. You have a crazy understanding of other people that goes beyond what is even possible. I salute you, sir.
I can hear it in your voice. You're obviously upset.
You are upset, Zeno. Come on, man. Tell Crypto
Fine.
why you're mad. Tell Crypto why you're mad. Go ahead.
Because he's
big.
prevaricating and he's
Have you
dodging the
noticed-
question.
There it is.
What
There
is
it
density?
It's a state of mind, bro.
Is Zeno an
It is a state of mind.
astrophysicist
Fair
or something?
enough. Fair enough. I'll accept that answer, to be honest.
Okay, now you
Yes.
can continue your conversation.
So yeah, we can continue the previous conversation if everyone's not upset about that conversation happening. So you have this interaction between things, right? So we can say the ping pong ball is less dense than water and it's more dense than air. So you can prove that experimentally, that interaction will always lead to the sorting of those objects in that way.
Okay, gotcha. How do we know that something is dense? I've really tried to understand your logic. I really do. It's not since I'm very interested in that conversation. How do we know that something is denser?
That's a good question. Well, nowadays you just look it up on the internet, right? You would just Google like what is the density of X or Y. But if you didn't have that information, you would just compare them by putting one in the other or putting one next to the other. And then you would just sort in that way. It's actually quite simple to do.
Oh, gotcha. But do you trust the source in the internet though?
You can verify it for yourself. You don't have to. You can verify it for yourself. Like if I was to say to you, ping pong balls are lighter than air. Do you think you could test that or not?
Guess so, yeah.
Yeah, you can test that, right? You get a ping pong ball, you let it, you drop it, and it falls. So if I told you that it was lighter than air, you'd be like, well, no, it's not. I've just verified that it's actually denser. It's fine.
Can you repeat that? Maybe I didn't understand. I guess I didn't understand that properly.
If you looked up a source on the internet that was lying to you about the density of an object, you can verify that for yourself in real life anyway. So it doesn't actually matter. But I was just saying that most people, in order to find out the density of a thing, they would just Google it.
Sure, but are you saying that the information on the internet is right though?
Well, I mean, it's the internet. There's plenty of correct and incorrect information on the internet.
Gotcha. Sure, but do you know how wait, how did the information of how does density how does the internet whatever arrive to information about density then? But
universe probably.
Well, it depends on the source, doesn't it? I mean, that's such a wide question. Like,
is it?
Yeah, which source are we talking about?
Doesn't most of the information about density?
How do we determine the density of air?
Good question, right?
That's why I'm asking. I don't actually know. I guess my proposition is where I want to go to is basically if you trust the information on the internet, and most of the information actually is from science.
How do you know?
How can you not come up?
There's a whole bunch of things within that statement I don't agree with.
Oh, okay, good. Well, that's a good place. Why do you disagree then?
Well, first of all, like you said, if you trust the information on the internet, I've already told you that like there's plenty of correct and incorrect information on the internet. Like you're being really broad, and it's really hard to answer that question. And also, when you said it's from science, like what are you talking about? A person wearing a lab coat and then like telling you facts, or are you talking about a method? Like what do you
I talk about those people who believed in the way of science and were
everyone in this room
educated. Sorry, what?
So everyone in this room then.
But wait, if you believe in science, how do you?
We don't need to believe in science. Science is scientific method. It's a method. If it's proven, then you don't need to believe. You know then.
Sure, okay.
Well, I mean, there are certain axioms. There are certain axioms that you have to agree with.
Okay.
Philosophy, in order yeah, but that's a philosophical argument, right? So let's just say that we're not doing philosophy. Yes, science doesn't deal with belief. Like once you've accepted the axioms of science, there is no belief, right? And so if you say us believing in science, well, I mean, it sounds awfully like you're talking about a religion there.
No, I'm actually believing. No, that's what I actually meant. Believing in certain axioms of science.
So, like, accepting the scientific method. Would you say that was a fair statement? Yeah, well, I think everyone in this room does that, or at least tries to.
Depends what the question is, I guess.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if science isn't the right tool for the question, then obviously you don't bother with it. It's like, I need to measure the temperature of my room. I'm gonna get a barometer.
But if you believe in the method of science, how can you just say there is density and can't really describe what density then means?
Well,
Sorry,
I can
I'm
give
just
you
trying to hammer that point.
I'll give you my ideas about density if you want, but I don't know that they're entirely
Sounds
true.
good.
I mean, but also like this is all that they'll do is they'll give you their ideas about mass and matter and particles, and then they'll say, we know this because X, right? And then they'll give you an effect that we all agree on, and then they'll take ownership of that effect and pretend like it can only be true in their paradigm. Does that make sense?
Yeah, more or less, yeah.
So, like, I don't know, ping pong balls can only float on water if the atomic model is correct, for instance.
Yep.
Right? They'll say that sort of thing. But that's not true.
Oh, okay.
Can I ask a question?
Like, we observe the effect, and then we try and, like,
Are we saying this is density, but crypto explain it,
through,
and
or?
then now yes.
Okay, sorry.
I'm asking him, are we saying something like this? Look, this is density. Dense things falling down if they are in a less dense medium. More dense things going down if they are in a less dense medium. Does he saying that in any sense to the shape of the Earth? Now we are saying density and Earth is flat.
Sure, I
didn't understand.
Are we saying there is density and because of that Earth is flat?
Oh, right, yeah. I understand. Basically, bro, like, I don't know if the other guy is like still there or talking, or if he's still upset about this conversation, but he will tell you that there's an atomic model and that the atomic model therefore can only happen in his scientific paradigm, which then proves a globe, right? But that's like non sequitur stacking. And so it's not really worth listening to any of that shit.
What is the underlying question here?
It was it shifted
not
into
really a question.
It shifted into something else, but Crypto and Tyak was they were talking about something different. But as soon as Zeno chimed in, Tyak's tone changed, so he started talking about density.
Yeah, the tone changed.
Yeah, did.
Yeah, Tyak.
Yeah, we were
The reason why people talk about gravity and the ball is because originally, when they were formulating the gravity constant, they were using celestial bodies to understand like certain laws that Kepler came up with, and they had to use empirical data to understand those laws. And unless you're special pleating your way out of the matter underneath your feet, they just assumed, well, it makes sense for it to be a ball since gravity works the same here as it does up there.
Empirical is synonymous with it makes sense.
No. Did you listen to what I said?
Oh, well, yeah, I did, because you used those two words in conjunction with each other. That's weird.
So I don't
thought
think you listened to
empirical was
anything I
finding
said.
out. Not it makes sense. That's weird. Go on though. Tell them how it makes sense. Empirically.
You don't seem to be able to follow the conversation.
Oh, I do, sir. And you're.
I mean, you can say
you've been
that, but it
misrepresenting.
seems to be
You've been
proven that you are
misrepresenting.
not able to.
You've been misrepresenting everything you're saying.
There's nothing being misrepresented. This is history.
Oh yeah.
So if you would like to, hey Mayhem, you're the one who invoked density. So what is mass?
No, we didn't invoke density. I told you. I told you that
Mayhem,
you don't
just
need
answer the question. I'm looking for an explanation.
No, But listen, explanation. We don't need density for proving that Earth is not a globe.
Okay, cool. So what is mass?
Mass,
You invoke
mass is
density.
something not mass is something not definable, and you will find that. But let's not go there.
I'm already here. So you invoke density, and then
I didn't.
you said that
Nobody invoked
density was a
density.
mathematical formula, and in that formula
Nobody
it said
invoked
mass. So
density,
what is
man. But
mass? Mayhem did.
nobody.
No,
Nobody
hang on,
invoked
hang on.
density.
100% did.
Yeah. So the conversation was brought up about density, and then Zeno chimed in and asked Crypto or Flat Earthishness. He asked him, what is density? And Flat Earthishness like responded back to him, and the answer wasn't good enough, and he's like he wanted him to take him down his little bear trap, but he didn't fall for it, right? So he put it in the chat. It says density equals mass times volume. Is that what it says right there? What is mass? So you're asking the question. Go ahead.
Giving me a formulation, and then it says density equals mass divided by unit volume. So I'm asking, since you're invoking density, what is that little thing called mass?
Well, you're going to have to define it, aren't you? And there's at least 6 different definitions of mass.
And you guys brought it up, so I would ask that you define it in your paradigm. What is mass?
In our paradigm?
You invoked it. You invoked it.
We don't have mass in our paradigm. It can
You
be
have
useful
density,
for
though.
mathematical. Type, my friend literally got through 2 words of my fucking sentence.
I understand, but you're going to dodge, and it's going to be epic how capable you are of getting around the question.
He's not gonna dodge, bro. Just relax. He's gonna answer your question.
Cool. I'm relaxed completely. Let's go.
Oh yeah,
mass,
you're totally relaxed.
Mass can be useful in mathematical equations, but I've posted you about 3 or 4 citations, and I can go and get you more because there seems to be a convolution of terms or its definition of what it is. For example, in physics.
Go on.
No, that's fine. You obviously wanted to fucking interrupt, so off you go. Go on.
Sure. Like, the thing is, what you're invoking here is you're saying that mass has no meaning. I'm not bringing up mass. I'm saying, what is density? You're saying it's mass divided by volume, unit of volume. And then you're saying it has no meaning. And then, so what that means to me is density has no meaning.
I didn't bring up mass.
Density equals no meaning divided by volume. So what exactly does that mean? Like, what are you guys saying?
Can I just get back to the original?
Your logical conclusion.
Because we were talking
Explain where I'm wrong. I would love it.
We were talking about how you can apply density to an experiment, right? To talk about, because we were talking about why certain things go up, certain things go down. He wants to know about the pen dropping, yada yada yada. We were talking in those terms, right? So density is an adequate explanation for that effect. You want to start talking about your ideas that we don't agree with.
I'm asking you what density is. Please give me a working definition of density.
Bro, we were already talking about density. We don't need you to butt in. I don't even know if the other guy's still here.
He definitely. I don't really care. What is density?
No one gives a shit that you're here, bro.
I'll ask. I don't give a shit if I'm here either. I don't give a fuck either. Come on, man. What is density?
Then just stop talking, then, bro.
Yeah, you're actually not going to get me to do that unless you mute me, which I'll take as a concession.
No, you won't.
You're just going to get.
I'm a globot, and you're an idiot.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're just going to get muted because you're being rude and you're literally butting into someone else's conversation. So taking that as concession would
if
just
you
be
want to
being
define
quiet.
density, I'll be here and be quiet.
You're also causing Globers to defect from your religion too. Be careful. You sound like such a retard that your own side is like piecing out on you.
But anyway, is the other guy
he did just reduce. He did just reduce his own belief to absurdity. So good on you, mate.
Crypto, you told him that.
Just remember, they never said what density was. But
if the other
whatever.
guy's still here, it would be really good if we just mute this Xenos idiot and then carry on with the chill conversation with the other guy. If not, no worries. I'm not that worried.
Other guy, you still here?
Yeah, I am.
Nice.
Yeah, so I mean,
kind of tired. Hey. Yeah, sure. Talk. Sorry.
Yeah, we can carry on that conversation if you want. I'm not really interested in arguing with a guy who's clearly here to argue. So.
Isn't that the point of the chat, though?
Not really.
Oh, you mean arguing like
I mean,
probably.
It's a debate server. It's not a come in and boneheadedly shout your opinion at people server. So there's a bit of a difference there.
And sorry, Crypto, I was just trying to land some definitions. I gave 3 or 4. Within certain things, it wasn't that just mass has no meanings with regards to physics, although it's very useful when you're describing things within equations. There's also the incorrect definition of the amount of substance in a space. I mean, fucking hell, if you want to count all of the atoms inside your fucking brick, that's going to be impossible to do. There's a few other ones there as well. Let me scroll up, see what the other one is. I know we're talking about density, but fucking hell, mass is kind of involved in that.
Yeah, we can get into that a little bit if you want. I mean, what they'll do is they'll conflate mass with matter, right? And there's many quotes of chemists and physicists saying mass and matter are not the same thing. But
exactly.
what they'll do is for the ease of simplicity, they'll just say mass is matter, and therefore mass over unit volume is matter over unit volume, right? And so, but this is brain dead. It's like this isn't how chemists and physicists actually look at these issues. They might do it for simplicity or for an equation to work, but they won't actually think that's how it works.
Sorry, I'm just completely lost where we actually. So we were. Oh fuck me.
So have you heard of the concept of mass, right? What do you think mass is? I'm not going to berate you for getting it wrong because it's poorly defined.
It's a Catholic Sunday meeting.
Cool. Good question. Good question. Actually, I never thought about
So
it.
we've got Sunday.
Sorry, you didn't want to interrupt you.
We've got Sunday at Catholic Church. Any other definitions for mass?
The amount of substance in a space. The resistance. Yeah. The resistance to movement, or sorry, the resistance to acceleration.
Resistance to acceleration. Okay. Any others? There's loads more.
What did you say first one? Substance in the space.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that.
How much substance in the space has the pen?
But then that's matter, isn't it? So that's if you define mass as being the amount of stuff, then that's matter, right? But the matter isn't in the equation, is it? It's mass. So again, they're taking this thing that's poorly defined and undefinable, I would argue. Then they're throwing into an equation. And then because they've got an equation, they're saying, oh, well, the equation works, therefore the model works, therefore the answer. There's so many non sequiturs stacked on top of each other. It's ridiculous.
Or we can name it. How much mass we have in pen?
I think it's also the root word of massive.
Yeah, true.
Oh, big.
Also mean total.
Is it?
Like the mass sum, total sum.
Oh yeah. I see.
And now imagine, because it's not a weight, but people think it's a weight. 1 kilo of ball and 1 kilo of sheet, of metal sheet, and you drop in the air. They will not fall in the same rate because of the shape, not because of the weight. The needle of 1 kilo and sphere of 1 kilo will not drop in the same rate.
So anyway, going back to the original point. The original point was that this is verifiable via experiment, right? You can take certain objects, put them in certain mediums, and then they'll interact with the medium. But that's all you can do experimentally. Past that, you're coming up with ideas, you're coming up with logic, you're coming up with creative thinking, and most of it is completely unprovable. So It's just it's worth being aware of that, because they will push these ideas on you, and then there will be logical conclusions to ideas that you've been forced to accept that have absolutely no basis in experiments. Right?
Not only that, they are explaining falling. This is gravity, and they will add the story to that. If we say falling, we don't need to explain anything. It's falling. It's all right. It has nothing to do with the shape.
Yeah.
So, do people here actually believe that the Earth is flat?
Oh,
Yes.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
darling.
Well, if you believe that the Earth is flat, then I should probably start believing in eugenics, because I can't imagine what the idea.
She just said that she should start believing in eugenics over this. My goodness.
Well, yes,
that fits though. The globe model does explain eugenics. That's World
clearly
War
an
III
AI.
Germany.
With a posh accent like that, she's clearly an AI.
Holy shit, was she real?
What?
Hello.
Let's ask her why she believes in globe. Let's ask
Dude,
her that.
unmute her. I want to hear more.
Me too.
She's already exposed herself.
Expose myself as what?
Eugenicist now because of this topic. I mean,
No, I'm not a eugenicist. I just think that there's a situation.
so you're a double speaker then. You're a double.
Please,
Hold on, you're a double speaker then. Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
No, there's just it's unavoidable when listening to such arrant nonsense that one wouldn't begin to entertain the idea. Oh, for God's sake!
Yes,
Seriously.
you're triple
Sorry,
speaking now.
gentlemen, please. Sorry, gentlemen, please. May I? Would you like to ask us why we understand the Earth is a flat and stationary plane? Would you at least like to ask?
Do tell. Pray tell.
Okay. So the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used with regards to navigation and engineering construction as a flat stationary plane. Which one of those things would you like us to elucidate?
Where did you get your degree in physics from?
What has that got to do with measurement of the Earth?
No, I'm just curious as to where this profound understanding comes from, where your educational background is.
Well, it comes
because it's
from
so
the
clearly not in physics, is it?
From the air.
Well, being as
What
this
happened?
isn't, sorry, being as
did
this isn't take my friend.
Politico,
I apologise.
what's your background?
I'm university educated to a postgraduate standard. I have A levels, I have GCSEs. I am somebody who's been educated fairly thoroughly, though I don't proclaim to be an expert like so many of the people on this chat.
So Politico, where did you get your degree in physics?
I don't have a degree in physics, but I didn't claim to be a physicist.
Oh,
neither have we.
But we didn't either. I figured it out.
Oh, but you claim, what
Sorry.
then?
Sorry, I've got to ask this question. Sorry. Do
You
you
claim
think?
what?
Do you think that the shape of the Earth is a scientific question?
Oh gosh.
No, answer the question. Do you?
I don't
think
have to
the shape
answer
of
your.
the Earth-
I don't have to answer your question.
Answer?
Well, that's what it
Why
sounds
do you-
like to me. I mean, this. What in the name of Little Britain am I engaging with, for God's sake?
Well, let's find out, because I'm trying to find out if you have any science acumen. So, would you agree, being as we've been told that science has proven the shape of the Earth, would you be able to give me any scientific evidence for the shape of an object?
The onus is on you, given that you are the one that's making such statements, not on me. That isn't how debate works. I have
I've
made
just
all I have.
asked you a question. That's all
You
I've
may have
done.
asked me a
Just asked
question,
you a
but
question,
the
and
but
you
it is
don't seem
not
to want to
necessary.
answer.
The legitimacy of my opinion, of my perspective,
Developing off to some other topic.
No, I'm not. I just think
Yes,
it's
you are.
arrant nonsense, all of this. That's all I've said.
That's
What
nice.
so
It's
when
nice
I
to hear your
said-
opinion.
Sorry, do apologise again. When I said, and I made 3 clear statements, that the Earth is observed,
Good for you.
measured, and practically used with regards to navigation and engineering as a flat stationary plane. Which one of those 3 things would you like me to elucidate for you?
You understand what the suspension of disbelief is as a philosophical concept. We are capable of suspending disbelief regarding something because there is utility in it. One can observe something to be the case and yet know something to be otherwise. Is that not true?
Obviously, that's why we go to measurement.
Gosh, honestly, what in the name
Well,
of
I'm sorry.
Barnsley
If
is
you need
going
to figure
on?
out the shape of an object, dear lady, if you want to figure out the shape of the object, would you not look at it and measure it?
Did you not hear what I said regarding the suspension of disbelief? Go on, though. I'd like to see you measure the Earth. Perhaps,
Well, okay.
perhaps when
Where
you're
would we
done
start?
doing that, you might actually go and get a job. I'm not sure what the gyro is like these days, but clearly it's allowing you to buy
Awesome. So,
internet.
for the last 5 minutes, you have answered no questions, but
I
just
don't listen.
provided. And
It isn't, again, the onus of responsibility is on you to clarify, not on me.
Absolutely.
The legitimacy of my perspective should be brought into question at the point at which I raise my perspective. I have not done
Awesome. So you understand the physics? You understand the physics of water, yes?
Ah, for God's sake. I understand
Well,
that a man can drown in a puddle, and I dare say that would be jolly good for society.
Can I address what she
my
said?
yes.
Can I just address what she said? So you said that you should be able to suspend disbelief, know that something isn't how it appears, correct?
Yes.
But you're also aware that just because you think it's something that it doesn't observably appear to be, doesn't mean that it is actually that thing.
When did I say that that was the logical entailment of that?
Because you had a logical necessity attached, very heavily implied to your statement, that if it looks flat, then it must be a ball. Because
I never said that. No, I never said that. No, I never said that. No, I never said that. I never said that it was the case. That nope, nope, no, no, no.
Why are you talking over me? It was heavily implied in your statement. That's why I was clarifying that it may well be that it's observably flat and flat. So the fact that you can suspend disbelief in what you're observing doesn't matter and is completely irrelevant to the question.
No, it is not irrelevant to the question, and you are completely misrepresenting what I said. The suspension of disbelief does not entail belief.
My goodness me.
I understand
This is
what you said.
stupid.
You're talking about
No, this is not stupid. This is normal civil. This is how most people are going to respond to the arrant nonsense that you are festering on.
There's that positive claim again. You keep saying that it's.
Yeah, let me do this, guys.
What do you suppose, that you're a vanguard? Is this what you think you are, that you're some vanguard that's going against the grain of established belief?
Do you want to address what I said?
I don't. Well, firstly, I do not wish to address you, and so that rather necessitates that I don't address what you've said.
As well, just put yourself on mute then, dear, because no one wants to talk to you. If you don't want to have a conversation, fuck off.
I'm quite happy to have a conversation. Of course I am. I'm quite happy to have a conversation about the dangers of radicalisation, particularly as it pertains to niche ideologies.
Well, then leave. No one cares. Go away.
You haven't even answered a question, so this is not a debate. This isn't even a good faith conversation.
Oh, there is nothing good faith about a bunch of individuals coming together and
you don't know. You
over
assume me.
an
You don't
issue
know what
that
I think and what my logic. What are you saying, woman? You don't know what I'm thinking.
Well,
thank
Sasha,
the Lord
take a
for
knee,
that.
okay? We don't want to get too noisy here.
Yeah, we
No,
would
we
know
don't.
what she was saying if you just let her say it, to be fair.
She made a very specific point about suspending disbelief, right?
Yes,
I
did.
addressed that point, and then
No,
she
you
doesn't want
didn't.
to address. Yes,
No,
I
you
did.
didn't. You misrepresented what I said.
Now you don't want to talk about my answer. That means no one wants to talk to you because you're not going to address anything anyone says.
No, I'm quite happy addressing things when they are not misrepresented.
Then why don't you address
I'm quite
what I said?
clear. Oh, I did. I was clear about the fact that the suspension of belief does not entail belief, and that the entailment of belief could come from something other than that entailment process,
So
right?
instead of giving more broad platitudes, why don't you address exactly what I've said and how it applies to the conversation?
With all due respect, sir, I think I have done just that. Just because it doesn't fit your narrative
No,
doesn't mean that
it's
it's
not that it
wrong.
doesn't fit my narrative, it's that you haven't answered what I've said.
I don't think you know what you've said then.
I don't think you understand. I genuinely don't think you understand what suspending disbelief
I am giving you.
I think I'm quite clear about what I think and what I
I think
know.
it's quite obvious that you don't know what that means.
So tell me, at which point did you come to these conclusions? How did you determine that the Earth is flat?
So we're just going to red herring from the topic of discussion because
What
you
is the
can't address
topic of discussion? Because
well,
there
the
is no
topic of
topic of discussion.
Well, we were originally, right? So Jedi was telling you about it's observably flat, it's practically used as flat. And then you said, we can
The
understand as
suspension
humans.
of disbelief. And you went on to this monologue
Exactly.
about the entailment of belief.
You said that just because we observe it as one thing, we can still understand it to be another thing.
Yes,
Did you
that
not?
is what I said. Yes, I
That
did.
doesn't mean that it is that other thing. It could
When
still
did
be
I
the thing
say?
you observe.
Oh, gosh, you ghastly little
But
man.
then
When
what
did
you
I
said,
say? Don't raise your voice.
said to
Calm
Jedi's
down.
point is a
Calm
waste of
down.
everyone's time, dear.
Calm down.
I am
Calm
perfectly
down.
calm. I am very calm. When you don't
Really?
talk over me, I am very calm.
Oh,
Now,
I'm sure. And I'm sure that when you...
what Jedi said, and your response to him, is a waste of everyone's time. That's what I'm pointing out.
It's quite simple. We could
Yes,
go
it
to the
is
direct.
quite simple.
It is. So we can go to the direct measurement of the surface of the Earth, primarily water. This is why I brought up water, because according to the heliocentric model, 72% of the Earth's surface is indeed water, correct?
Pardon? Sorry, I was drinking.
According to the heliocentric
Water,
narrative,
ironically.
72% of the Earth's surface is water, correct?
I'm not aware of the exact figure, but that sounds about right.
Awesome stuff. So, being as the Earth is said to be a ball, a curved surface over a distance of water, it's interesting then when using technologies, infrared lasers, for example, radar and signal propagation, we understand that from measurement from point A to point B, we don't find any curvature. Now, the fact that you've got some kind of feign exasperation, I would suggest you haven't even listened to a single word that's come out of my mouth. I'm trying to explain something to you. If you do
Oh,
not
I
want to
have.
listen,
No, I
Yeah,
am
I
listening.
appreciate.
I am listening, and I just do hope that you have some tissue nearby to clear it all up off the floor. What a load of nonsense shit.
what that according
Well,
to the heliocentric narrative, the surface of the Earth is curved, but when directly measured using technical equipment like infrared lasers, we do not measure any curvature over a distance of water of 100 miles.
Flat
yeah,
C, you make
man.
a very good point. Of course, you should be able to calmly respond to somebody like me and carefully destroy me. However,
Lady,
it is
lady,
impossible when the
lady.
proponents of your belief
Please,
system
please,
are so
please. I want
clearly
to talk. I want to
incapable of
talk.
being
Please,
calm and...
please.
Yes?
Why are you trying to interrupt? I don't get it. Why would you interrupt her when she speaks? Carry on.
No, I'm quite all right. Anyhow, this has been very interesting. You have done much
It
to
has been
persuade
full.
me.
Bye.
We haven't done anything. We've had like at least a 30-second dialogue between me and you. You've had feigned exasperation. You haven't really listened or asked me to expand on what I've said. We've provided you with first and second-hand information regarding the water of the Earth is not used as a curved surface. The waters of the Earth are practically used as a flat horizontal plane with regards to things like celestial navigation, for example, or engineering upon that water. The waters of the Earth are indeed observed to be level and measured as such. Now, this isn't me saying this. These would be engineers, these would be military organizations who practically use the waters of the Earth as a horizontal plane. Do you understand what the word horizontal means?
Yes, I do. I would rather be horizontal than what I am right now.
Well, I'm sure you will when you've had a few more drinks, but it's not a problem at all. So you would understand that the word horizontal is not curved, correct?
Sorry, I'm just getting... My ice maker's
Bye.
broken. What did you say?
You understand that the word horizontal does not mean curve.
Sorry, I can hear someone banging in the background. Are you banging a drum?
That's you. I think I'm just gonna mute her. She's a clown. She's making a bunch of noise.
Because I'm making myself a drink.
Okay, come back when you're not doing that. There were 2 words I wanted to get in because she made a positive claim and then she flipped it around on everybody in here. She said, "This is errant nonsense." Simply wanted to ask, what is? But she's making a drink now, so she's probably too busy to answer.
It's just interesting. People seem to come in with this hyper arrogance about themselves because of some educational background, and I get it. I guarantee every single flat earther in this room probably thought that the notion of the flat earth was pointedly ridiculous. Yeah, that's fine until you actually investigate the matter. When you actually look at the earth, when you directly measure it, and when you understand.
Wait till he's done his sentence, dude.
Why do people keep interrupting me today? I'm starting to feel a lot like Crypto. I get really fucked off when you do it. Trying to elucidate a point. You're not going to understand the point if you're going to talk all the way through it.
I'm sorry.
Fine. Did you want to ask a question? I'll let you.
Yeah, I have an argument against the flat earth.
Awesome stuff. What is that, my friend?
It's institutional evidence. Our whole society functions based off institutional evidence that we learn in schools. We have sections of people in fields that work on things, and not everybody has. Not one person in the Discord has the evidence to prove that the flat Earth, that the Earth is a globe.
Can I get this one? I like
yes,
this topic, if I may. Okay,
If you wanna
so
talk to a
institutional,
physicist.
yeah, institutional evidence. So the institution of the U.S. federal government says, "In God we trust." You believe in that?
What?
So they hold these truths to be self-evident. The institution, the same one presenting you the heliocentric model, the globe model, they tell you that there are laws of the land. These laws are put in place to protect human rights from other people who would harm your rights. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. They're endowed.
I agree.
Okay, so do you believe in that then too? There's a higher power, a creator that's self-evidently true.
No, I don't believe in God, but I agree that the
Well,
the
you're
truths
in
are
a logical
self-evident.
contradiction now because you
Wait.
said that the society functions based on these set of rules
Do you
that
believe?
you don't even follow yourself.
Can you prove to me that a rocket exists? A rocket ship?
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
My
You
God.
can't. You
Look
can't.
how quickly
you
it
can't
went
do
nuts.
it.
Going into the weeds. He said that he had institutional evidence. Can you provide any of that?
Yeah. Institutional evidence that you deny yourself. You can use
wait,
your
let him
logic
let him
to
tell you what
explain
it
why
is.
flat Earth.
Wait, can you guys stop talking over me? Can I link a picture of the Earth as institutional evidence that the Earth is a globe? There are pictures
Yes,
from outer
you can.
space.
No problem. And after you've done that, you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
This guy's a known. He's a known time waster. Just
But
saying,
if
guys.
there's a picture from outer space that shows that it's a globe,
There's a picture. I would love to accept your picture of outer space, but I would also
Okay.
like you to accept my picture of Bigfoot. Do we have a deal?
No, because one isn't supported by a credible institution and the other is. You nitwit.
Oh, okay. So what you're doing is you are assigning importance to something arbitrarily based on your worldview. So
Yes,
how is this not cherry picking?
Okay, the Bigfoot, you stepped in it with
Wait, can
Bigfoot.
I respond to it? Can I respond to him?
I have a question. How is that not
You
cherry
just asked a question.
Yeah.
Can I respond? Thank you.
I'm waiting for you to.
Okay. The reason why I would accept a picture of the Earth from NASA or something, or some credible institution, is because it's a credible institution. The reason why I wouldn't accept
answering my
Bigfoot.
question.
Okay, re-ask your question.
Okay, I said that you've picked one and said this is credible based on your worldview, and then you picked another one and said this is not credible based on my worldview, and then the question was, how is that not cherry picking?
So picking credible institutions is cherry picking? What is the definition of cherry picking?
Especially in the Bigfoot framework, because in the United States, there are some states that passed laws to make it either illegal or legal to shoot Bigfoot. You've got more evidence of Bigfoot than you do of your globe, but yet somehow you throw away Bigfoot, but you keep the globe. Institutional wise, inside your framework of institutional evidence, there is more evidence of Bigfoot.
Wait, so you guys believe in Bigfoot?
No, you should, based on your worldview.
No, this doesn't come from credible
We're
institutions.
talking about standards for evidence, right? So you are trying to submit evidence which is flimsy at best, and we're trying to show you
Wait, what is
why
flimsy?
it's flimsy.
Why
Well,
is it
it's
flimsy?
because it's an image, and images aren't worth anything in
Wait,
terms of proof of
what?
physical reality.
Wait, how are images not worth? You know, images can be scientific evidence, right?
I don't believe in dinosaurs either.
Do you know my PFP? Can you recognize who that is in my PFP?
Can
All
you
right,
speak?
I can't
so
deal
that
with
I
this.
can...
I can't deal with this guy. Should we just
Oh,
put
he's
him
gonna
on
mute. He's
Thank
gonna
you.
mute. He can't do it.
Well,
He's a known.
He can't do it. Wait,
He's a known time waster.
I'll never come in here again.
He's scared of his own claim. You might as well mute him.
If
mute
you
him.
could prove to me that Australia exists, then give me good
Guards!
evidence.
See?
Shut up.
He doesn't have a claim. He's scared to death of his own religion.
All right, back to Politico. Go ahead, Crypto. You're up.
No, I mean, I've been dominating a little bit. I don't mind taking a back seat.
Oh,
But I just want,
all right, Jedi, you're up.
No, I'm just observing.
I just
It's quite
I just
interesting.
wanted to
Carry
mention
on.
because
I have
let me
nothing to
just finish
say.
what I was doing and then I'll step down. Right? I was just
Oh.
because I was still talking. Right. So just to say to the other guy that my PFP is Joseph Stalin, but it's an AI generated image. For anyone trying to tout images as evidence in the age of AI image generation is absolutely unbelievable.
So what if you were? So let's create a thought experiment. Let's say that you are standing next to a person. So you're observing an event, and you're able to provide testimony to the fact that that event happened. So you're there, and there's a person who is next to you, and they take a photograph of the event in question. What do you make of the legitimacy of that photograph in relation to the testimony that it may provide regarding whether the event happened or not?
In fact, it's quite a good standard of evidence. If you've got witness testimony and you've got a photograph, then they can collaborate with each other. That's
So what you're
relatively
saying
good.
is that it's not always the case that photographs aren't profound enough evidence. What you're saying that the photograph that there is capacity for photographic evidence to be legitimate.
I cannot verify that. I cannot.
Sorry, Sash. There is also the opportunity for photography or images to be manipulated, correct?
Okay, so I agree. Let's say, for example, then that you are observing the photograph in question being taken, and you're able to discern that the photograph in question is not being altered at the point at which it is being taken.
That's fine.
Okay, so then it's the black swan, isn't it?
Which, with regards to if I have the theory that all swans are white, I've only got to provide you with one black swan to render your theory about all white swans ridiculous.
So it is the case that a photograph can be used as a form of evidence legitimately.
It can be. If I can verify that information, as in if I can go and take that photograph myself, which is the point of contention with regards to
Australia and take a photograph of Australia yourself.
Yes, absolutely, of course. But can we go to space and verify images from such institutions like NASA?
No, that's why we have such institutions as NASA.
Jedi, it might be
Yes.
worth actually just exploring the Australia thing quickly because she might have heard Flat Earth Society misinformation, and that's why she thinks this is stupid.
No, I'm just curious.
I'm an
I mean, it's a
Aussie.
jolly good place.
I can verify Australia. It's real.
See, this
But
is the thing about.
I guess what I'm interested in is this. So let me just sort of pose a wider question here, and I'm being genuine. This is not me being disingenuous. I'm interested in the psychology, right, that requires an individual in order to confirm something to seek through their own, to have to seek, right, evidence that they themselves can individually verify in order to accept something. I'm interested in the psychology of that, because the only reason why somebody would feel that necessary is perhaps because they feel like they're being fooled, that they've had some experience in which they feel like an accepted truth has been shown to be false. And I just find that psychology so fascinating, and I'm interested by it. So
Well, it
what I
depends.
want
It
to know
depends.
is what
Mm.
that means then for your life. Because if you're able to suppose that there are instances in which the evidence that you're being provided to justify a particular perspective or particular experience is non-verifiable, how do you engage with any experience in which you are unable to verify the legitimacy of that testimony or the legitimacy of their sources? Do you just end up in a situation where you're constantly perturbed and perplexed? Or are you able
No.
to live your life? I'm very
Well,
curious about that.
everyone's completely capable of living their lives. No one is perturbed by things, but ultimately it's about the verification of information. Now, we should also be able to understand that we can question authority, correct?
Absolutely. That's why we have a
Awesome.
democracy.
Awesome stuff. But when things are said to be, and I'm going to use the example of NASA again, who say they go to the vacuum of space and turn around and take a picture of the Earth. When we critically think about this, we must understand that the place called the vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics and 7 known gas laws. Because we are told that the Earth, for example, is an open system, and we have gas pressure here, and out there is a vacuum. Now, we understand that the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container. But within the heliocentric idea, the Earth being a ball, there is no physical container. So there is nothing physical for the gas to push upon. We also understand that if the Earth is an open system and we have gas pressure here and out there is a vacuum, then we have to understand that entropy will increase and the gas will fill the space, rendering the vacuum of space a violation of all of those laws which I've spoken about, 7 gas laws and the second law of thermodynamics, which is why people will question this fairy tale of NASA, saying that they go to this place that fundamentally breaks these laws and can't exist.
Okay, so let's say that that's true, because of course, how do I verify what you're saying? Of course, I could be equally as skeptical as the sources that you're referencing, as say the sources that NASA are referencing. And so, what is the utility then in all of this? What do you achieve? I mean, there's one thing, isn't there, in feeling right? You know, it's one thing to feel right, but clearly it isn't just about feeling right. It's also about sharing this truth, is it not? And so if you're
That's
so,
what we
piss
of course,
off.
if you're sharing this truth, how do you come to a collective understanding of what would legitimize your truth? Because surely you're all questioning the legitimacy of each individual's perspective here. Because if you're not, then why are you doing any of this? Because all of this relies upon the questioning of the legitimacy of the sources. We've spoken at length here about NASA and the sources that they reference. So, how do you verify one another's sense perception? How do you verify one another's experience of something? If I say, for example, that I was there, do you believe it because I believe in another breath that the Earth is flat? No, I'm genuinely curious. I'm not being disingenuous here at all. I'm being genuinely curious. I mean, let's talk, for example, about I don't know how many people here. I know it's an obsession that Britain has, certainly, but we're obsessed with our history. What about the past? Do we suppose that the past doesn't exist because it's something that we aren't necessarily able to verify? Do we only understand the past through the sense-based experiences of people who claim to be there? But then again, how do we legitimize them? For example, did the Tudor period really take place? Was England really conquered? What are your perspectives on all of these, issues, all of these established truths that we aren't able to verify and exist similar to the way in which you've described some of the, the concerns of NASA in a vacuum of our own imagination?
See, the things, history is not comparable to the shape of the
Well,
Earth
if
and
I
the
can,
space. But crypto, if you want to.
yeah, I mean, if I can just, it seems to me like you're making an argument for pragmatism. It's easier to believe all of the things that the authority wise, then I wouldn't know what to believe and what not to believe. Correct?
No, that's not what I said. I don't care whether there's utility in doing what you claim to be is wrong. What I'm asking is, how do you do this then? How do you go about verifying what is and what isn't legitimate if so much of your perspective is based upon this idea that very few sources are capable of being verified?
Well, I mean, isn't that just a question for every individual, regardless of their worldview? Like, how do you? Because I mean, some people
No,
will
because
be.
most people, because most people are able to, most people are able to discern a perspective which is not about questioning, not even questioning. There's a difference between questioning the legitimacy of a source and denying the legitimacy of a source. Most people,
Sure.
for example, would be able to discern that some photographs are capable of being edited and yet also appreciate the legitimacy of the photograph as a medium for testimony, right? For showing something. And
Sure. I mean,
that
they
is
would have to make that
very
argument, right? Sorry, I thought you finished.
no, but that is very different to somebody who works from the assumption that everything should not only be challenged, but that everything should have its legitimacy questioned, inherently questioned, right? And so
Listen, I mean, okay, sorry.
the point that I was trying to make, and I think I'm curious as to what people do think about our relationship with historical sources, because most of our historical sources wouldn't necessarily be verifiable in the way in which you want to verify sources in order to know whether or not something is true or not. And so what do we then do with that with that understanding of those periods? Do we dismiss it? Do we embrace it and say, well, it's probably somewhat true? Or do we just completely embrace it, which of course would seem, by your standard, to be implausible and impossible?
Gullible.
Yeah, well,
So
I mean,
how do we verify that the Battle of Waterloo took
Gullible
place?
can I
Is
get on with
Nonsense.
answering it?
Yes.
Can I get on with answering it?
Wait,
Because
so y'all believe the Earth is flat?
oh
My
Jesus.
goodness.
Hold on, dude. Just relax.
Yeah,
Calm down.
so
Calm down.
it seems to be
I
like,
want to
broadly
hear
speaking,
more talking of logic.
wow. Just wait. Just wait. So it seems to me, Blizko, you've given broadly three, or you could maybe even say four. I would say it's a continuum of infinite perspectives, but on the one hand, you've got people who basically baselessly believe everything, and then on the other end of the spectrum, you've got people who like basically deny everything, and then somewhere in the middle, you've got people who question things, moving towards generally accepting but being a little bit skeptical, right? So you've got this kind of broad spectrum. But I mean, that's going to apply to every group, every individual. The groups are going to have variations within them. So, like, as well, there are, like, even if you take political parties, you'll have like the Conservative Party, and they'll have every single member of parliament will have a different perspective on that question, right? Even though they are a group of ministers, correct? So I understand that you're trying to get to some sort of psychological element that we hold as a group, but I actually don't think you can have an answer to that question. I don't think it's attainable.
Yeah.
So if
And
it's
obviously
not
it's not.
attainable, then why are you working together as a group? Because, and this is what I was trying to understand,
You've not
which
understood what I
is,
said there.
but you've
Understood.
also not, nobody has answered,
Y'all are dumb as fuck.
nobody has responded to my question regarding the legitimacy of
What?
historical sources.
Let's
Nobody
go.
has
What
responded
did
to
you
whether
think
or not
I
the
said
Tudor
was
period
unattainable?
happened.
I can't let you just bolt on not answering the question. What did you think I said was unattainable?
It is implausible that if
Good
there is
answering.
such variation in thought regarding this group of people that any of you are going to be able to work from a modality that could be shared with others in order to discern the truth? Because clearly all of you have such different standards regarding what would make something true. And if that is then the case, I question what the utility is in attempting to convert people to the truth. Because if you're all going to have such different understandings and such different conceptualizations of what would meet that standard of truth, then how on earth are you going to share that with other people?
So what I would say is,
Again, what
if you're
about the
going to make
Tudor
a point,
period? Can somebody say what about the
what I
Tudor
would
period?
say, what I would say
Did it
is,
happen?
if you're going to say something, you don't have to repeat the point in different words 3 times. We got it the first time. So
Okay. Are you
when
going to answer my question about the Tudors?
I'm waiting for you to stop talking so that I can talk in answer to your question. Is
Calm
that okay?
down.
You just need to stop.
You're a very angry man, and this is why women get beaten in their homes. Please stop.
Right, so now I'm a sexist. Of course I am.
What about Tudors? What about the
I'm a
Tudors?
sexist
What about the
because you
Tudors?
can't stop talking. Right. So, in answer to your question, we have a group of people. Every single group has a variation in how they think about all sorts of issues. Your claim that having a singular modality is the only way to achieve some sort of progress as a group is completely false. And then you bloviated based on that falsehood for the next 2 minutes, talking about a load of nonsense that doesn't apply to this conversation. That's why I was getting frustrated.
We will all understand as flat earthers, quote unquote, that we will agree on 3 particular things. The direct measurement of the surface of the earth. Some people like to speculate about what the earth is in its entirety, but we will definitely agree through observation and direct measurement with different technical devices that the earth is observed and measured over distances of water to be level. We will all agree on that thing. Second thing that we will agree on, doesn't matter how we really got to it, but it's questioning the narrative in this point that there is no direct measurement of the rotation of the earth upon its axis. We all agree that the earth is stationary. And we all understand, with regards to my last point, with regards to the space vacuum, that to have gas pressure, you must have physical containment. We will all agree to that point. Now, people like to speculate often these issues about certain other subjects with regards to what the earth is in its entirety. But as flat earthers, we agree to these 3 points. And it's because how we have demonstrated the claims of the earth being a ball rotating on its axis, orbiting around the sun in a vacuum to be false. That is through direct observation, direct measurement, and the understanding that the earth is observed and measured and practically used with regards to navigational tools and engineering. The earth is a stationary topographical plane.
Who told you that information?
I'm talking to this young woman here. So would you like to address the topic of conversation within the room without bringing up the Tudors for the 5th time, which nobody really has any interest in? Politico. Or have you passed out now?
No, I haven't passed out. I'm not going to engage this conversation because I don't want to be disingenuous. Because the reason I brought up the Tudors wasn't because I'm a fanatic about Henry VII. I'm not obsessed with Henry VIII. I simply wanted to try and understand how you can apply, right, this.
Can't measure the Tudors. It's quite simple. I can't measure the Tudors, can I? I can measure the earth, though.
Henry Tudor, but why did he chew her?
Just,
I think it's a totally valid question, though, to ask why you guys are dismissive of institutions.
Because the institutions make a claim to the rotundity of the earth, and when we observe it and measure and practically use it, we understand it hasn't got any curvature.
Yeah, but what
so
he's
they make
getting
a
at-
claim that has been falsified.
What
They've made a
he's-
claim that's been falsified. It's that simple. What don't you get about this?
Well,
Now, if anybody wants to ask an intelligent question like, how have you done that? And can you provide me with the evidence that you've done that? Then we've got all the time in the world for you. But this just seems ridiculous at this point. Not interested in talking about the Tudors or the validity of history. We're demonstrating that they've made a claim, 3 claims. The Earth is a ball that spins in the vacuum of space. 3 physical claims about reality. But we observe and measure and practically use the Earth as a flat, horizontal plane, and it is stationary. We also understand that to achieve gas pressure, you must have a physical container. We understand that entropy does not decrease, it increases, which would mean, being as the Earth is an open system, that the gas that we breathe would have dispersed already, we wouldn't even be here, into the vacuum of space. That is how we understand that the claims that they are making are not true.
So could you tell me what gas pressure is?
Gas pressure, the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
What's force?
The movement of the gas pressed against the walls. What do you mean?
How do you measure that?
There's many ways that you can measure it. Pounds per square inch, for example. You can use barometers, for example.
So what is pounds? Like, what is that
Is the
measuring?
floor open now? Are we spoken to political
Yeah.
or?
We're not gonna just like let this guy sea lion again. If you have a point, go ahead and make it, Zeno. But just infinitely regressing into question after question, pedantic bullshit. Like, forget it.
Yeah, did you know pounds per square inch, therefore the floor is a ball?
That's you said some crazy stuff right there, my man.
All right, Zeno, you've been doing this for a while. Song and dance is not going to work right now. So
yeah. We know that that's where you're going via 10 red herring steps. So
yep.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what you guys invoke, because like if you invoke
bullshit, you're not a good faith actor, and you know it.
You're
not a good faith actor, and you know it.
Mass is again, and then we'll be stuck in the
define
circle
mass.
once more.
Define it.
Yeah, that's what I asked you, Mayhem, and you haven't been able to. I know. I'm trying to ask you that.
You're saying it's something. Define it.
You invoked density, and then you invoked mass.
Ah, so you can't define it. Is that right?
Mayhem, can you please, like, if you can't follow the conversation,
so you can't define
please
it, right?
do not talk. If I can't talk to an idiot and actually understand what mass is, if you can't define
you
it.
was not in conversation.
Sasha, you have nothing interesting to say.
Which definition would you like?
Get the fuck up. It was political and Jedi.
Which definition would you like? I posted like 10 definitions from universities. Fucking Max Born and the fucking like. What do you want? Nobel laureates. Yeah, we've got loads of them.
Which one do you want to use?
Any of them.
Okay, give me.
Doesn't matter, because this is the problem. There are so many different definitions for mass. Which one do you want to use? If we're talking about the physics definition, but it hasn't got any bloody meaning. If we're talking about the amount of substance in a space, that's incorrectly defined. If we want to talk about the resistance to acceleration, then we're going to start talking about why you guys say if mass, then mass attracts mass. Then I can point out that if the resistance to acceleration, then the resistance to acceleration will attract the resistance to acceleration. Which definition do you want to point to? And which fucking magic would you like it to invoke?
That's why you can't define it, Zeno.
Yeah, Mayhem, please. Like, I cannot talk to somebody who doesn't understand how a conversation works.
You don't understand what fucking mass is, dude.
Well, hold on. Speaking of how a conversation works.
A single piece of mass, a single piece of evidence that this mass exists, and then we can continue the conversation. I did not invoke any of these things.
You did this time, dude. Why don't you speak up and tell us what it is, man?
Yeah, exactly.
It's simple.
You guys don't seem to be able to follow conversations.
So simple, dude. Tell us what it is.
And like, I guess there's like a lower prerequisite for being able to follow conversations.
Okay, yeah, you're just waffling now. I'd like you to respond to Jedi or just go on mute because it's not productive otherwise. So one more chance.
To be fair to Zeno, he doesn't like talking to idiots, which is why he has no internal dialogue.
True. I have zero internal dialogue, and that's why I don't talk to you guys either. It takes one to know. So what is mass?
My goodness me.
Give me one definition you want to use, Effie Jedi. Come on.
Which one are you using in the context for the Earth being a globe? Which one are you going to pick?
You invoked gas pressure. What is mass?
It's defined.
What the amount of substance to it within a space, or its resistance to acceleration? If we're talking physics, it hasn't got any meaning unless you want to bring me a fucking equation. But that's not science now, is it?
Okay, so if we don't have a definition for mass, and you say gas pressure, and I ask you, what's gas pressure? Then what are you talking about?
Oh my god.
So your argument appears to be because science
You
can't
haven't been
define.
able to follow this conversation once,
You're
man.
talking
Come
over
on,
me, bro.
please.
You're talking over me, bro.
I need
So
you. I
you're,
need I need
we
Jedi to
need
answer
you
me.
to not talk over me.
No, get out of
Right?
here.
It seems
Throw
to be a
yourself off the
problem
ice
with
wall
both.
that exists
No,
around the
bro,
world
you
because
talking over me
Your
is
man.
not my problem. It's your problem that you need to stop doing. So he seems to be making this problem where he says, well, if my side can't properly define mass, oh, actually, that's your problem now. You hold the baby. No,
Yep.
we're not doing that. We're just observing effects. That's all we're doing. And then because you can't define mass properly, that makes the Earth a ball. That's fucking ridiculous, bro.
It's about the size of it. Let me get him a response to. You gonna respond to?
I mean, you guys haven't been able to like.
How are you
face
gonna
the
respond to
questions
him?
I am right now.
He's just gonna ad hom me. Guarantee it.
No, it's not ad hom if I think you're an idiot, but your argument also sucks.
There it is. See?
Okay, but you have to show why the argument sucks, though.
His argument sucks because it's non sequitur to what I was saying. You guys invoked gas pressure. Then I asked you, what is pressure? Then we went down this diatribe, and you're jumping off the ice wall to save Jedi, but I'm talking to Jedi. What is gas pressure? What is mass? And we got no answer. So if I ask you, what is gas pressure when you invoke it, there's nothing.
He
So
answered
I'm
you,
just
dude.
like interested in this. Like, what exactly are you saying?
He's answered you like 5 times.
I actually defined it for you, and you must have forgotten.
So you haven't been able to
Yeah?
follow the conversation the entire time,
Dude, you
or
just
just like
reset.
now?
No, fuck this, dude.
Because like we keep on respawning at the beginning. Because I keep on asking, what's gas
clearly
pressure? So then
Clearly
we
the
ask,
person who
what
can't follow the
is
conversation
this force? So
is
you want to
the
give
one
me
who
units to it,
is
but then you say
Jedi saved
math
the
is
thing.
not science. So I just don't understand what you guys are saying.
So clearly
Math
the
is
guy
not
who
science.
following the conversation is the one who didn't hear Jedi define the thing that everyone else
Flat
heard.
Earth. If you jump off the ice wall to save Jedi into
Dude,
the
stop
flat
fucking
water,
filibustering.
into the flat
Stop
water that we
filibustering,
all
dude.
understand.
Shut up, dude.
We
Nobody
all
wants to
heard
hear
Jedi
that.
define it, bro. You're the only one who didn't.
Just stop it, Zeno. If you don't have any argument, if you're not going to respond to what Jedi said, that's fine. We don't need to hear the rest of it. Just go to somebody else.
I don't know why these guys are so dishonest, though. It's just weird. It's like, if you really thought the Earth was a ball, then that's cool, but just engage the topic honestly. Surely you'll be able to win on a logical basis. You don't have to straw man and ad hom and ask irrelevant questions all the time, right?
Yeah. Seems to be the case.
You don't have to armchair psychology. You don't have to invoke physics degrees and then pretend that you're qualified to critique the subject, even though you also don't have a physics degree. Like, these people have got such see-through tactics.
You're a retard. That was a jolly good show, if I might say. Thank you.
Oh, blind Mary Poppins.
Oh, cheerio.
Everyone's having a good day.
This is crazy.
Core blimey, governor.
I don't know if she's LARPing
I mean, that
or
is
not.
the posh of poshness right there, but
Might be
Dude,
listen. Yeah, anyway, so her accent was pretty spot on. That's I would say she's probably from like a very rich area of London. Sounded like a London accent.
Wait, I actually want to engage with you guys in good faith.
no, you don't. You haven't
Yeah,
shown that. You
No,
haven't shown that
I
thus
do.
far.
Let me prove myself one more
Go ahead.
time. Okay, so I think what Politico was getting at is that there are things that are unverifiable personally, but 99% of people accept, such as cells, such as atoms.
Pure consensus.
How would you? So you guys don't believe in cells or atoms, or how do you guys
She was
reconcile with that?
Sorrow. So if you're gonna engage in good faith, she was in a fucking category different error. So she wanted to talk about history. We weren't talking about history in the first place.
she was talking about
went off and talked. Right. And how do you know this was true about long ago and that this and that? Right. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about something. Sorrow. I'm
sorry.
We're talking about something that can be verified. in the instance of the scientific method about making a hypothesis test. So if we're going to be doing science and we're going to be examining things, then we can find things out, right? We don't need
Yeah.
to go back into the annals of history and find out if something was correct or not. We can just do a test today and figure it out. So when we start to do things like, let's just say, right, I tell you that a geometric shape, we both agree on what geometric shapes are, right? A sphere, a cube, a pyramid. We understand these things, right? That's pretty defined already. We don't have to like, well, what is a pyramid? Like, we don't need to do that. So because of such things, we can then come to an agreement when we're talking to each other about what things are. So if somebody says you're standing on a sphere right now, currently, then we can find out if we are or not. That's the issue. We don't need to go look through the annals of history if that's correct or not. We can just go and discover it for ourselves. That's the problem we're having. Plus, Politico was using a category error, saying like, well, we can't know if this thing or that thing what happened long ago. That's fine. That stuff, some things we do know, some things are questionable. That we're not disagreeing with that. But the portion of it, what maybe she didn't understand, is that this isn't that. It's not about history. It's about current events. It's about what they're saying right now. So if you see all the children that are going to school, they're learning, they're being told that the earth is a globe without any method to verify such things
Yeah.
empirically. So there's
With
an error in logic. There's an error in how people are understanding physics. There's an error on people what they're understanding with science. So there's a lot of errors. And if people don't see that, because these things are testable, they're not just like, oh, science is wrong, flat Earth is right. We're not saying that. We're saying in every method that people describe what science is, it fails to be what science actually is described as. So that's why we're having this disagreement, or in that aspect a disagreement of like what it is. But in the aspect of like how we can present that to somebody in a demonstration, it fails even on that portion too, because what we're being told doesn't line up with the demonstration to like how it is. Like, number one, what is gravity, right? We start talking about that. How can you define that in a scientific run it through the scientific method of saying I can see a naturally observed phenomena? Like, what can we do? Like, what can you and I do to see if gravity really exists or not?
I think Politico says she wants to be unmuted. I don't know if she left,
She's
but
not
with
in
all
here.
Oh, okay. With all due respect, I think the point that she was making is that there are things that. Come on, can I just?
Did you hear a word he said, dude?
Yeah, and he's talking about flat Earth again.
Hmm.
So you didn't hear what he said.
I'm making a more broad. I'm talking about something more broad about how we know, because it's kind of what her point was, that it's kind of contradictory if your
We got her point, dude.
Your level of evidence for accepting the flat Earth is like so your standards are so small, but when it comes to things like cells or atoms, I assume you guys believe that,
I'm not
but
talking about that.
That's
see,
another.
you guys keep saying the
Yeah,
same stuff. I don't
you're trying
understand.
to lump everything. It's like the baby the bathwater scenario. If you don't believe one thing, how can you believe anything? You can't do it that way.
Well,
Everything has every category that we speak of, whether it's a context of history or whether it's a context of science or if it's a context of math. Everything has its category. We're not going to lump everything up to one thing and say we can know one thing or not know one thing. Like, you can't do it that way. Everything can be parsed out to be individually known or not known, or they got their nuances right on everything. So we can't just lump everything up and say either you know everything or you don't know anything. That just doesn't work that way. And that's what you guys are trying to do. You're trying to say, well, if you don't understand history went this way, then you don't. If you're questioning this one thing, then you'd have to question even what you're saying with science. How do you know what you're saying is true? Like, you can't do that because everything is in its different categories. Do you understand
Yeah,
that much, Sorrow?
yes, but I just don't
Okay.
agree.
I know that because you're just like, listen, man, you and everybody else believe that everything is science. Like, it's all one category. There's no distinction between it. And
No,
so that's
history
what
isn't science.
well, then that's our point, right?
No,
That's our
but
point.
the point is you guys are rejecting institutional knowledge, and if you reject institutional knowledge, then you can't
Are they
accept things that
could they
happened in
be wrong though,
history.
Saro? These guys, can they be wrong? The institutions who tell you whatever about history, could they have gotten it wrong? Yes or no?
Yes, there's a small
That's our point.
percentage that they. Yeah, but
That's our point, Saro. That's our
yeah, but
point.
that Yeah, but that's a weak point because that's
How
not
is it
how.
weak if you agreed with me? You agreed. You just now agreed with me right now. You
Okay,
said it
we could
could be they could have
we
gotten it
could
wrong.
we could be in a simulation. That doesn't mean that it's
Well,
true.
that's not
Just
that's
because
not
there's a small
that's not we're talking
possibility of
about
something.
let's stick with history first of all. And things about
Okay.
history. They could, maybe you speak to the people of the place where some event took place a long time ago, and the people have a better beat on history. They could tell you, no, that didn't really happen the way they say it. It happened this way.
Yeah.
So
So who do
you
you
could
believe?
well, what I'm saying is the things about history are in a different category than other things, like you'd say learning about cells or different things in science, like that's math and all that. It's different categories. You can't say the institutions who are teaching you everything about the things that you're learning are correct on everything. That is fallacious. What to think that way?
I disagree. I don't understand. Like,
Okay, then.
do you have any opinions outside of flat Earth? Any opinions?
It's not about flat Earth, bro. Can you see that the different topics that we talked about, mathematics, science, does that flat Earth? No, I didn't say anything about flat Earth. Has
Okay.
nothing to do with that.
Can I just ask a simple question though? Do you think atoms exist? Yes or no? Like, it's a yes or no. Like, I would just immediately say yes. I don't understand why you
Yeah,
can't do that.
but have you
Okay,
looked into it? Have you looked into it? That's all I gotta say. Have you looked into it?
I learned about atoms in
I
school,
know
and I
that you
could look
learned
up.
about there's topical information. You could probably look something up, but have you investigated, the case for atoms, the model of it, and like whether it exists in the way they say it is? Like, you know what I mean? You have to
Well,
understand what's being said in the rhetoric first before you make it a decision whether or not you can say they exist because I understand this to be true, or they just based on the institution who told me, I believe it just on its face
well,
value. You can actually look into it,
who's
right?
providing you that information though? Where are you getting that information
who's
from?
who's doing the investigation into what they are, or who's doing the tests,
Yes,
right? Like,
exactly.
right where the rubber meets the road, who's actually interacting with the information and doing something with it, like
Yeah, it could
versus
be bad actors.
well, that's neither here nor there. You're gonna have to actually do the investigation part yourself and listen to discussions about it, or just research it, man, and start learning. But
Yeah,
if
but
you
how
don't
do I
ever,
verify anything?
my point is this though: if you don't ever take that step and you just accept on face value what's being said, then you know more better than a zealot. That's it. But if you do start investigating, okay, well, hold on a second. They're saying this and that about Adam. I gotta know more. Why they saying that? Then you start to understand maybe the reasoning behind it, maybe the evidence behind it. You start to build a case, a stronger one versus one that you have right now, which is a blind faith that you have for it. That's what
It's
I'm
not.
saying.
It's not blind faith though,
It
because
is.
we like you're
It's
living in
the
a house right
definition
now.
of blind faith. When you say trust, that's the definition of it, because you're not looking into it. You're just believing what the guy said or the girl, whoever it is.
You're
But
li-
that's what I'm saying. That's my point. You're just believing based on the whatever they said. You
I
don't check it out.
I don't think that's necessarily bad either. I mean, you're living in a house right now. I assume you drive a car, and I don't think you know exactly how those things work.
Okay, but can you investigate it? Can you know more about it?
The only way you can investigate it is by looking at sources that you don't know if are good faith or bad faith.
Not just sources, okay? You can have the interaction that they're having as well. If their interactions are that they're starting to, uh, do things, research, and they're starting to use it as applicable, practical uses. If they're able to integrate themselves with the information, you can get that way. You can do that if you so choose to, right? But if you just say, "I'll take your guy's word by just what you say. I don't have to go any farther than that," then that's your choice. But it becomes blind faith in that information, and but you're faulting people for that, for having that that sense of wanting to research and know more. You're saying, why are you guys doing that? You don't have to. You can just trust the information from the institution, and we're telling you why. If we want to research and find out, what if we found out that they're whatever the information they're giving is not the case, which is in this particular case about the shape of the earth, it falls in line with it not being correct by what they're saying.
Yeah.
And you guys go bananas because you're like, well, how is it possible that you guys are just denying science? No, we're actually invested the case that it is, first of all, not even science, right? Because it's dealing with the shape. So it's a category error. And on top of that, the shape claim that they say that it is doesn't even line up with the rhetoric, what they're saying the size of it is. So we have so many things against the Earth being a globe that it's just not, because it's already proven that it's not. So, but you, on the other hand, we're trying to tell you, guy, look at it, research it. Don't just blindly accept whatever the narrative is telling you. And we're not telling you to just believe us. I mean, do the research yourself. That's why, look, for everyone who's in here right now, if you're listening to me, that's what I am telling you. Don't take anybody's word for it. It's not just like get on the flat earth bandwagon. Do the research and figure it out if the geometric shape of the earth has ever been measured by anyone in history. Who was it? Where has it been done? Or where has it been said that it's been done, right? Like the citation, then find out the demonstration. Find out how they figured it out. And once you learn that they did not do anything to discover, but all they did was do some calculations and make a model, a mathematical model about what the shape of the earth is, then you're going to realize they didn't do anything to do anything practically on the earth to measure it. And then your eyes will start to open. You're like, oh shit, they got it wrong. And that's all we're saying. But you make it sound like it's such the worst thing possible that we're flying in the face of science, bro. I don't understand that. Like, I
No,
really don't.
it's completely fine to do research. It would be like if I started to study biology and I came to the conclusion that cells don't exist. And then I got a whole Discord named Cells Don't Exist. And then I came up with a bunch of weird arguments going against the scientific consensus, arguing that cells don't exist. And I was really good at rhetoric. That's what it feels like.
Well, I know that
That's
what it feels like, Sorrow,
Fucking
but
hell.
when it comes down to it, you're going to build a case. If your case is substantiated and can be actually reviewed by other people, and other people can check out your work and say, wait a minute, he's right. Cells don't exist, because we can verify and falsify his information. Then it becomes empirical that you
Yeah,
actually
but
got
nobody can
something.
do that here, though. Nobody's a
Yes, that's
scientist here.
just listen. We're telling you it can be done, but you, on the other hand, are rejecting just on face value. You're saying no. Listen to the academia. Listen to the institutions. That's what
That's
you're
all we
doing,
have.
Sorrow.
Well, the real question is Israel flat?
Stop. Remember
Yeah,
what you
well,
said,
so
Sorrow? You
what's
just said
what's a
that's all we have.
practical what's a practical thing I
Pretty
can do
much.
to go
That's
Hold on.
experiment and test this null hypothesis? Because
We're gonna tell you.
Aristophanes, of course, you know, like Google Maps, the 6.3 miles to the grocery store is pretty damn exact. And if I go measure the shadow
No,
of a
sir,
like
you're
kind
incorrect.
object,
You're
and then
incorrect. You're
oh,
carrying
okay,
a belief and thinking you're right, and I just like to halt you there. There was somebody that actually wanted to say something before you. I wanted to let you finish, but you're incorrect, sir. Like, just wait. I don't want you
that's
to
not an
jump the
argument.
gun and start.
Make an argument.
We'll talk to you in a second, brother. Just
Yeah, we'll talk to you in a moment. Just
Sorrow.
beasticles.
I want to
Yes.
go over what you just said. You said
Okay.
institutional knowledge. That's all we have.
For a lot of things that are in depth, yes.
Why
have
do you
to
say
be
that that's all we have?
because people in academia have equipment to study things that we don't. I don't think we would be able to look at an atom like the people who are physicists.
But where do you draw the line between your own accountability and responsibility for finding out the truth, and then also putting that responsibility and accountability on someone else to tell you the truth? Where's the line?
I don't really see how this is relevant to what I just said.
Because you said that's all we have.
That's
But
a
we have
different.
way
That's a
more than
different.
just institutional knowledge and just taking
Not when
someone's
it
word
comes.
for it.
Not when it comes to atoms. I mean, how do you figure out that
But
atoms exist?
we're
Let
not
me know.
talking about atoms.
See, you always bring it back to I know a whole bunch about physics and I could debunk, but like, there's no physicist here, so all this is just Discord dipshits
Bro,
talking to each
you're
other.
using
It's a
physics
question.
for the shape of the Earth. Okay, it's a
Yes,
geometric.
you
It's
no,
a
you do
geometric
need to know.
question.
You do need to
Geometric
know.
claim.
Okay, are there any
What?
people who have degrees in this area
You
that
don't
are
need
able
a
to?
degree to measure something. When you go to Payless to fit your shoes on there, you don't need somebody who's a PhD in fitting shoes, Sorrow. You just need somebody who
Yes,
can measure your foot.
that's one of the areas where you could get a measuring stick and you could or ruler, you could go measure
Yeah,
that.
and find
But
out
when
what
it
size your
comes,
foot is, and then
yeah, but
there's no science involved. All you got to do is measure your foot, and they
yeah,
give you a shoe, and you go home. Like,
There you
there's
go.
nothing to it. But you're
but
making it sound like you have to be such a complicated issue. It's
is
not.
is looking at an atom as easy as getting a ruler and measuring your foot?
Now you're using something that's not analogous to it.
How?
So what I'm saying is, what I'm telling you is that the thing we're talking about, right, is a measurement question. not looking at Adam's question. It's measurement, just like the shoe. That's why I'm telling you, you're taking something which is simple and you're blowing that out of proportion, saying that we need a what is there a PhD in the house? Like you don't need one for this.
From what I heard you guys say is that you need to be able to personally verify it, or I won't accept your picture
Okay, so
unless there's someone
no,
watching
no,
you take.
like no. Here's the thing, right? Because the line of sight distance measurements that you could do to verify and or falsify the globe, you can do yourself. You don't need somebody to all you need to do is understand the method, right? You understand the method of what you need to do, and then you start to get the tools which are necessary, which are really simple actually. And there's many different methods you can do, right? Line of sight test is just one. You can do lasers. You can look at specular reflections. There's other different ways that we can talk about how you know the flatness of something, like especially with large bodies of water. And then once we get to a place where you understand the simplicity of it, you go and do the field test, right? You go out into the world somewhere where you know you can get to, and you test it. And if the prediction for the globe Earth is there, where the Sagittarius, the hump of Earth curve that should be in the way, according to the prediction, shows up where it is, voila, you got a globe. If it's not there, according to the prediction, then you don't have what they're claiming is there, which is the Earth being a globe. And if
Yeah.
that's the case, yeah, if that's the case, then it doesn't measure a globe. So
Yeah,
there
but
is no globe if it's not measured as to be one.
uh, yeah, but why would I trust you other than people that devote their
You
lives to this
don't.
field?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't. And I don't want you to. I actually want you to check out. Okay, first of all, do you know that the metrics of the Earth being the size that they say it is are out there for the public? Like you know that, right? The
Uh,
radius that if you don't, if you do or if you don't, you
I'm
can
sure that
go type.
yeah.
You can type
But
on
wait,
Google
why
right
would you
now.
trust that though?
That is the size of the Earth they're claiming that it is. So let's say
Well, why
they're
would you
telling
trust
you
that?
because they're telling everybody that's what it is. That it's not the
So then
size.
why
Okay,
would you
the
trust
radius,
that?
right? The radius claim is tied to a lot of things. It's tied to the distance to the sun. It's tied to how big the Earth is. Like from if you're gonna measure like distances, like to say like you know how much drop over a distance there's gonna be. There's a lot of things that they need orbital mechanics. There's other things that they're talking about that they need for the radius to the value to be what it is. So in order for that to be, it's like a domino effect. If you remove the radius value being what it is, then a lot of other things aren't true. So you have to have that value be what it is to make the mathematical construct be true as to like what they need it for any other application. So that has to be what it is. Like, it's not something you can say, well, I don't think the earth's that size. It's not up to you. It needs to be that size. That's
That's
why.
who.
So right. So being that as it is, then you're going to take these values, the radius, diameter, circumference, and then you're going to go and test the Earth being a globe uh, to see if it doesn't measure up to that. So when you do that, and if we're saying don't take our word for it, but go to see if there is going to be any predicted Earth curvature that obstructs your view over the viewing distance, you're going to. There's much more I didn't fill you in on, but there's things that you can do to verify that the distance that you see across the way is not going to be what the predicted Earth curve is going to tell you it is, which is its predicted value is supposed to be at a specific distance. Specifically, it's not going to be at a. You're never going to know. It's going to be where it's supposed to be because it's a ball. You know, it's a shape. So that shape denotes that wherever you look off into the distance, you're going to see the edge of that sphere, the leading edge, right? So that's all I'm telling you. If the ball you're standing on measures to be a ball, then it's a ball for all intents and purposes. It's just not going to change for anybody. So when you go out tomorrow and you measure it, it's going to be a ball. You go the next day, it's still going to be a ball. But when did it stop being a ball? That's what I'm saying. When we do that line of sight test, we don't measure curvature. Nobody does. Not a single living soul measures curvature. So the answer to that is, well, the earth is too big. Well, you got refraction, and there's a lot of excuses, but there's never the verification of how they know it's a ball. That's the issue that we
Well, the
have here.
verification is the pictures from outer space.
I know, Sorrow. There's a lot of embellishments that are attached to this because you can't just say it's a ball and not have something to show people. So
Yeah, but
if
wouldn't that be
that's
the verification?
No, that's
I know,
another claim,
sorry.
and that requires verification itself. Go ahead, maybe.
It's realistic. You can attach a GoPro to a rocket right now and get
Okay.
pictures
All
of the
right. So
circumference of the Earth.
right. So you got pictures from space. Let's just say, right, for example, you got your pictures from space. Now you bring the pictures back down to the ground and you say, wow, look how curved this water looks from space. Right? Right? Are we on the same page there?
Yeah, the Earth
You're
looks
looking
like a
at these,
globe
you
from outer
look,
space.
yeah, you look, it looks like a globe, right? All right, that's
Yep.
great. Now, let's try to see if we can't measure on the ground the rotundity of the globe, which means, well, it looks pretty damn globish from space. Okay, let's come back down and see if we can measure that. If that is the case, right? Then let's see if we can measure this globe on the surface, because it's not going to change from up there to down here. There's going to be some drop over the distance. Wouldn't you agree? It's a globe after all, right? Guys, I can't have you get lost right here in this point. I really do have to, like, if you following along or not. Did I lose you? Is this thing
You're
on?
saying you could measure it?
Yeah,
Measure
if
the
they're showing
curvature of the
pictures,
Earth?
if they're
Have you done
showing
that?
pictures, I'm telling you, Sorrow and Hung, if they're showing you pictures, or you say you can get some pictures that it is a globe from space, okay then. Now come back down to the ground, just like you would put your foot against a ruler, just an idea. We're not gonna do that with the Earth, but just the idea, right? When you put your foot next to a ruler and you thought your foot was like 13 inches or whatever, you find out it's 8. Oh wow, I was wrong. The same way, we're going to do that with the line of sight test. That we're going to do that with lasers. We're going to do that with whatever, specular reflections. We're going to do it with anything that we can to verify the sphericity of the globe on the surface, right? Because the pictures are one thing, the verification where you're actually going to do measurements is a whole other thing. Because anybody can show you pictures all day long. That doesn't mean anything. That just
what do
means
you-
they have something that, it could be cameras, it could be something, lenses that distort the image. So what you want to do is you want to make sure you're standing on a globe. So you're going to measure a drop over the distance from the point of origin to the target distance, right, where the observation's being made, to a specific target distance. So you're going to say, let's take a sample set, right? Let's take a small sample set of the Earth. We're going to find out now if the Earth is curving like the way the images show or not. And so that's all it is. It's not like this really 10-step process, or we got to do. No, it's real easy. Let's try to figure out some elevation height that we're on. Let's where we're making our observation. Be it 6 foot, 1 foot, whatever it is, and then we're gonna look across the way. We're gonna try to figure out where the horizon is, where the sky meets the Earth, and we're gonna see if we can have any distance markers in between. Distance markers in between our observation are important because it gives us known distances. So we're going to say, okay, we have a predicted value of the Earth curvature, right? The Earth curvature should be X amount of miles or whatever away from my location where I'm at. So the predicted Earth curve should be right here. Now I'm gonna use a known distance marker, like either an oil rig, a peninsula, something that's a building on the coastline of a beach. I'm going to use something as a distance marker, and off to the far distance, I'm going to use the target as a horizon. So if you have obstruction like Earth curvature getting in the way of your viewing distance, then it follows the prediction that the Earth is a globe. It's going to be a globe. There's nothing to fear. But if it does not, that means that the Earth's curvature, as predicted, is not what they've told you. So you do not have a globe.
Okay.
It's just that simple.
This has been an episode in the Discovery Channel where they took laser beams and a person on the other side, and they set the laser beam 3 feet off the water, and the other person put a sign 3 foot off the water, and it missed. Instead, they accounted for the drop of the Earth, and they readjusted, and it hit dead bullseye. Is this just some conspiracy? Not just some conspiracy, but a conspiracy that all the world's governments with different
Stop.
religions
What was the
can't
distance?
get to agree.
Stop. What was the distance?
Provided.
I looked up the Discovery Channel episode. Do you want me to find it?
Okay, that's a channel, not a show. Do you know what show it was?
No, I don't. I could
Okay,
find
that's fine. I'll look. I want to see it. I want to find it. Yeah.
There's also been the Bedford level experiment. If you
Yep.
guys would like me to explain that.
No, we don't. We know all about it. But here's one thing I gotta tell. I gotta tell Hung.
Shows no curvature as well. That shows
Yeah,
no
there's no.
character.
Listen, Hung. You have to understand that if they're showing you something, did they give you any data points? Did they give you elevation height? Did they give you target distance? Did they give you the amount of curvature you should see, the predicted value? Did you work out the curvature math? You did none of that. You just saw something that gave your bias confirmation. That's all you saw.
Okay, but
And thus,
That's all you're doing.
Hear me out.
You
Hear me
haven't
out.
presented any of that.
Hear me out. What all I'm
Hey
suggesting is
Dante,
that
weren't you looking for that
tangible.
Discovery
That's a
Channel
tangible, cheap
movie?
I am.
experiment
Yeah,
that
I can
we could
multitask.
run in our
hold on, I don't
backyards
think Hung
today,
can hear you
and
guys.
that can nullify this
He's
hypothesis.
all right.
I'm asking for one that's an original idea of your own.
I just told you. I just told you it was a line of sight test anyone can do. Anybody
Is
can
that
do
not
it.
what I described?
No,
close
you
to it?
didn't. No, you didn't, because I asked you for the data points. What method did they use? Did you know the target distance? Did you know where the elevation height was? Did you know all of the things that you need to know when you're going to do this test? Like how far away that the object was they were using? Were they using the horizon as their target distance? Because according to what they're saying, that the Earth's horizon is the leading edge of the sphere where things get obstructed. So that has to be something that's in the line of sight test, the horizon. It can't just be just something that they're showing you. Oh, look, we see something disappear. There is a curve. It's not that. It doesn't work that way. You have to get the data behind
I
it.
found it. I found the episode.
Did
that
you hear what
saw.
I said?
It's in
Huh?
the chat.
Did you hear what I
heard you.
said?
But it's just excuse after excuse. You're moving the
Excuse
goalposts.
after excuse.
Listen for a second.
No, I'm not, because I've already
listen,
seen that,
listen,
Hung.
I'm
I've
not
already
here
seen
trying
that.
to disprove your
Yes,
theory.
you are. You're
All
not
I'm
listening
asking is for an
intentionally.
example
I
of an
just told
experiment
you
that I
one.
myself could run in my backyard.
Fuck, dude, didn't I just tell you? You can't do it. Listen, bro. You can't do this on your backyard. What you need to understand is that they're talking about the
you know what I mean.
horizon. They're talking about the horizon being the Earth curvature. That's where the leading edge of the sphere is, in the horizon. That's where the Earth's curvature is. So if you don't get that target distance being the horizon, you're not doing it correctly. It's not going to do you any good to do a backyard test if you don't have the horizon in view. Dude, what don't you get about that? Do you understand?
Okay, time out for a second.
One
No,
sec,
I don't.
sorry.
Just 2
Sorry,
seconds
stop,
here.
mate.
If
He
I
just
have a
posted-
bubble level,
Shut up for
and
a
you
second.
have a bubble level,
I just
and
want to
you're
tell
we're
everyone
opposite
what you
ends of the
posted.
lake,
Hey,
3 foot
dude,
off the water,
shush.
it should line up,
Shush.
right?
Go ahead.
He just posted the Netflix hit piece with Jeranism.
I'm disappointed in you, Hung, to be honest, man. You didn't listen to anything I said, and first of all, you don't understand. So I'm telling you what you need. You need the
I
horizon.
just asked you a very clear and concise question. Why
What
are
did
you
I say?
dodging it?
What did I say?
You're
Did you
telling
listen
me
to
I
anything?
have to take into account the target distance, and I'm asking you
What is it?
why.
What
You've
is the
totally
distance?
lost me as to why this is important.
Okay.
Because
Once
simply
again.
we could
Once
take
again.
a
Stop.
bubble
Stop.
level.
I need to stop you. I need to stop you. You need to stop, Hung, when I'm telling you to stop. All right. So what you need in the target distance is the horizon. Now say it with me, Hung. The horizon. The horizon. Do you now
Why?
get it? This isn't a backyard experiment. You're not going to go to
You're
your backyard
sounding.
and do this.
Why? Why do we need to take into account the fucking horizon?
This
Hey,
the
Hung,
fucking leading edge
one
of the
sec.
sphere, dumbass. The leading
No,
edge
it's
of the
It's a
sphere.
simple ask.
Hey,
We're at
10
two
seconds.
opposite ends of
Hey,
the lake.
Hung, I just posted a laser observation with all the details in the PDF.
Thank
of,
you, Timbo.
20,
But
20, 20,
I'll
25
the
miles
video
with
with
no
it.
curvature.
All right, do you
You
understand?
have
look
to
at that.
acknowledge. Hold on, Mayhem, just real quick, dude. Like, this is really simple. You have to acknowledge that if, in fact, the world was a sphere, that it would be.
Sorry, but you're not going to overtalk me and explain what I was telling him. So, do you understand what I was saying, Hung?
I don't understand the why it's important. Why
Okay,
is
so
the
now
horizon
let's take it
in
slow. Let's
relation
take
to
it
the
slow. Why
target
don't we?
distance?
Let's take it slow. All right, all right. You don't understand. So when you're looking off into the distance, the horizon is said to be the leading edge of the sphere where things are being cut off and they're being obstructed by the earth. So when a boat, let's say, goes off into the distance, it's going to be cut off from the bottom up. And when that happens, that means that it's gone past the horizon. The limitation of your view becomes where the earth's curvature begins. Do you understand that point?
Yeah. Are we talking
Okay,
about
that? Yeah, that's
go
what
on.
I mean. So the earth curvature, which is in question right now, is exactly right at that location, which is at the horizon. So that's the only.
If we measure something smaller than that distance, there is no curvature?
No, it's not that. It's the sample set needs to be at least long enough to get a good reading to the obstruction. So the obstruction would be the Earth curvature that gets in the way. So it needs to be something where it's factored in. Let's say where you see a boat disappearing from the bottom up, right? Then we're gonna say that is due, according to the globe, because of Earth curvature. Do you understand?
Yes, but if I
Okay.
don't, what I don't understand is the scale issue that you have. What if I
No,
just was 100 feet away from each other on opposite ends of the lake, and we did my bubble 3 foot off the lake surface, bubble level laser test, and then we did 200 feet, and then we did a mile, and then we did 30 miles. If
Yeah,
I did
yeah.
that
Look,
experiment,
no,
I
no, I don't.
imagine
I don't
100
disagree.
feet,
I don't
we'd be
disagree
pretty
with
dead
that.
on
I don't
exact.
disagree
But
with that. What you just said, how you outlined that, I don't disagree with that. But it needs to be where you're starting to get the understanding that when you're looking off into the distance, you're actually having the horizon in view, right? So, you need to get somewhere where there's like enough room for you to do that. That
no,
you
no,
start.
I'm talking about a lake. We're looking
Me
across
too.
a
Cool,
lake.
So
man.
am I.
The
So am I.
horizon has
So
nothing to do with this.
I'm going to explain this in 2 minutes. All right. There was a laser test done 25 miles. The laser was 2.6 meters off the water's surface. It was a lake, Lake Itzel in Holland. And on the other side of the lake, 25 miles away, done with a laser leveling system and a collimator to make the laser, when it cones out, to go back in. So it's almost perfect, right? At the other end of the lake, the reading on the measuring tape was 1.5 meters above the lake surface. Now, there should have been a 45-meter hump in the middle, which would have given a 90-meter drop over distance. So the laser should have been 90 meters in the air, but it was at 1.5 meters. So it's already been done. You don't need to talk about these laser tests. Oh, this is the way we can do it, because we've already done it and not detected any curvature. I posted the data, and
Right.
Bias,
I
please
just
post
did
the
a
video.
search
I haven't
on
finished,
your
man.
link, and there's like the top Google results. If you reverse it on Google, it's all about how this is fake news.
Yeah. That's
Okay,
why I didn't.
watch
That's
the
why I didn't say
video.
that.
Okay, watch the video and then look at the data. It's not fake news, mate.
He's
And
hand wave
maybe
dismissing it.
that's why
He's
I'm
hand
not
wave.
being compelled.
Nah, he's hand
Can you
wave
get me
dismissing
over
it.
the hump of like
Yeah.
everyone being
That's why I
in this
didn't.
conspiracy with you?
That's why I didn't say anything about the laser test, because he's still okay. So here we go. We're gonna start digging into what you know about the globe, if you don't mind, Hung. Because that's a good
No,
place to start.
I don't
That's a good
want to
place to
deep
start.
dive because I think we get lost in the
Not in the
weeds.
topic. Not
And
in the
instead of
topic.
this big picture,
Dude,
which this is such
relax, brother. Not in the topic. I'm telling you. Just relax. Into what just your base knowledge. That's it. Simple.
I don't
We're not
want
gonna
to.
do anything. Just relax, bro. Jesus. All right. So the first question is, it should be easy, right? Everybody should know this. Is it like who measured the curvature of the Earth
The
anytime in
sophistry.
it, bro? If you're gonna start divining my thoughts before I start, you're just gonna sit on a red mute and leave. That's it. If you don't want to interact, if you don't want no interaction, do you want to have an interaction? Yes or no, Hung? I should say that. Yes or no?
A good faith interaction,
Yeah.
absolutely. Do I want to
Okay
hear
then.
you
All right.
monologue over a subject that's not relevant to my argument?
All right.
No.
You're just being an asshole right now. You know that, right? You know that,
Trying
right?
to
I had
keep
to
us on
call you out
track.
on it because you didn't have to say that. You're just being an asshole right now. You don't have to do that. You could just be somebody who has a conversation, and that's it. Do you want to have one or not?
I already answered.
Yes or no? Well, mum's the word in, huh? Fuck it. It's up to you, dude. Listen, we don't owe you guys anything. We're doing this because we know that the information out there is incorrect. You guys don't have to act like total assholes when you're in here. You don't have to do that. There's no need for it. Either you want to have the conversation or not. It's just that simple.
It sounds like he doesn't even understand that there should be a hump of Earth curve.
Yeah, I was just going to get involved with him to what he knows, but he doesn't want, he says, I don't want you to monologue. Like, who the fuck is he? Why does he get to dictate and all? Like, what's this all about? He doesn't. If he doesn't want to be here, there's the fucking door. I mean, honestly, nobody's here is like clamoring for you to be here. You can leave if you want. This is for people who want to know. If they don't want to know, if they don't want to actually have the discussion, it's up to you. You can leave. I was willing to talk to you about it, but you want to act like that's fine with me. We can go to somebody else.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Go ahead, Jedi.
No, it's fine, buddy. Just listening to that, and mate, if he's going to be bringing up what documentaries on TV where lasers have missed fucking boats, then shit, laser sight fucking infrared targeting systems used by the military are fucking rendered useless by this man in that documentary. He doesn't understand what he's talking about, and he definitely didn't want to listen to you and didn't want to listen to Timbo.
Well, it's even worse because they swapped the laser for a torch because the laser burnt out. So it's fucking stupid.
Well, he just hand wave dismissed the laser test right away. He didn't even waste time. He just did a couple of keystrokes and saw the anti-flat Earth propaganda, and right immediately was his answer to that. And he didn't even look at the laser test. Did he do due diligence and look into it? No. He just looked at something that countered it, and that was good enough for him. And if it were that easy for him to think about the globe, he wouldn't be a globalist.
Oh, I did a reverse Google search and it says it's bunk.
Yep, see? That's what I mean.
It's a globe. I saw it on TV.
Yeah, I know I said that. Owlishness. Due diligence.
It's weird, yeah. Like you give them some information that some engineers did, you know, like they document everything they do and how they did it and how they account for things and everything like that. And then he just goes, "No, I reverse Google searched it. It doesn't mean anything." Look at the actual information instead of looking at Google.
Yep. What's your problem with the measurements by the field engineers, Hung? You're happy to accept the Discovery Channel. How about the field engineers?
Who were the field engineers that you're referencing?
Timbo posted them for you. I think he probably tagged you too. Guess you're just not really paying attention.
Sorry, I was muted. Not for being disruptive, but
really,
for being misunderstood.
He posted
You guys,
it in the chat.
you guys keep framing my argument.
Being muted is irrelevant. He posted it in the text chat. And did you tag him?
I typically don't hang out in the voice chat, but let me pull it up.
I'll post it again for you.
I mean, you were interested in this kind of thing when you came in here. It was your whole argument. Well, we do have laser tests.
Okay,
Very
no. Listen, that's great that we have laser tests. These laser tests, that contradict what I was saying. I did not know existed. My point was only to ask: is there something like this laser test that I could go do in my backyard and kind of give the null hypothesis to your hypothesis? Something easy to recreate, for cheap. That we're talking lasers, and Google Maps, fit 20 miles away.
Well, what Miggy was talking about is another sort of thing like that you can do, which is a line of sight test. So not involving lasers. You just want to see if you can see a distant landmark that can be obstructed, or that should be obstructed if there is a curvature bulge there, or a geometric horizon where that should be if the Earth is in fact curving.
There's a good simple one you can do as well. Like if you live near some water somewhere, go to the edge of the water, then even like a beach or a bay, and then look down the beach. Maybe look at a pier or something like that, or a lighthouse that's a fair distance away. See if you can see the water at the base of it. Water's supposed to be curving, so If it's not, there should be a hump in the way.
Is this not explained by when we look at the moon in the sky, and if it's directly overhead, it's relatively small, but if it's on the horizon, the moon is relatively large? It's
What are you
not that the
talking
moon
about?
is closer, has become closer to the Earth, but instead there's
You just
lensing
skipped
effect
on to another
with the
subject.
density of atmosphere. Is that not the same thing that I'm seeing when, I guess, is that what you're kind of referring to when you're talking about how I could see the base of a a lighthouse or something like that?
What's that got to do with the moon, mate?
The moon lenses in our atmosphere in the same way that, when I look long distances, a boat might lens in the atmosphere.
Okay, so where's your horizon then?
90 degrees.
Your horizon is 90 degrees. Do you mean 0?
Yeah, I imagine like level looking straight out.
Cool. Point your fucking camera out that way and see how far you can see.
Well, I can see pretty damn far, can't I?
Go to
Awesome.
Wikipedia.
Well, you shouldn't be able to.
If you go to Wikipedia and you read up horizon, the definition of horizon, and then think about it logically, go out and use your camera, and you'll come to a conclusion yourself, probably.
What, are you alluding to the fact that a camera's horizon is a straight line, and that might line up to my horizon in my photo?
Why are you making it so difficult, man? Point your
Because
camera.
he's a pretended clown. That's what he is. That's why you gotta
Sounds
call
like
him
not
what he
an
is, dude.
argument.
He's a fucking
That's not
pretender
an
clown.
argument.
It's
He
easier.
doesn't.
Right, so
He doesn't
if
want to
you
listen. He's plugging his ears like a petulant child and saying, "No, no, I'm not gonna." Then
You're the
why the
one
fuck
name
is he in
calling.
here?
I think
Why
he
the fuck are you
zeros,
here,
guys.
dude? If you don't care, if you do not care, if you're resisting every
I'm
single thing that
asking.
gets told
I'm
you,
asking for
you're
you
not
guys to bolster
asking.
your
You're just
arguments.
trying to
I'm not
defend
putting
every
anyone
point.
down.
You're trying to defend every point, and you don't listen to anything. You don't let nothing sink in. The moment he gave you the FE core laser test, you dismissed it right offhand. Oh, look, there's some shit that debunks it. Oh, I'm not gonna look at that now. You're fucked up that way. If you wanna have that attitude,
No,
just go
I
fuck off.
absolutely accounted for that. You didn't
Bullshit,
hear
dude.
me.
You didn't
You didn't
account for
hear me
shit.
when I said.
Dude,
You didn't
you're a
hear me
fucking
when I
liar,
said.
dude. You're a
You didn't
fucking
hear me
liar,
when I
dude. You're a
said that
liar.
that's exactly what I was looking for.
No.
Was I didn't realize
Bullshit.
that there was somebody doing a laser test saying that the exact contrary to what I was positing. But that's great. I'm asking for a unique idea of your own that I can go do an experiment in my backyard and measure.
You can't
what-
do it
what-
in your
what-
fucking backyard,
I'm
dude.
rehashing. I'm not asking for an answer right now. I'm rehashing and showing that
Oh
I'm
my
being
god, dude. How many times? And
honest
I
here.
told you you can't do it in your backyard, and you're still saying that you can do it in your backyard. You
That's
can't do it in your backyard.
Philosophically, my backyard, the town lake,
okay, then
like something like
I've got another
realistic. I
question
don't have
for
the
you then.
funding of
Hey,
NASA.
dude. Hey, have you got one that you can do that you can show us that proves the globe in your backyard?
but he didn't
Well,
want to listen.
when I talk about like the shadow test with two like-sized
You
objects,
can do this in your
distance
backyard?
apart. I can
You
certainly
doing
do
this
this with my buddy who lives in a town across, and we can text each other or call each other on the phone and say, "Okay, it's the exact same time. Measure
Yeah, he knows
the
globe Earth
distance.
propaganda. This
The
is
sun is
anti-flat
directly
Earth
over the
bullshit.
top of my
I
Okay.
recognize it. This is
Stop.
What are
anti-flat Earth
you
bullshit.
measuring?
You
What
guys
are you
are the one
measuring
who.
then? Dude, what are you measuring?
Okay, do you want me to explain the rest to you?
No,
No,
fuck that.
I
No way.
understand it. I'm asking you what you're measuring.
The circumference of the Earth.
No, you're not. You're
See?
measuring shadows, man. So
You
your
said the smoke-
experiment is that shadows are longer in different areas.
Wow.
He's all anti-flat Earth propaganda. He's filled with it right now, and he's happy to bring it here, acting like he's got some kind of way to
Stop being so
dispute. He doesn't know
sensitive.
anything. This guy. Oh, he
How
doesn't
many-
want to listen. He doesn't want to like do anything. He's not ready to listen. He's arrogant. This one.
He really is, isn't he?
I
Kind of
was gonna
hard
go
to
through.
live.
I told him I was gonna go through with the 3 points so that he could figure out if he knows or not any information of the globe. He didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do it. He's like, nope, nope. So why are you here then? If you're in bad faith right now, why? I'm asking you a question. Answer. See, look at it. That's it. Stonewalling. That's all he's gonna do until somebody else goes, okay, let me talk to you, Hunk. I can get no, fuck that, dude. If you don't like it, just leave. It's that simple. You're not here in good faith, dude. There's no way. If you were, you would at least say, okay, just let me hear you out. Go ahead. What you got? Yes? Fucking hell, bro. He's gonna respawn as soon as somebody's all right, Hunk. Check this out, man. We got another way to fuck that, dude. Seriously, we can move on to somebody else because we're not gonna get anywhere with that guy. All right, who else we got in here? Does anybody else have any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? That's a question. See, Tristan's off of mute. I can't stand these types, bro. They act like they want to come here to listen, and they're argumentative for everything. And then they got freaking anti-flat Earth propaganda talking points.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all it is.
That's all you've got. That's all anyone has got when they come with this. It's all I saw a video on YouTube and fucking some slander thing with regards to journalism. Some wrestler and a couple of bimbos shot a laser and it hit the top of a boat when it should have hit the fucking bottom of a boat. Yeah, well done. Your educational value and your cognitive thought and your critical thought is fucking useless.
Wait, who sounds like me? Who is it that sounds like Zeros?
What?
Yeah, my favorite documentary is where that boat goes over the lake and it refracts a bit and there's a freaking tree and island behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, the stripes are disappearing. Yeah, and then the horizon's
that
behind
one.
it.
The horizon's behind them.
What's the point of having an infrared? What's the point of having an infrared camera on a fucking periscope on a submarine? You would have a limitation at 14 foot above the surface of the Earth. What's the fucking point? You're only going to see about 6 miles. The thing is, with these periscopes, you can see up to a distance of about 30 miles from an elevation of about 15 foot above the surface of the water with an infrared camera. They use these things so they can see at night as well.
It's locally flat, Jedi. Come on, mate.
Locally flat.
The other day.
Locally flat for everyone.
How many local flat sections make a ball?
Infinity.
All of them.
How many datums are
Haven't
there?
you seen it? Disco ball before Heretic.
Guess they got to redact their fuckwit NASA pics and give us some disco ball Earth instead.
That'd be cool.
Disco Ball Earth is the worst thing I've ever heard.
Well, it's apparently what you live on, my friend, because there's lots of flat sections on this ball.
I thought you'd be into that Alishness.
Why is that?
I can hear this guy
typing fingers.
Yeah, I
You,
type.
you, you strike. You strike me as like an ABBA fan or something like that. You an
No.
ABBA fan?
No, not really.
Sure. Pretty much saying to QE, take a chance on me. Da-na-na-na.
Oh my god.
How could you get that song so wrong?
ABBA has one good song.
What?
I think.
What? Sorry.
Maybe Venus.
Well, the
Is that
start of the
one?
song.
I know, dude.
The start of the song goes, "If you change your mind."
I'm
Oh,
the
yeah,
first
that's right.
in line you
Well,
see to
no, I'm
get
thinking of a
on.
different band. Sorry. No, I was thinking of Banana.
You're not thinking of a different band, you liar.
Yeah, no, I can't think of a good song by ABBA, actually, no.
Dancing Queen
Neither
is
can
literally
I.
the only song that anybody knows.
Yeah, I can't
I
think of a
thought
good song.
Owlishness was gonna.
Waterloo.
I thought she was gonna pick. Gimme a man.
How would one explain
And
this
after
Reddit video?
midnight.
Okay.
If
Yeah, I
I'm on
can't.
the beach with a camera pointing at the sunset, and the sun sets beyond the horizon, and then I take off from my drone, pointed in the same direction, and then I see a second sunset, wouldn't that prove that
What?
the Earth is round?
That makes
No,
it
Does
it's
it
just
horrible.
prove
you
has
change your
some
elevation
curve?
angle. It's like climbing a fucking tree and being able to see further down the road. Doesn't mean that your road is curved. You just increase your angle above it. So don't be surprised when you can see further. Oh, I need to get up higher to see further. Go climb that tree. Go upstairs. Go to
You
the
don't
sixth floor of
necessarily
a tower
need
block.
to. Sorry, I didn't interrupt.
That's
You
fine.
don't necessarily need to climb higher to see further.
Yeah,
Right?
but we
It's
can
not
do, right?
necessary for our eyes
Yeah,
to
but that's
process further
a
by
straw
climbing
man of
higher.
the position. That's a straw man of the position. He didn't say that you necessarily have to do that, but it
Flat,
is a.
flat Earth,
Why are you talking? Why are you talking to me, bro?
flat Earthlish.
Like, there's lots of things you can do to see further. Am I roboting?
No.
Okay. There's lots of things
No,
you
and
can
that
do to
makes
see
sense.
further, but what he's saying is when you go higher, you change your angle of view and therefore see further. There's other things you can do to see further, right? But that's one of them.
Okay, but if you're at one end of the lake and we're I don't know a good distance here, but 3 miles, I could see you at the opposite edge, and if I got taller, I wouldn't see you any better necessarily. It would just be at a different angle. But the fact that the sun dips below the horizon, I no longer see it. And then gaining angle on that sun gives me access to see it again, tells you that there's curvature at play.
Do you not understand? Sorry, can I just quickly? You don't understand the argument you made there is complete non sequitur because you said if I can see someone at say 6 feet, then I'm 9 feet tall and I can still see them. Well, what do you expect would happen? You go to 9 feet and you can't see them.
Yeah, I really clearly said I'm not sure the proper distance to use here, and I think I used 2 miles or something to that effect.
It doesn't
Maybe
matter
if we
though.
say
Like,
yes, it
it's the
does.
logic at play. No, it's the logic at play. Like, because Jedi's point was that when you go higher, you change your angle of view and you can see more. But then you opened up by saying, if I can see someone at 6 feet, then I go to 9 feet. Well, yeah, you're still going to see them. So why did you even mention that?
I didn't say 6 to 9 feet.
No, I'm just bringing up numbers because you weren't specific on numbers, right?
I thought I was.
Really?
No, you weren't.
Okay. Well, if I were, the numbers would be much larger than 6 to 9 feet, if we're being fair. I'm
It doesn't
talking
matter.
about this very
matter.
specific example that I linked in chat. Help me understand. What? Two cameras.
It's a problem.
Two sunsets.
It's a problem. You're making a claim to the physical obstruction of the sun because of the Earth, right? I can't see the bottom of that sun. It's ascended beyond the curvature of the Earth, right?
The sun has completely disappeared.
Yeah, but we're talking about sunset. So within your example, you're trying to tell us that we can't see the sun because the Earth is in the way.
It is dipped below my
Well,
view.
it dipped below your view. Yeah, whatever. But we can't see that sun because the Earth curves in the way, according to you, right?
Sure.
Awesome stuff. So that would mean for a 6-foot observer, the physical geometric horizon would be at 2.9 miles away. Keep the number simple, 3 miles, right?
Can you repeat what's that number describing?
So if you are 6 foot above the surface of water, then the physical geometric horizon would be 3 miles away, right?
Okay, I'm not sure, but sure, I'll take your word for it.
Well, let me point this out to you because it's the maths that gets brought up quite a lot in this server, and you can probably understand why. Now, if we're on a ball of a set radius, then you will understand that every horizon distance will be a calculable distance away. The radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles, and the calculation you would use is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 1 foot observer, the physical geometric horizon would be at 1.2 miles away. The maths is kept simple because we all know the square root of 1, right? Square root of 1 is 1, you times distance of 1.225 and you get 1.225. Use that same mathematical equation and you figure out for a 6 foot observer, the physical geometric horizon will be at 3 miles away, right? Now I'm going to post you an image in the live stream of 2 oil rigs. Let me know when you can see it. Because my internet is slow. But what I'm going to demonstrate about physical obstruction of the bottom of the sun is rendered useless just by this one observation. Because every horizon distance must be at that mathematical limit if it is physical Earth curve. Can you see the picture with 2 oil rigs in it?
I see.
Awesome stuff. Now this is a still shot taken from a video. We can provide you with a video if you wish. The observation, the height is 1 foot above the surface of the Earth, where the physical geometric horizon must be at 1.2 miles away. The oil rigs are only in this image because they're at known distances from the observer in Santa Monica, California. One on the right-hand side is at 6.2 miles, and the one on the left-hand side is at 9.4 miles.
Santa Barbara.
Can you tell me in relation to these 2 oil rigs, thank you, mate. Can you tell me in relation to these 2 oil rigs where the horizon appears to be? Is the horizon in front of the oil rigs? Is it between the two?
My ass, Daddy.
It looks to be behind.
It does. Awesome stuff, my friend. So we can safely say it appears to be about 10 miles away, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome stuff. See, this is what I'm trying to demonstrate to you because your claim is I can't see the sun because the physical Earth curve is in the way. What I'm demonstrating to you here is there is no geometric physical Earth curve. The horizon is just the limitation of your view. The limitation of your view because it was going to be going through atmosphere, depending on those atmospheric conditions of the day and the technology that you use, your eyes, binoculars,
Don't drop the
telescope,
soap.
high-powered zoom. Well, brilliant, well done you. Thanks. That horizon is going to appear optically in different locations. Like I said, this is a still shot taken from a video. We can provide you with the video. The first instance, you can't see the bloody oil rigs at all before he zooms in. You just see a horizon. And when he zooms in, you start to see the oil rigs and the horizon keeps extending beyond those 2 oil rigs, demonstrating that it is not physical Earth curve that is obstructing your ability to see the sun at any instance. The sun is just going away from you, and because of the laws of perspective, it appears to go down, although its altitude hasn't changed, as akin to street lights. When you look down a street, for example, those lights appear to converge down to a center point known as your horizon. The road also seems to ramp up towards that center point of your horizon. This is literally all that you see, or the definition of the horizon. The horizon is as far as you can see. It is not the physical geometric curve of the Earth, or if it would be, then the horizon would appear at 1.2 to this observer standing at 1 foot above the surface of the water.
So
Do
if
you
I
understand that?
understood you, the one part that I held on to was, when this guy had his camera out, all he saw was the horizon until he started zooming in, and then these platforms appeared. Is that what you said? So if I
Yeah,
had
pretty much.
a magnet, not a telescope, but some magnifying glasses on a sailboat, and I was looking out to sea and I was looking for land. When I look with my eyes, you're saying I'm not ever going to be able to see the land that's beyond the horizon until looking through these glasses or these, magnifying.
This is why we use binoculars, right, or telescopes to see further. Obviously, your eyes have a limit to their ability to see into the distance.
It helps see further, but when you described the guy with the video, it seemed like, we saw the horizon, and then he started zooming in, and these came up from, beneath the horizon. That
No, came into view, the horizon was in front of the oil rigs when just looking through the camera without extending its ability to zoom. And when he zoomed in, the horizon moved past the oil rigs. The oil rigs became bigger, obviously, apparently, but the horizon was behind the oil rigs. The whole point to this is
I
if
find
this
it
was a
interesting that the
curved
horizon
surface,
moves.
its point is, if you're claiming physical obstruction, it should have been at 1.2 miles away.
Because
Only
their
1.2
height,
miles.
in my perspective.
Say that again.
And that's because of my height, and I'm sorry, their height and my perspective. They should disappear after a mile. Point two.
Yeah, for the 1 foot observer height, the geometric horizon should be at 1.2 miles away. You know, the top of the Sagittarius and then after that geometric curve of the Earth, that Earth would curve down and away.
And
right?
in this video that you said that you have, where this guy is just 1 foot off of the water.
Yep. Puts his camera down on the tripod. The water is lapping up against the feet of the tripod. See, the thing is, we can say, hey, look, 6 foot above the surface of the water. Okay, so 3 miles away to the geometric horizon, but the horizon still appears at 10 miles away. It's not a problem. But this video is from 1 foot above the surface of the water.
There's another photo of this in the chat. How do you explain that? Why would there be a difference? Would that just be explained away by the lens of the camera?
Told you,
Two
man.
photos,
He's
same
got
oil
he's got he's got them globe earth talking points, some anti-flat earth talking points.
I mean, that's
That's all he's
fine.
got.
I mean, look, if all you're going to do is demonstrate to me my point that the horizon moves around depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day, then that's fine. You're just pointing it out more that the horizon is never in its geometric fixed location. It moves.
Visually it moves, right? I'm just kind of talking out of my ass here, but previously I mentioned that there's a lensing effect. You know, when the moon's directly overhead, it's small. When the moon's directly on the horizon, it's large. In the same sense, you know, would that explain away why we could see more of this platform? Maybe when
It's not regards to more of the platform. It's with regards to the horizon, the thing that should be causing physical obstruction. Now, when have you ever known the back of a hill to be projected flat and backwards? This is what this would be. If the Earth was a curved surface, there would be a hill between you and any point beyond that, right? At a distance of, say, 10 miles, there would be a hill of water between you. But when have you ever seen the backside of a hill projected level and backwards? You don't see that, right? But if the Earth was curved, then it would be at 1.2 miles away if it was to be physical obstruction. You know, with regards to your sunset, for example.
By the way, the moon is the same size at the horizon as it is when it's directly overhead. It's just an illusion that it looks bigger at the horizon.
Yeah, yeah. God's going to deal with you.
No, that's true. It's just a simple observation.
That is true. He's gonna have his day in court.
Do you think the moon is projected onto a dome?
Maybe. Don't know.
Okay.
It doesn't look like it, so probably not.
Shut up, Matthew.
I don't know.
I'm gonna
That somebody said that, so I wasn't sure if that was a consensus.
I'm going to ask Matthew this, being as he's decided to pipe up and use his microphone. Are laws of nature under the realms of the scientific method, Matthew?
Not according to your definition of scientific method, no.
My definition? No, it's not my definition.
Yeah, that only admits experimental science, right?
Yeah.
Last time I checked.
So, let me deal with this. Are laws of nature known to have cause, Matthew? Can you give me the cause of entropy, for example?
I would say it's more of a description than a cause.
Awesome
I'm
stuff.
not
So
sure. I'm
when
not
I
sure where you're
said
getting at.
when I said the other day that laws of nature are outside of the realms of science, you decided to pipe up in the text stream, quote what I fucking said in some kind of ridicule. I will hold you to this. Laws of nature, you know, without cause, because you cannot give me the cause of entropy, is not a question for science, which deals with cause and effect. Are you going to recant on your statement and give me a fucking apology?
The laws of nature are not within the realm of experimental science.
So I was correct then, wasn't I?
You left out the word experimental. Otherwise, I would have agreed with you.
Sorry, the scientific method, hypothesis and construction and experiment obviously is what I meant, because you say that according to my definition, the definition, but if you want to know my definition, you've heard me speak about it often enough, you'll understand that the requirement for experiment is what I'm talking about. Correct?
Right.
So apology, Jedi, please. Sorry, Jedi. Yeah,
Oh,
God will get
sorry,
you.
Jedi. I used your definition of science and used that as a way of kind of ridiculing it, because I think that most people would have a different definition of science. But you're right if you say experimental science. I think that science is broader than that. That's all.
Natural science. Yeah.
Like observational science, that kind of stuff.
What, pseudoscience? Something that doesn't follow the scientific method and doesn't have an experiment in it.
Yeah, that would be getting at the main point of difference between our definitions.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to go round and round in circle.
Right,
I don't
right.
want to clock the airwaves with this argument with you. You just piss me off, man.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be, piss you off or something. I'm just trying to clearly explain why I disagree. I would say that things like observational sciences, like
devil?
marine biology and astronomy, fit into the realm of science. That's all I'm saying.
That's fucking bullshit.
Well,
You said our definitions. Whose definitions? Isn't it supposed to be about the definitions, right? The
Apparently,
definitions.
Jedi constructed the scientific method. He's somewhere. He's got to put it's Jedi's scientific method.
It is now.
Oh.
Well, what Matthew is making is a case for pseudoscience. He's trying to claim something that doesn't follow the scientific method and just call it science anyway. So, pseudoscience.
Observational
Try to get
fucking
muted, man.
bullshit science.
Do we understand why the scientific method was introduced? It was introduced primarily to demonstrate cause and effect, but ultimately to remove bias. See, that's the problem with observational science. It doesn't follow the scientific method. There is no experiment, and it is full of fucking bias.
Would you say that the scientific method is how we establish objective facts?
What, we
No.
demonstrate cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world? Yeah. Do cause and effect relationships? Sorry, do cause and effect relationships happen in the physical and natural world?
They do.
Yes.
Yes, and that's what science does. It shows you them, it demonstrates them, it proves them. Because cause and effect relationships do happen, and science, natural science, demonstrates them.
So this definition here that you've got, Matthew, this is a very poor definition of science. Science is the pursuit and application of knowledge and understanding of the natural and social world following a systematic methodology based on evidence. Okay, so if I go into a club and I watch people interacting with each other, this is the pursuit and application of knowledge of the social world, and I can apply a systematic methodology based on evidence. So, for instance, I could say, well, when guys get a little bit more drunk, they're more likely to approach women, right? Just as a, and then I can flesh that out in a systematic methodology, and I can base it on evidence. Does that mean that clubbing is science?
No, I mean I like your analogy. So yes, observation can be involved in science, but not all observation is science. I mean, if you just watch Netflix, you're observing the TV, but that's not science.
But ignore that, right? Because I've gone down this definition and I've applied it to going out with friends and drinking, right? Which I don't drink, but it's a common enough thing that most people have done it, right? But I've gone down this definition and shown you that clubbing is science according to this definition.
So, if you wanted to do something like those observations in a very methodical, like it says, systematic, methodical way, and you keep track
Do
of
that.
how many people are drunk and how many aren't, and how many interactions they have, and you keep track of that, I suppose you could
How many
write
are wearing green?
a
How many
science,
have
yeah,
nose rings?
So
right.
effectively,
You
you're
could write up
telling
a
me that.
paper. You could write up a paper and get that published in some sociology journal.
So effectively, if you're telling me I go out to the local club with a laptop and I create a spreadsheet and I track people as they buy beers from the bar, and then I go and track their interactions in the social world, that I'm doing science.
If you do it in a systematic way, I would say that could count. What would you call it? If it's
Well,
not
no,
science,
I
what would you call it?
wouldn't call it science. I mean, you could call it many things. Maybe an academic study, maybe a waste of time. I mean, there's lots of things that you can say that it's doing, but I think what I'm trying to
Voyeurism.
get, yeah, exactly. But getting back to Jedi's point, like you've defined it so broadly that it's useless.
Yeah, that's part of the problem with the demarcation problem of science is that it's hard to come up with an exact definition. And this is well known in the philosophy of science.
Sure.
But I would say that it is fairly obvious what things count as science and what things don't. And so things like astronomy don't have an independent variable. But I would say that because there are systematic ways of trying to understand the world, that many people would consider that science.
Yeah, but many
What?
people considering something true doesn't really matter. I mean, many people will watch the Kardashians and consider like
Right, right.
her shoes or whatever to be just wonderful, right? Which doesn't matter because there are lots of people with stupid opinions that don't apply to reality. What I'm talking about here is your definition of science, which I think is so broad that it's meaningless. I think we need to have a much better definition. And I agree that it's hard to make like a really hard border boundary definition, whatever, really concrete. But this one is like I've demonstrated it to be a very poor definition.
Yeah, fair enough. But this just goes to my point that different people have different definitions, and maybe you're right that this is a very poor definition, and you're also right that appeal to consensus is a fallacy. You can't appeal to consensus to determine truth or not. However, when you're talking about definitions in language, sort of language is consensus. Language is the consensus we use to decide what we mean by words, and that's why it's complicated. I'm not saying that I'm right or that I'm that you're right or whatever. I'm just saying that when we talk about language, it can get messy.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, I mean, the definition of a word is its use, right? Ultimately, and I think a lot
Yeah,
of people
yeah.
when they try and bring like dictionary definitions, it's like, well, the dictionary definition is essentially like having a map of the languages or a map of the land. Like the map is only useful if it actually is as close to the land as possible. So the language is actually like the dictionary is the poor cousin of the language itself. So I understand what you're saying there, but I do think that you can get a lot closer to a good definition
Yeah,
than
fair
that one.
enough. That's
And I
probably
think
true.
Jedi's posted quite a few.
Right,
So
right.
and all of them seem to be very hard on experimentation. And experimentation is easy to define.
Yes, yeah, experimentation is very easy. And I would agree with his definitions as good definitions of experimental science. I'm just saying that, in my opinion, I think science is a little bit more broad than merely experimental science.
Well, but then at that point you're just saying, well, we can throw some philosophy and some statistical fields in, and we can throw in, why not, some correlation fields, and then at that point it's so broad that it's useless again, right?
Isn't
Maybe
experimental
if you're not
science
careful.
redundant though? Experimental science, isn't that redundant?
Like
Why would you
saying
say
married
that if it's
husband, isn't it?
it's inside of the experiment is inside of the scientific like why would it's implied, isn't it? Or you just say experimental science as its own category? Because that sounds
Yeah,
weird.
I would say it's its own category, and science is broader than merely experimental science.
Yeah, basically what he's trying to say is that you've got experimental science, and then outside of that you've got some sort of fuzzy sciences which are more statistics based and
Social.
they're more
Social
social, and like my clubbing example wouldn't be an experimental science, but it would be maybe a social science. I don't think social sciences exist. I think it's a nonsense term.
Fair,
But
fair enough.
regard,
I mean, and they are sort of looked down upon by, the hard scientists like chemists and physicists and that type
the
of
people
thing.
that actually do experiments.
Right, right.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, no, I don't think you can throw in correlation equals causation arguments with science. I think that's insulting science, to be honest.
I understand what he's trying to say though, because a lot of people, I guess on the flat Earth side, I've heard usually consider science to be the deductive operation of the scientific method, and I guess a lot of other people, usually on the globe side, might say that science isn't purely a deductive operation; it's an inductive, deductive operation. So, you would include a bottom-up method. Not or I guess method isn't, but a bottom-up way of conducting science. That a probabilistic claim or can be sufficient to be science, not just mere knowledge claim. Well, not mere, but knowledge claims alone, right? I don't know if that was a bit of a ramble. I just woke up.
Yeah, yeah. I
Good
think
morning.
99% of 99% of Globers will have no idea about any of the terms you just used, if I'm being honest. 99% of Globers will just say, I think clever people have said things, therefore they're true. So, and then they'll justify their worldview based on some variation of either a clever person said something or the TV said something or whatever. They won't really know that they're saying that, but that is why they believe that. And then you'll have a few people who'll know what inductive and deductive reasoning is, and maybe those people will agree with you. But yeah, I don't think most Globers aren't. Honestly, most Globers aren't able to understand logic and process what we say at all, even at a basic level.
I think you're right
I mean,
about that.
there could be a flat earther that does believe. I mean, I just haven't seen it that commonly in this call, right? But it probably is like flat earthers that believe that science is inductive, deductive, right? But you'd also have to agree, if that was the case, that you can have a rational belief that isn't a religious one, right? Like it's like a belief based on evidence, right? Rather
Sure.
than a belief based on just whatever you want it to be, right?
Just so I understand exactly what you're saying, when you say inductive, deductive, do you mean that that's like a chronology? So it starts off inductive and then it moves to deductive afterwards?
Yeah. So, but like the
Okay.
whole way through, you're doing science, right? So you'd have the inductive part would be still, based on scientific evidence of what you think is likely the case based on the evidence. But if you want to make a knowledge claim, you want to have some more concrete falsification of a theory or whatever, right? Then you'd have to do the scientific method and do your deduction, right? But the first
Sure,
part's
sure.
still science, right? Still scientific evidence and scientific
Uh,
thoughts, right, and so on, and what you think is the case, right?
no, I don't think so. And I think the other issues, especially when you've got something like you're looking at the sky, you start with inductive and then you can't do the deductive part. So you just start coming up with wild theories and applying formulas, and you never really get to actually testing it. You just come up with a theory and then say, I think this is true. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Well,
think
yeah.
those sorts of things, those sorts of grand sort of scale ideas, right? Like, how would you fit those into science? Because they're quite difficult to like simply do deductive proof for, right?
But why
Usually,
do
it's
you need
better to think about their predictive power and then falsify competing ideas, right? That's usually the best method to to think about those sorts of things if you're going to try and do deduction with them.
But then you need to understand the difference in a prediction and a post-diction, right? And so, a lot of people will say, "Well, I've managed to predict this thing, but if it's part of a cycle and it's happened 10 times before, then it's no longer a prediction." And so you can't then apply predictive power gravitas to it.
I mean, maybe. Yeah. I just wanted to say that I don't think the scientific method is purely is the only thing you could classify as science, I suppose.
Well, I don't understand. Like every other classification for science is deeply flawed, so I don't really see how you can do it any other way.
So let me give an example. If you look up at the moons of Jupiter, or let's just say a big dot in the sky that people commonly call Jupiter, and there's 4 dots that kind of go back and forth across the face of that other dot. What would you call the study of trying to figure out what is causing that and trying to figure out the cycles of those dots? Would that be correctly called science? Because you're just observing, you're not like doing any independent variables. What would you call that endeavor?
See, let Mike answer that
Yeah,
one.
but you want to know the
Sure.
you want to know the cause, huh? You can't science it. You got the theory, but you can't do the experimentation.
Yeah, you can't do any experiments. You're just looking at the observations and trying to like come up with an explanation
Pretty
for the
sure you
observations.
already know the answer. It's a study and a theory, but it doesn't have any correlation to cause. It doesn't show causality at all because we can't science it. You guys think that everything, if it's part of the method, it's science. But see, you come up with a theory and then you science it, experiment with it to see if you're right or show causality. And if you're not doing the science, the theory is useless.
Yeah, but surely there are some good ways of doing that and bad ways. If I said, "Oh, it must be unicorns dragging those dots back and forth," or I say, "Oh, it looks
Yeah,
like they're
just
it's
show me how you're
circular."
going to do the experiment on that point in the sky there
No,
to
that's the
see
whole point.
what's
You can't.
causing movements.
No, you can't.
Exactly.
So
Yeah, no,
because we
Mike, what he's
can't, what are
asking
we doing?
how would you
So you
define
can
it?
make up any story you want about it, and I couldn't refute it or falsify it. So then it's not science because it's unfalsifiable. It's a belief system. But go
Sure,
ahead with
but
your dichotomy.
You can
surely
just
some
import.
explanations are better than others. Like the unicorn explanation is not very good.
Yeah, that
Why?
doesn't make it any
Why?
more valid.
Well, can I answer the
Yeah,
question
exactly.
directly? Right?
They're,
Can we
they're
answer the
both
question?
just fairy tales.
Because what he's asking, he's not asking like he's already conceded that there's no experimental basis, right? So there's no point telling him there's no experimental basis because that's already been established in the conversation. You can call it astronomy and you can call it an academic field, but you can't call it science.
Just
I
research.
There
disagree.
you go.
I don't know. I like when he
You
says a
can
better
call it a
explanation.
study.
When he says a better explanation, which I know sounds quite broad and almost unscientific, because who decides what's better? I think there are virtues of science that that all scientists use to come up with that better explanation, and usually they're the ones that are the most analogous, simple, that they are consistent, and yeah, they have predictive power and all these sorts of things make up like the virtues of science. And maybe that doesn't suffice, right? But like I think that for me is how you come up with your better explanation to understand the world, right?
A better story.
Yeah, but
You
okay.
threw
So here's the thing,
prediction
though.
in
I mean, I
there
already
like
went
it
over
makes
this earlier. So just quickly, I went over this
yeah.
earlier. Like the predictive power, that's the problem, isn't it? If say I say to you, well, I know that the Earth is a unicorn because the sun's going to rise tomorrow, and then when the sun rises tomorrow, I can then tell you that my Earth is a unicorn model has predictive power. You'd
Yeah.
say to me that that's not predictive power, bro.
Well, yeah,
Right?
it'd be more like
Boom.
it would be more like this. So, like, think of it if Newtonian physics said that a planet was going to be in X position, and relativity says it should be a Y position, and we see that the planet isn't in X position, but it is in Y position. It's not an affirmation of relativity. It's not
They
saying
define
relativity is correct. It's
causation.
not proved relativity, but what it has done is falsified Newtonian physics, right? So that's what I mean by predictive power. It's not supposed to like be, it's not proving that the sun's come up today, right? It's more to say,
Correlation.
well, it's a good falsification method for other theory.
It correlates with your theory, yeah, but it doesn't equal causation. So I still fail to see the point when the point of science is to understand facts in the real world that we can demonstrate, concrete facts that we can apply to technology and make life better.
Yeah, and the purpose of like physically manipulating the variable is because you're trying to, as best you can, avoid correlation equals causation arguments, because otherwise you don't know whether it's a correlation equals causation argument or not unless you physically manipulated it.
Yeah, I think it's what operation you're doing, because I don't think science
Yeah,
proves much, right? And that's in my sense that I'm referring to. I don't think
not
it's like
100% right. There's no 100%, but that's because we know the only constant that we ever observe is change, and all things will change. So nothing's ever 100%, period. It'll change. But listen, I give you all that predictive power on your model and everything, but it still doesn't make it a reality. That's the problem. It still doesn't. It lacks causation, and you can wrap whatever story you want around an object you observe without causation. You can't tell me whether or not it's true. That's what you can't do.
But it's also labeled as predictive power, but it's not. It's actually postdictive because it was these people have been staring at the heavens for thousands of years. So the thing that you think is predictive has already been cyclical in nature. So these things have been known by ancients long ago, and is applied to today, thought of as predictive when it's really postdictive. It's not predictive. It's just something
Yeah,
that we
like
already know happens, and over time, it's gonna happen again.
So
Everything is.
yeah, they say
it kind of leads to
I
another.
can drop this, and we can predict the rate of speed it'll fall at. But the truth is, we actually already know the rate of speed it'll fall at. 1,000 billion trillion things have been dropped in lifetime and timed for
Yeah, I
speed
mean
over
that kind of leads
distance.
to another thing that the globers will often do, which is take an effect that we agree on and then just claim it as a globe only effect. And then we have to say no, it's possible on a flat Earth as well, and then they just nut it, and then we kind of just chase around this effect that we all agree on, but that they're claiming can only happen on a globe when that's their claim, but they'd never actually seem to back up. So it's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, those effects
Yeah,
we all agree on, but
Matt.
the question is which story sounds better, this story or this other story?
Sounds better.
Well,
What do you
what
mean?
Then
coordinate system do they work in?
That
And the
that's
truth is
that's
that
what Matthew
most
wants. Sorry, Matthew
no,
wants
that's
it to
cool.
be about. Matthew wants there to be a dichotomy. People like him will ask us to, to try and force us into a dichotomy, and we'll say, well, we're not making a claim about it. You just make your claim, and we'll see how that sticks.
Yeah.
No, so I'm talking about dichotomy like the moons of Jupiter. You could say, oh, it's unicorns dragging them back and forth. Or I could say, it looks like they're moving in a circular pattern and we're viewing the circle edge on. And one of those stories sounds more plausible than the other story. So I'm just saying that we can judge stories based on how plausible they
Well,
sound. That's all.
Do you understand?
Can
Right?
we cover that? Listen. So what you're saying is because one sounds more realistic than the other or plausible, that one becomes more true than the other when neither one of them are backed by science, experimentation, or causation.
Right.
And
Neither we
actually,
can't
that's just
experiment.
listen. Without knowing the cause, the ideal that it can only be one of the two is just ludicrous. So that's illogical. Period. It's not an A or B. It's cause and effect, and we have no evidence for cause and effect. Thank you.
Well, I agree with
Have a
you.
nice.
We can't do experiments on the moons of Jupiter. So, barring that, I would rather not just throw up my hands and give up. I would say, hey, let's look at all these competing explanations and go with the best one. And if a better explanation comes along, let's go with that one instead.
Well, you're just building a better story. That's all, Math.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what science
exactly what
does.
a
Builds
better
better stories.
story.
No, science is not. Science is causality.
Okay.
Causality and change are the only truths in the universe.
Okay, so I would say that
The
observational
only.
science builds stories. Maybe that's a good way to.
I agree with that.
So observation is just one step in the method. It's not the entirety of the subject of science or category. Just one step in the method, a tool we use. We can't science anything we can't observe, Matthew.
That term is so loosely used, dude. It's fucking
It
confusing
is.
for
An
people that want to learn.
observation is only valid if you're actually doing experimentation for causality.
Yeah.
Phenomena still phenomena if you don't know the cause. See, that's what you're missing. It's still phenomena. It's either phenomena or known fact. And you're trying to make phenomena that doesn't have causality through experimentation a known fact, which it's not. It's not concrete. So you can add any glorified label you want to it, but it doesn't bring in concretism.
I agree with you that we have a stronger basis to think something is true if we do an experiment on it and we vary the independent variable and all that type of stuff. But I'm just saying, in the situations where we cannot do an experiment, there are still criteria we can use to come up with the best story, like the moons of Jupiter.
No, you can just discard it. You can just discard the story instantly.
So you say that with regard to the moons of Jupiter, we just throw up our hands and say we have no idea and don't
Well,
do anything with
here's
it?
the thing. So
That's
how
the
does the
honest
moons of
position, yeah.
Jupiter make your life better or man's life better? So it doesn't really matter. So your story doesn't make the world any a better place. Any better. So why do we need this story? Is it just for your comfort so you don't run around like a monkey with his head cut off because you don't know where the fuck you exist? Or
That's a
what
good
life's
point.
about?
That's a good point.
My philosophical answer is the better I understand God's creation, the more glory I'm giving him. But you're right; it doesn't like have some practical.
Well, if you
wisdom.
believed it was God's creation, you'd understand that there's some things man just is not meant to comprehend.
Right.
Exactly.
I can dig that.
There's
Other
more in
people
heaven
can't.
and earth. Listen, there's more in heaven and earth than in your philosophy, Horatio.
But in the same breath, on the
you
same
know
breath,
what's
you
up.
agreed. On the same breath, you agreed with Mike, Matthew. You disagree with him because you say that we need to have that observational science that gives us the
It's
answer
a
or at least
comfort
the
blanket.
story. Yeah.
It's
And
a
in the
s-
same
yeah,
breath, you
it's
said
a
I could agree with you that we don't need to know, God's creation in that way. But then you, on the other hand, you want to know or build a story to it at least. What's that?
listen,
Yeah,
I'll
no, I see
say
what you're
this.
saying. I guess I would say, with observational, phenomena, like if we observe things, it can be helpful and interesting. Like the moons of Jupiter is not going to affect anybody.
Right,
But maybe like
right. Listen,
observing weather might be helpful to help us understand it better, know when it's going to rain.
sure, because we farm and that can make life better. But your stories about the stars are the same thing I give to my grandson when he's uncomfortable, crying, or just ready to go to sleep. I give him his blankie with his binky clipped on it, so it's got a string to it, so he can't lose the binky or the blankie. Then he's comfortable.
I think there's an element of as well as individuals, we probably don't really care about that in our day-to-day lives. What the fuck Jupiter's doing? What the fuck things far away are doing at all? But there is one thing I think that has remained true, and this is part of my nationalism in a weird sort of way. Has remained true is that we always try to construct an understanding of the world from mythology all the way up to just talking about science. We just don't decorate it as much, really. So yeah, it's a part of our condition, part of us as individuals not as individuals, but as a people that we want to make sense of the world that we live in, right?
Yeah,
So it's a pursuit. It's a
I
pursuit.
can
So it has a
agree with
purpose
that.
in that sense, right?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you don't
I
have
like knowing things.
nightmares at night. Seriously, I'm being serious about that. I'm joking around, but if we've thought we were just lost in the universe and we had no meaning, most people couldn't sleep at night.
Yeah,
I'm
unfortunately,
being
there's a lot of people that sort of are in that state right now. I feel bad for them.
Stories have their place, right? They have their
You
place
know-
in the world,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
it has
totally
no
agree.
place in science and trying to understand the world.
Yep.
So,
Well, listen,
Beasticles, what would you say about my desire to kind of like describe what's happening with those dots around Jupiter? Should I just throw up my hands and say, well, forget it, there's nothing I can
You might as
experiment
well
with?
be a shaman dancing around a bonfire, bro.
I would
But
suggest
wouldn't you say that if
concentrating
somebody
on the
hold
says,
moon.
on.
wouldn't you say if
Listen,
somebody
you
says that
say,
there's a unicorns dragging those around, that would be a
Matthew,
bad explanation?
you listen, Matthew, you say that like there's shame in the fact that you don't know or are unable to understand the thing, and there's no shame in that.
I agree.
So what is the big deal with saying, listen, what is the big deal with saying, well, I guess we just don't know? Well, no, we're not saying throw your hands up. You see what you observe what is going on around you in life and use what you can. It should apply to the real world. If you spend your life dreaming at the stars, buddy, you'll forget to live here on Earth, though. You know that.
Yeah, that's true.
So there's nothing wrong with your story, and nobody's saying you can't learn from seeing.
Yeah. Okay. I'm fine with that, and I agree with you that there's nothing wrong with not knowing. I'm just saying that we shouldn't choose ignorance if we can like come up with reasonable explanations for something. Maybe we
Yeah,
hold it
but
loosely.
Don't you think that's a bit of a strange
You know
statement
what
to make?
most men are.
Right.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's a strange statement to make, like choosing ignorance. Like no one said you're choosing ignorance. What we're doing is very specifically defining science, right? So if we're defining science, then that doesn't mean that we therefore don't know things that aren't science, or that knowledge doesn't count or whatever, right? But the reason why you have to define science so specifically is that people will use science in other contexts. So they'll say, well, science says X and science says Y, like science says the Earth is a globe, as an example. But you can't experiment a shape. So science can't say that it's a globe, right? And so then you have to ask, what does that statement mean? Well, what they're trying to say is that, well, a group of people have decided that they're going to give themselves some kind of status and then call themselves scientists, even though a lot of them aren't doing science. Some of them are, but a lot of them aren't. And now we're going to pretend that this monolithic group has proclaimed this knowledge, which is based on something such as science. But if what they're doing isn't science, and those people aren't, then they're not, accessing cause and effect relationships. They're just coming up with wild theories and then just proclaiming them as true. Then what does any of that even stand for? It's very shaky at that point.
Yeah, I see what you're
Agreed.
saying, and I'm getting the idea. And if I adopt that definition of science, that science is only experimental, fair enough. What would you want to call the project of doing things like coming up with ideas about what's happening with the moons of Jupiter, or
You're gonna
coming
say
up with ideas
pseudoscience?
about? You'd call it pseudoscience? Wasn't there a better name?
Works
I
on the
call it astronomy.
presupposition that the Earth is already a ball and spinning in the vacuum of space. So all of these ideas are already going to work off that assertion, unless everybody starts being honest.
Can't we just call it astronomy?
Huh?
Why can't we just call it
Yeah.
astronomy?
Okay. I'd be happy calling it astronomy.
I was going to
But
say
would you
it
say that
already has a
what is
it already has
what's the
a
bigger thing
adequate
that astronomy is then? I mean,
philosophy.
Speculation.
natural
Right.
philosophy.
Adamod's right.
Yeah.
It's
Actually,
philosophy.
scientists used to be
It's
called
already
natural
there.
philosophers.
Yes, they did. You're right, Matthew. Such as Aristotle, and they all had theses on you studying the great creation called God's book. I like the way you put that. Some of the
So-
guys who discovered stars make great quotes about, like Herschel. Let us never forget that it's the facts that we learn through causation in the study of God's great book that should be admired, and not the people who find them.
Yeah, God's word versus
what if
God's
life?
world, God's
What if life
book
can
of
only
nature
exist on
versus
Earth?
book of Revelation.
Yeah, that's William Herschel. Yeah, that's a good quote.
I'm
But
being
there's
serious.
there's a-
What I'm trying to say is, what if life can only exist on Earth?
Okay, cool.
Okay.
What's that have to do with
Yeah,
the point we're on
that's
about
interesting. That's speculation.
categorizing theoretical sciences?
That would prove the Bible to be more accurate and correct.
I
Guys,
was pretty sure I
let's not
knew
go on that
your
road.
reasoning. But it's cool. But we would label that as theoretical science. So you can put it in your philosophy, Horatio. Cool.
I got you. I'm not trying to cause friction. If it's a problem, I won't mention it again.
No, that's Shakespearean. I was quoting Shakespeare. It's cool, man. You're cool. You can
All right.
philosophize.
I just have a lot of questions, and some questions cause controversy, and some people don't like that.
That's what we're here for. That's the bread and butter. He brought bread and butter, guys. You want to talk to him? I'm mute. I'm moot.
I'm just trying to say, maybe like life on Earth is actually the center of the universe because it can't exist anywhere else.
Yeah, maybe, but we're talking about the shape of the Earth and whether it moves, right?
Right, that goes directly into it, because that would mean that if the Earth is the center of the universe, it can be flat because it would be the center of the fucking universe.
Sure.
Floor, like the floor.
Yeah.
So how do we go about proving that then?
Yep.
I don't know how we would prove it. I'm just speculating like the rest of us.
I can't say I haven't heard that before. You know, infinite plane theory is awesome.
Flat Earth
And
is
yeah,
not a
that should
speculation.
this
saying.
should lead you to a creator if a natural evolution ideal is not true, or a big bang and rock monkey soup. If that's not true, then I would hope this leads you to a creator and a creation. But that's just my hope.
Let me ask the room real quick. Is there anybody in here who's got some scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Well, Mayhem, your question is a malformed question. Science only deals with cause and effect relationships.
Nice.
Way to pay
You're a
attention.
bugger-eating retard.
No, I'm just actually glad that you even said that. How about that?
Most people don't at all, ever.
I'm gonna
listening.
make an AI generated clip of that, bro.
I feel like Britnat is on his way to becoming the first ever based glober.
Well, yeah, I mean, but
True.
there's a few hurdles that he's got to cross, and
don't know.
I think they're kind of pretty big, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're probably right. At least, look, man. At least he's got a chance.
I'll give him that.
You can't be right
Who
about
was the
everything.
Ah, you know.
24/7 forever, and then he became a flat earther, and he was a mod even when he was a Glober. You guys don't remember that guy? He was the first base Glober. The fuck was his name? My damn account
Jesse.
got.
We
Jesse.
always hold out hope until
No,
there is
not
no hope.
Jesse.
How about that?
You remember him, Battle Mod? He's been in
I
one
do.
of the other channels.
The guy I'm talking
He
about was
says,
one of the
"Oh,
original mods with me at 24/7. I think
Who are you
he
talking
still
about?
is. I'm not sure. He was a Glober, and then he turned fucking flat earther. I can't remember his damn name. Most of you guys didn't even know he was a Glober at first.
Hank, Larry? He
Larry?
wasn't really a Glober. He was more on the fence, I guess.
No, before Larry. It might be before you, Miggy. My accounts got banned, so
No.
I don't have the
That was
friends
back in the
list on
first
my other
iteration
account.
of the server, no?
Yeah, the touchdown. Yeah.
Okay.
When we touched down from YouTube and Hangouts and ODD 24/7 live stream, we first got into VCs. He was
That's
there.
like
He was a Glober.
the story of a planet forming. You know, in the beginning, mass was attracted by gravity. All of a sudden, you had a group of individuals, and from there,
There are
I don't
those
know.
that believe the flat Earth did not start here in a Discord server, far in a distant corner of the Discord galaxy.
What's your
I've
face?
got a
Was
couple of
YouTube
questions
based?
for. I got a couple of questions for Matthew, if you're still there.
Yep.
Okay, question number one: does gravity attract gravity?
No.
Okay. Number two: how do large gas balls form in a vacuum?
The mass of each individual gas molecule attracts other molecules, and if there's enough of them, they sort of come together and form something like Jupiter.
So, even though every single demonstration that we've got shows that gas balls don't form in vacuums, your idea is that two, let's just call them, molecules or particles, whatever, they just, instead of going randomly in all directions as all gases do always, these two just happen to stick together, and then they
Sorry.
attracted a third one, and then those three had enough mass to attract a fourth one, and then eventually Jupiter.
Well, I'd say it's more like a whole collection of them get closer and closer together. But gas molecules don't move around randomly in every direction. They have a slight downward bias because of their weight.
Well, how can they have a slight downward bias in the vacuum of space?
They don't in space, but they have sort of a bias towards the center of gravity, so wherever that is.
But if there was no center of gravity to start with, then that process can't begin.
Well, yeah. So each individual gas molecule has its own center of gravity, and it's kind of like attracted to all the other things in the universe, and so it goes the direction, it accelerates in the direction that those sums add up to.
Wouldn't that be so incredibly weak that it would be basically meaningless?
Yeah, that's why you'd have to have many, many gas molecules over lots of time for it to do anything.
But they
What
wouldn't attract to each other because they'd be moving randomly in all directions as gases do.
No, they're attracted
Yeah,
to
they
each other.
have
Just
no.
not much.
They have no
Wow.
preferred direction, no push, no pull, no repulsion, no attraction. They
Right.
collide and they have energy. When they got energy, they rise if they're light enough.
Yeah,
When
but
they
if you
don't,
have
they
a
fall.
if you have a really sensitive barometer, you can stick it at the top of the ceiling and then at the bottom of the floor in the room that you're in, and you'll see that there's a differential gas pressure due to
There is.
the
There also
But that's non
there's
sequitur
also a
anyway.
temperature differential too. That's why there's a pressure differential
Yeah.
because
It's
of
a non
heat
sequitur anyway,
distribution.
because we're talking about the formation of
Mhm.
gas balls in vacuums, not a gradient on Earth.
What happens when gas molecules collide?
they typically bounce off each other elastically.
Awesome. So they don't coalesce and form balls then. They fuck off in opposite directions.
Right.
Awesome.
Except
So
when
you,
they except when they coalesce.
yeah, except when they come back together and stick to each other, but we understand that you've already said that they
Right.
fuck off in directions. So where's the sticky gas?
If you have a bunch of them stuck together, then they're bouncing off each other, and
Does
eventually
gas
they
have
get compressed more and more.
Does gas have an inherent shape or form?
No, not really.
That's when the
Yeah,
molecules
so
are like, "Hey guys, let's stop colliding and let's get together." They're like, "Oh, that's a great idea."
I mean, effectively,
Well,
what you're saying is that,
it's getting cold out here. Get closer.
yeah,
Like
Matthew,
penguins in the fucking Arctic and shit.
Matthew, effectively, what you're saying goes against all logic, all empirical evidence, and all experimentation.
No, it goes right along with very simple mathematics. So
Yeah.
it's well explainable.
So you've actually not addressed my criticism because I didn't say maths in any of those examples.
Do you
Maths
people
probably
think you can tell what a planet is made of? Like, is in
Yeah, you can. Well, you can tell what stars are made of.
Yeah, stars and perhaps even Jupiter. You could probably know what the gas makeup of Jupiter is. So I guess the question would be like, well, we do know
That's what
that
it looks like, right?
balls of gas seem to be floating around on their own,
How
at
do
least,
you
right?
know? How do you
Well,
know?
not know. We
That's
do
what,
think,
that's what it looks like.
things.
right?
Just look at it. You can see it's a big
Unless you think,
ball of hydrogen and helium.
unless you think the luminaries are in the atmosphere, then they must be somewhere else. They might have their own sort of firmament. Who knows, right? But that's as long. I mean, as long as we're in agreement that we can know what a planet's made up of.
Hey, you need to watch where you're going, man. That car was pretty close.
Shut up.
Just saying, man. Don't be look.
Oh,
You need to
if
look
you
up
were,
once in a while.
I'll tell you what, if you were
Fuck.
fatter than mine, you.
So we know what's in the planet, as in what it's made up of. These like
No, you
gas
don't.
balls, right? Or gas.
No, you
Wait. Oh, so we
can-
don't think you can know that.
No, you can infer it.
Infer. Okay. Yeah. Not knowledge claim then.
You can infer it.
Yeah. Not knowledge claim. Sure.
You can infer it.
Yeah.
Say infer it again.
I can infer it. Right?
What are you talking
Not
about,
knowledge
ferrets?
claim. Yeah, true. When I say no, by the way, sometimes I know that you can't deduce these sorts of things, but you can make a strong inductive claim for them, right? I'm just saying no just for the sake of simplicity, right? So what would be your guys' explanation for this, this strong inference claim that we might have for a floating helium and hydrogen ball?
In the vacuum of space?
Well, we don't. Well, assuming there's a vacuum, I'm not even at that point yet.
No, but I mean, is that what you're saying? Like, making an observation of the night sky and saying, "Well, that ball of gas out there," is that what you're saying, or are you saying something on the
strong,
Earth?
we have a strong inference claim.
Ball
Say,
of
well, we
gas.
think there's this floating gas ball, up there.
Who says it's floating?
All right. Or
Is
floating.
that the
floating
is it the
Could be a
same?
bubble,
So what's
for all we know.
Okay.
So what's Jupiter made out of too? Then
Isn't it
what's
hydrogen?
Jupiter made
hydrogen
out of?
helium, somewhat similar to the sun, right?
Similar.
Helium.
So let's say that, right? So all these stars are getting all the same readings, yeah. So what's
Well,
in between? This, what's coming through when you're doing this stellar spectroscopy? Yeah, like what's the medium in between these
sorry,
so-called
I don't understand
gas
the question.
balls?
Can you clarify? Or can you explain it to me? I guess.
Well, so you're picking up a reading of helium and hydrogen, yeah? Is the only answer that this is a gas ball in the outer space?
Well, not necessarily, but we do know there's gas. There's something that has gas out.
Could the light? Could the in spectroscopy the light shines through something? You pick up some readings. They got colours for what type of gases you're picking up. Yeah. So the light comes from these objects, goes through the Earth's atmosphere, and it's picking up hydrogen and helium.
Right. So you're saying it's in our atmosphere, right?
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying, does
it
it
could
have
be,
to
is what you're
be
saying.
that this is a burning ball of gas made of hydrogen and helium? It doesn't. There's many more options that it could be. That why you're getting these readings, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, assuming that we had lots of hydrogen and helium in our atmosphere, yeah, but I don't think there is there?
Heaps of helium.
Why wouldn't there be?
Where
Well,
else
in
would
our
it be?
atmosphere, mostly nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, methane, so on.
Yeah, but there's still
Argon.
helium there, though.
Yeah, but only a small bit. It's not like by any means substantial.
So is the light shining through helium?
I mean, it's possible, but it's like a weak inductive inference, right?
So it's possible. So it's possible that that's the case, but it's also possible that there's a massive ball of burning hydrogen and helium in the vacuum of space. And crypto just went through. How does that even start to accumulate together when there's no downward bias in the vacuum of space? Now, which one's more believable? There's a light shining through and it's picking up gases coming through the Earth's atmosphere. Is that more believable than
For me, I mean, like, it sounds, given that we know what the atmosphere is made up of, it's very unlikely we'd only exclusively pick up hydrogen and helium for Jupiter. Some other collection of composition for Saturn, a different composition for Neptune, a different composition for Uranus, similar one for Jupiter and the Sun, and then say, well, actually, it was the atmosphere, right? It'll be very coincidental.
Yeah, but you
right?
don't know what's in between these. You don't know what's in between these lights and the reading, the spectrometer. Yeah,
it'd
you
have to be
don't know the
repeatable, right?
medium.
It'd have to be repeatable, I suppose, right?
But you don't know the medium either. You're saying it's a vacuum of space. We don't know that.
Yeah, I agree, but we can only go off what we have strong inferences for, right?
Exactly.
Are there things on spectroscopy that can give off readings that might be something else?
Yeah, it's possible, but like I said, I don't think it's a strong inference there.
Yeah, in spectroscopy, things like phosphorus, for example, can be hidden behind something else, quote unquote. So it can look like other things, but actually isn't. The only way that you would be able to actually verify it is because you're in laboratory conditions when you're doing spectroscopy, is go up to the fucking thing and you know what it is. This is the problem with using stellar spectroscopy, because we understand that things can give off false readings, things can look similar to other things, and you've got no way of testing that claim one way or another.
Yeah, I think it would be the case that, like, if there was, I mean, it makes sense if you say, like, outside the atmosphere between us and wherever Jupiter is, right? There could be some sort of interference, because I don't know what the fuck could be in the vacuum, right? But I think just because you can repeat this no matter where Jupiter is in the sky, at any point of the year, any point of history, it seems to be a similar sort of composition, and it's different from other planets. That there's a strong inference claim to make that it actually is the object we're looking at, right? At least that's what I think, anyway. But I don't know if you guys would say it's a strong inference.
It's because we don't make a claim to the medium between us and it.
Yeah.
We don't know what that is. That could be, for example, a super cool fluid. For example, it could be many things. Helium, for example, super cold fucking helium has got a transparency rate of almost like clear fucking glass. You can literally see through that shit. If that medium was actually between us and Jupiter, for example, then all you'd be reading is the majority of that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that's possible. I suppose I think it's unlikely personally, but
Well, yeah, of course, but we're also going on second-hand information because the majority of this stellar spectroscopy, for example, is given to us by authorities. We've got no real way of demonstrating or clarifying or validating
oh yeah,
that
you
claim.
definitely can't make a
First
knowledge
instance.
claim off it. Yeah, I agree.
Well, those authorities are all making the assumption that there's no container, so they're not considering whether or not these luminaries would be beyond that and what the medium of that container would be.
Yeah, I think I said that earlier. I think that you could just simply say that there's a Jupiter firmament and so on, right? That could be explained in that sort of way, I suppose. I don't know if you guys make a claim for a firmament, but it's a possible explanation.
Well, a
Could be
container of unknown composition, so who knows how that's
Yeah.
affecting things. But I'm not aware of any spectroscopy claim that considers a container, so.
What else we got in here? Oh man, we ain't got nobody. Trump defense arrangement.
I have a question, if you don't mind me asking.
What is it, mate?
Is there a specific person that like invented the theory of flat Earth? Like, is there an origination point or anything like that, or is it just something that naturally happened?
So flat Earth was the kind of underpinning cosmology at the beginning of human history. There have been several arguments and books that have been written about it, probably going back about 300 years. I don't know if I don't necessarily know what you mean by the original proponent of flat Earth, being as that's what we always understood until the heliocentric model came along.
I know I'm aware of like the ancient English people, the ancient Germanic people used to believe in a world tree, and the world tree did imply a flat world, right? I think the modern flat Earth movement, well, the revival, I suppose you could say, came from England with the guy measuring a canal, and he just saw he had a number, I suppose, for how far you're supposed to see, and it just kept on going. He could keep on seeing it, right? I think that's where the modern sort of thing comes from.
And that came around because at that very same time, the heliocentric spinning ball Earth was starting to be pushed. So arguments started to come around in academia. People who thought this idea of a spinning ball Earth was absolutely ridiculous and went out to give validation to the claim that the Earth was not a spinning ball. So these arguments took place about 300 years ago.
Well, I mean, fair enough. That answered my question. Then. So it was a British guy in a canal that kind of kicked it off.
Yeah. The Bedford levels. Can't remember his bloody name.
But more recently, it's gained definitely much more prominence with the advent of social media and YouTube and stuff. So that's what has been making it more popular within the past 10 years or so.
Yeah. I guess you can point out to a couple of YouTubers back 2012, 13, 14, 15. One of them was Eric Dubai, but he was primarily reading from those books that I mentioned earlier. That's what he was first doing. He was kind of reinvigorating those old arguments. I don't know whether he'd started reading those books and however he come to understand it, but I think most people, especially around 2014, 15, probably came into Flat Earth probably through him at one stage or another. But again, he was mainly reading old sources.
Yeah, I think most of his stuff's from Samuel Rowbotham and who's the other guy that just another guy who I can't. He's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember.
There's another guy.
What the fuck? Some weird types in here, don't we?
If you want a good history of the movement, there's a
Carpenter.
book
Was
called
it William
Off the
Carpenter?
Edge.
Was it William Carpenter? Sorry, Matthew. William Carpenter.
I have a question, but it might be offensive to some of you.
Oh dear, don't be offensive. Nobody is used to be offensive conversation in this server.
Okay,
Fine,
how
Caesar, go ahead.
does whether or not I believe the Earth being flat or curved improve the quality of my life?
Because you might start to ask the next question: how the fuck did that get hit then?
Right, and extensive research.
Might improve
Well, it
your quality of
entails that someone
questions.
lied, right? Or someone was very severely mistaken.
Well, I'm pretty
right, I
fucking
suppose.
sure it's random, right? So fuck anyone who doesn't think it's random.
Are you drunk?
He left already.
I'm
I
just
think we've
saying,
lived
man,
in.
like I'm skeptical of it. I'm definitely learning the lesson of not trusting institutions for having lied. Definitely, that's part of the point here.
Well, they might not have lied. They could be mistaken, right? That is an
Right,
option.
right, yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, I'm kind of skeptical of all things now, thanks to flat Earth.
Who primarily had control of educational institutions, and where did the globe Earth and Big Bang Theory come from? Does anybody know?
Oh shit, the wealthiest people who had money.
And who was that?
The 1% that we are not supposed to point
we?
out at anymore.
So going back into history over the
Catholic
last
Church, man.
Yeah, thank you, Timbo. So the pagan Catholic Church are the main people that came up with the spinning ball in the vacuum of space and the Big Bang Theory. 1927, for example, Monsieur Georges Lemaitre, who was a Jesuit priest, came up with the first initiation of the solar system and the universe coming from an infinitesimal point and exploding into existence. Kind of antithetical to what God claimed in the Bible that he made. God in no way in the Bible suggested that he made a ball that spun in the vacuum of space. There's over 250 references to God in the Bible declaring what he made, a flat stationary earth built on pillars, for example, in the waters of the deep. It's interesting that Christian proponents, and I'm kind of saying that with my tongue in my cheek because we're talking about the Catholic Church, who are most definitely not fucking Christian. They came up with the idea of making God out to be a liar. Interesting, right? So it's a religious authority, but primarily because they had control of all of the universities and the money at hand to build these universities. So that's how they started to propagandize this idea that God was a liar. Like I said to you earlier, when you ask the question whether it's flat or whether it's curved, what's that going to change about my life? You might start to ask the question, well, how did that get here then? Being as the heliocentric idea has already got its own creation story. You can argue the toss whether God invoked that into existence or not, and you can suggest that it sprang into existence all by itself. But ultimately, when you understand that you live within a created environment, you've only got one choice left. It was created by intelligence.
Yeah, is owlishness in here right now? No. Okay.
Well, if you had to ask me what my most abstract beliefs are, it's that the Earth is the center of the universe and it quite possibly is flat.
You might not be wrong, because are you aware of the cosmic microwave background?
Yeah, it feels like they're trying to estimate the age of the new universe from where we're standing, but that only gives us how old the universe is from where we're standing.
It also gives you a starting point, and that's right here. So the cosmic microwave background, if you're going to take it and reverse it back in time, yeah, that started here. Might quite literally be the center of all creation.
Yeah, that's what's wild is that, like, if life truly only exists on Earth, then quite possibly it is the center of the universe. We haven't found evidence for life anywhere else.
Well,
that's right.
I mean, look at the narrative these days, right? Maybe about 40, 50 years ago, people kind of sniggered when you suggested that aliens existed on other planets. Then all of a sudden we had the invent of TV, movies, films, comics, magazines, and this, that, and the other. And slowly over time, I will guarantee that most people who believe that they think that they live on a spinning ball would quite easily understand or probably suggest themselves that obviously life exists on other planets because the universe is so big.
Yeah, but there's always been people who said that there were other beings on other heavenly bodies. Like that's a common idea throughout history.
Well, other heavenly beings. This again might be one of the suggestions why they would lie if you were to understand who they were in the first example, those who are opposed to God. If you were to read the Bible and understand about the fall of certain individuals.
No, I'm saying that, like, you know, if you go back 200, 400 years, there would be some people who would say, oh, maybe there are men living on the moon or on the sun even. Joseph Smith thought that people were living on the sun.
Who's Joseph Smith again? That name rings a bell.
He started a tiny little religion called Mormonism.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, mate. Yeah. I'm not bloody surprised. There you go. Something else that came out of the pagan Catholic Church.
How many heavens are they, Matthew? When you say there are quite possibly other heavenly beings, I mean, or other heavenly. I mean, is there more than one heaven?
No, the Mormons say there are 3.
So there's one heaven for the entire universe, or just Earth, or what? What are we doing here? How far are we going to speculate this heaven thing?
It depends on what you're looking at. Sometimes that word can mean just sky. Sometimes it can mean
Yeah,
the
I'm
place
aware of the
after
fact that
death.
where the birds fly is the heaven, and
Yeah,
above the stars are in the heavens. Yeah, I understand
It's
that,
not
but there's
above,
one heaven. There's only one heaven, in my opinion,
and it's not
and it's
above. It's
above
not
Earth,
above.
and it's above Earth.
It
It's not below Earth.
encompasses us 360
No,
degrees, right?
no. It's
Yeah,
above
no, it's
us.
not
It says that
above
far
like it
below
says.
us.
It's not above. It can't be. It can't be. So that's wrong. So yeah, Scripture got that wrong.
So I got a theory.
Wrong. Don't
What if
believe
heaven
it.
is the ability to choose any lifetime or any existence you want to live?
I think the president is
The
pretty cool.
365-degree thing just doesn't work. I mean, you're talking about, it goes below us and it goes on forever that way, and it goes on forever above us and to the side of us, and the whole thing's just a big ridiculous story. I mean, none of it makes any sense. Period.
That's
Only
what
thing that
Makes
Matthew
makes
sense to
believes,
me.
though. Matthew
Yeah,
believes that the Scripture got that wrong.
no,
Yeah, I know.
it's not wrong. It's just that you're reading it wrong. The scripture's not wrong.
Oh,
Your interpretation is.
Now I don't know how to read.
Poetry now. To it being
The
poetry.
scripture is not wrong.
Oh, so
So it's
now I don't know how to read. My comprehension is low, huh?
No, your comprehension of the words is fine. It's just that you need to pay attention to the genre and the context.
Oh, the genre. Now we have to go on to genres rather than just rate it as it reads, right?
Right,
Now all of a
right. You
sudden
need to read
gotta create
poetry,
genres.
wisdom literature, history. Like there's several,
So
apocalyptic
philosophy, then. Philosophy, in other words. Just sum it up.
No,
Philosophy.
no. I mean, simply reading the Bible for what it says. That's what I'm saying.
So when God said that he created a stationary earth on 4 pillars with 4 corners on the deep, was that poetry?
Yeah, that's a figurative. It's not. There's not literal 4 pillars.
How do you know that?
Jedi, I call you out.
Yeah.
Okay, let's
How would you know that, Matthew? How would you know that?
Because God gave us a mind and eyes to use our logic and reason and understand the world about us. I don't see
Except
any
for you,
faults.
God Rockin', you don't have those mind and the eyes that he just referred to.
No, he does.
Oh,
He does. You don't. Sorry,
When's
dude.
fighting words? When's fighting words?
Sorry.
Where do you live? I'm on my way.
See, this is why I always jump in when people ask the question, why would they lie? My answer is now is to God make out to be a liar so he can say that he's a fucking poet. And he didn't really mean what he said, right?
No, he really meant what he said. He's just speaking in different genres and different books.
That you can't understand, Jedi.
No, you can
No.
understand. It's really
Well, Matthew could, not not Jedi or me.
You just have to understand it the way Matthew does for it to be correct.
Yeah.
Not
Then
me,
you
I mean,
understand
go-
poetry and you understand, wisdom
go
and all
talk
of
to
it. It
any.
comes together.
Go talk to any biblical scholar. Don't believe me.
Like Matthew.
Not like me.
Biblical scholars have lost
I think that was like in the first book of Fleshalonians somewhere.
Hesitations. Second
Yeah,
hesitations.
second hesitations.
Matthew, you can't just take any book and just say, okay, I'm just going to interpret this book how I want. You can't just make up your own rules of interpretation. There's definite rules Yeah, sure. Revelations is a book of with lots of unliteral stuff, but you can't just say any book now. We're just going to take that and make it unliteral. That's what atheists do,
Right.
and you
Yeah,
can't
I
do
believe
that.
it. I agree with you.
Unless you have a conflicting another religious belief that
Oh,
conflicts
that's
with
good.
the
I like
first
that.
one. Yeah.
I'll tell you
But
what, the genealogies of the Bible are a complete waste of time then, Matthew, right? Because the earth is 6 billion years old, but you take the genealogies all the way back through Jesus, through David, all the way back through fucking Noah, and all the way back to Adam, and that's what, 5,999 years and 363 days? Tick, tick, tick. So there's
Yeah, I
no
don't.
point having genealogies in the Bible then?
No, the genealogies are very important. They sort of ground and in historical fact who Jesus was. I think that it doesn't include every single generation, though. It skips some generations.
Doesn't skip any generations, mate.
Like
It
if I
gives
can
you
say I'm a
exactly
son.
They just leave
6,000
they just leave
years.
some people out because they're not important. They just skip some generations because those people aren't important. We don't need to know about them.
The
I don't, what,
genealogies
what,
are exactly 6,000 years. They explain exactly how old the Earth is, and it's we know how old the Earth is because of the genealogies. So there's no mixing that up. You can't say, okay, now I'm just going to
right.
change the interpretation of those things. I'm just going to mix things up and just make it mean whatever I want. You can't make the Bible mean what you want. The Bible's not there for human interpretation at all. Never.
Right. You can't make it
How many
what you want.
generations did it skip? How many generations did it skip? Like what's that? Like 1,000,000, 3,000,000? Is it a billion?
No, that's a
How
good
many?
question.
It would have
I
to
don't
be. It
know.
would have to be if it's 6 billion years old or 4 billion years old. They would have to skip a billion generations. For hell's sakes.
Was the earth flooded, or is that just poetry?
No, I think God did send punishment to Noah. I mean, to the people who lived at the time of Noah.
There's
And flooded
physical
the earth,
evidence
right?
of the flood. What do you mean? There's physical evidence of the flood all over the earth. It's everywhere.
Right.
You find seashells on top of mountain peaks. How do they get there?
Or is that because of billions of years of erosion and continental drift?
No, I don't think so.
I'm asking
How do
Matthew. I
you
know you don't.
how do you
So
get
what's
to
your
pick? How do you get to pick which one's literal and which one's not, Matthew?
Oh, you don't get to just pick which one's literal. You don't get to do it based on your preferences. You need to like carefully study the history and the context of each book and figure it out.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a biblical scholar, so ask other people.
Yeah, but you know how many people have got that wrong and right now have it wrong about all those kind of things. Do you know how many different interpretations of Revelations there are? There are
Yeah,
like
lots.
literally books. I've actually read like literally about 20 different books on Revelations, and well, bits and pieces I've heard from people. Not I haven't literally read them, but I've actually got pieces from those different preachers and stuff that come to our church, and then they bring a different interpretation. 20 different interpretations of Revelation. There's probably like hundreds of them of
yeah, but
interpretations. But
Trinity, everybody who is a globalist believer, they're also with the conflicting view that they're a Christian believer at the same time, that would say that it's inconsequential to say that the earth has and everything therein doesn't have any effect on their knowledge about God. When that actually flies in the face of the understanding that creation speaks to the creator.
The
I
mark
don't
of the
understand
beast
that.
is your
I don't
physical
understand that.
appearance.
No, listen. So if you're talking about the creator, right? In any sense, that doesn't the creation itself speak to a creator, as to say that there is some divine being, entity that created all of the things that are here in existence, versus there being no creator and nature created itself, which is what people would say now, what defines what an atheist is, the belief that nature created everything versus a creator. So if that is the case, that nature or God, which is the being, the presence that created everything, would be lending over to nature that very footprint or fingerprint, wouldn't we then therefore say that the thing that we talk about in creation, nature itself, right, the physical and natural world, would be either that it's a globe or that it's not a globe, would be depicting whether or not we are saying God is either a truthful or a liar, depending on what you think God is and what He created? Because you're either saying he's made a globe, therefore God made the ever expanding cosmology, or he didn't do any
Nah.
of that. Think about it. Yeah.
We got
Don't-
motherfuckers that are doing drugs just to communicate on a higher dimensional spiritual realm.
Don't do
No,
drugs.
no.
You're letting.
But this is not. I'm not talking about doing psychedelics or anything like that. We're talking about people who have indoctrinated you and everybody else on this earth on the grand scale to think that the Creator created this spherical Earth with an ever expanding cosmology in a heliocentric model. So you think that that's the God that you believe in based on a Christian worldview, and that God is not the God; it's a God that you're looking to. So that's what I'm saying, Matthew, and all his proponents and everybody who's like him, who claims Christianity, who claims they worship the Creator, they are in error. In fact, the creation does not speak that it was created as in a heliocentric globe Earth cosmology. That's why they're in error, and they think themselves wise by that, but they really are fools when it comes to it. So creation does not speak. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's so important. You guys say, well, it's not a salvation issue. I beg to differ. You're making God out to be a liar in his word.
Oh.
It is a salvation issue. You're committing one of the greatest errors because he gave you creation to speak to who he is in his nature. His invisible qualities and his divine nature are spoken through creation that you're saying are not what he made.
You should have
That's all
no
I'm
idols
saying.
before me. There's your heliocentric religion, which is literally an idol. You think you're
Boy, didn't that,
self-smart.
Exactly.
boy, didn't that hit to the core with what you just said there?
It
Man,
should have. It should have because
did.
they
Hey,
always make it seem
Matthew.
like they always make it seem like it's not important. These Christian globe Earth believers. Wow, that's we're only concerned with salvation. Yeah, but the creation that spoke of the Creator is what you're saying is not who He is. He's the one that created the ever expanding cosmology.
Hey,
You know,
Matthew.
So
I'm
That
sitting
is
here
When
very
Jesus
much
when
a salvation issue. Very
when
much
the
so.
XO is
when
gonna jump
Jesus
in there.
came, why didn't Jesus say, "Hey, you're wrong. It's a globe"?
He wasn't meant to teach the scientific knowledge. He was teaching people how to. He was announcing the kingdom of God. That's
What?
his
Wait,
purpose.
what?
He didn't. He also didn't teach people about electricity and magnetism, even though he made the world. So there's lots of things he left out.
Oh my goodness me!
What
yeah,
you think
but
he did?
we're not talking about when he speaks of nature. Is that do you think he's
So
speaking
you
of
think
making a
God spoke to?
Tesla vehicle?
No.
Okay, so that what you said is also an error. What he's speaking of is the divine nature of all of creation, the thing that's magnificent of its invisible qualities, which is when we look up into the heavens, when we look out into nature itself, we see his grand, magnificent power, right? And you're saying that is a ball floating around in a vacuum.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
which is
Helios.
not what he did because there's nowhere in nature you can see that, is it, Matthew? Where do you
Yeah,
see a globe in nature?
Where do you see
Where do you see a
electromagnetic
globe?
waves in nature?
No, you're not answering my question. See how you divert? And this is the reason why your religion and who you believe is not the God, it's a God. This is the reason why. Because you're ducking the most important question, because at the fundamental core of your belief is a belief in a God, not the God. And that's your cross to bear because you're going to take it all the way when he talks to you and tells you, why did you believe that? That is not who I am or I was. You don't know me, Matthew.
I know God. And to answer
No,
your earlier,
you know a God. You don't know the God.
He's going to say he doesn't know you. That's
Yep.
what he's going to say.
no, God knows everybody. What do you think?
You know.
Are you in awe of Jupiter, Matthew? Are you in awe of Jupiter and his
I think
minions?
I don't think
You look up at
salvation's
the sky
based
and
on the
see
shape of the earth,
Jupiter
though.
and in just stare in awe.
Yeah, I'm in awe with
Salvation's
God, of
not
God's
based on
creation.
the shape of the earth. Salvation's based on Jesus crucified. That's all. But I mean,
Bingo.
the shape of the earth is definitely very important in terms of like understanding the deception upon the earth and our children and getting, getting the right concepts and understanding that we're being hoodwinked by a lot of things. Not
It's
just
not about it's about truth. It's truth is
yeah, it's
what's at
about
stake
truth.
here.
Yeah, that's
So
good.
when Yeshua was
Yeah.
speaking to people, he said, I tell you the truth. And every time he spoke in double emphatic. So is it true, whoever was speaking right now, that he created a heliocentric globe Earth. So when it's speaking of God's truth, it's speaking of his creation, which is his very existence.
Yeah,
Think about it.
Jesus would come here and say, "Hey, you've been believing a lie for 2,000 years. It's not flat."
Wow.
He's
But
not
you
going to.
need to know.
Jesus is not going to
You need to know.
address that because Jesus doesn't. It's not about that. It's about him and him crucified. But it is interesting
Okay,
for
we're
us to
missing
know
the
if
point
we're
here.
being lied to. There is
Yeah,
an aspect of
we're
us
missing the
knowing we
point.
need to know
I
who,
think
if we're
Trinity,
being lied
you're
to or
taking
not.
this way off the mark, man. Like these guys don't understand that they're in error, and if you were in concern for them, you wouldn't be saying that it's not a salvation. Everything that concerns God's truth is a salvation issue. Everything,
Well, I mean,
everything.
it is a salvation issue in terms of our bodies because we are under attack. Everyone on Earth is under attack from some really bad people. So in terms of that, from a just it's more like a preservation issue, and it's a self-defense issue of where we are, because there definitely is an attack, and by talking about the subject, it does open a lot of topics and helps you to see that we are actually it's our preservation. So from that point of view, yes, it is God's will that he wants you to be healthy and well, and to be well, and there's a lot of people
So
that don't want you to be healthy and well. So from that point of view, yes, you're right, it is a salvation issue.
a lot
Hey,
of people
Matthew,
will. Yeah, go ahead,
why
Roger.
why do they call the planets wandering stars? Why does the Bible mention them as wandering stars? Do you know why?
Yeah, the word planet is Greek for wandering stars, and it's because that's what they appear to be. I mean, you see all these stars that are in fixed positions,
That's
but
what the
then there are
Bible
five.
says. What does the Bible say about them?
Oh, the Bible doesn't say what they are. It
That they
uses the
didn't
word.
take their first assignment. They disobeyed God and took their own assignment on with their whatever their movement was in the skies, and they became part of the deception. They made it look like a solar system. They are part of the deception, Matthew. The wandering stars are wandering around, making it look like you live in this solar system, and they're
Deceiving
in trouble. They're
mankind.
going to be judged. They're going to be judged for this. It's all in the Bible. You haven't read any of this stuff?
Yeah, they're deceiving
Wait,
mankind.
can I ask, like, how many of you have a belief in flat Earth that somewhat stems from your religious beliefs? Because I'm a bit confused now.
No,
I thought you guys
it
were on
works.
science.
Listen. I'll tell it to you like this, okay? For Brit, because I know there's a bit confusing when you're hearing this discussion from the outside. This is not contingent. It's like the core of the understanding of what we see in nature is not contingent on Holy Writ. It's the other way around. The nature speaks to the Holy Writ. It's not the Holy Writ speaking. Like what people would say, like their Holy Writ, whatever it is, whether you're a Quran or whether you're, and I'm not speaking of those other religions, right? But what I'm saying specifically to this one, it would mean that when we see everything in nature, that the way we see it is exactly the way it is. So when we understand that, we interpret that through the lens, and we say, okay, we understand. We don't live on a ever expanding globe Earth heliocentric cosmology. That's not it. So we would then go look at the word in a different way versus it being like, okay, I know I live in a globe Earth. Let me read the Bible, because it's not, you can't get anything from the heliocentric cosmology and then going into the word, reading it that way. There's stories that are, you have to kind of make it sound like it says. So you're changing you're making everything now to be poetic. You're not saying, no, he didn't really mean that, and then you change it because you have to fit the cosmology into it. So it's like that's how you see it through the lens of how it really is, and then you say, okay, yeah, it makes sense now. The Bible is a flat Earth book, or the Quran, or whatever it is, whatever writ that you're looking at, and a lot of the older traditional religions, they're that way too. They don't speak of a globe Earth religion. Well, I would say one does, but I'm not going to put any other religions on here. But what I will say is that the one that we're speaking to right now does look to be in that way. We look at nature the way it is, and then we say this is how we see creation, and then interpret the word that way. We don't look at the Bible telling us about like an ever expanding cosmology. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, and flat Earth implies theism. It's hard to come up with a naturalistic explanation for why the world would be flat. So if you think the world is flat, therefore you must believe in theism, that God exists.
And to be honest with you, I'll agree with that. So from my point of view, I came to the understanding that the Earth was flat and stationary. Then I asked the next question, well, how the fuck did that get here then? So that's a creation narrative.
Right.
Creation requires creator. To the Bible we go.
I got a
Is there
question
any
for
is there any
Matthew.
atheist flat earthers in this room or no?
We knew one. Well, it was like a couple years ago. I know of one.
Atheist or atheist?
Now,
Yeah, no, allegedly. I don't know.
Not atheist.
Yeah,
lots
I know of one.
I'm
lots of people.
trolling you, dude. Why'd you
Lots of
answer?
flat earthers that
house.
don't believe in God. There's lots of them, and we accept them. We just like our friends, and we accept them. And there's people from all different religions that believe in that know the flat Earth is that know that the Earth is flat. Not believe it, but know that the Earth is flat.
Come as
But-
you
but they're
are.
all- we accept them all. We love them all, and they're all our friends. And yeah, no problem.
See,
We
the
get
common
on
the
with it.
common ground here for everybody that's saying that the common ground is truth, right? So if you rally around truth, eventually people are going to start to find similarities, and then they'll draw closer to each other and be like, oh, wait a minute, yeah, we're actually a lot more same in thought than we thought we were different, and so it starts to become, that's what truth does, it unites. Okay, so when you are in a position where you start to realize the physical and natural world is like, no, there is no curve, there is no spin, there's like, you start to realize that, then you start to become closer in thought, and so it
Yes.
just you don't dispute over such things, you start to unite. This is why.
Mayhem.
Go
What
ahead.
you
Start
just
asking
asked me what I
questions.
want to
You
add.
wouldn't want to get this
I would-
I
far.
want
You
to
start
speak
asking
to that.
Oh.
I'd like to speak to that unity. I've done Discord and Flat Earth for like 10 years almost. And I've seen Muslims next to Mormons with Christians and Adventists and all having comparative religions and getting along, where their religions were dividing them, but the
Yep.
Flat Earth was uniting them. And so I've seen in my experience, and I know this is anecdotal, but what Miggy is saying or Mayhem is true. I've seen it in working principle without trying to encourage it. I just noticed it.
Do
So-
any of you think that you
Wait, Britt.
do
I'd
any-
like to ask a question, please.
Okay, go on.
And this is from Matthew, if he's still here.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, in Chronicles 16:30, King James Version, fear before him all the earth, the world also shall be stable, that it be not moved. How does that fit your globe cosmology?
Yeah, I think that is meant to describe the surety of God's creation and not physically stable, but just sort of like stable in God's economy of like where things are, in relation to Him. So as an example, there's something in Psalms that says, "The
So
righteous shall
you
never
take
be
it
removed."
philosophically.
No, I'm
not
just saying
literally.
that there's a verse that says the righteous shall never be moved. It doesn't mean the righteous is stuck, like his feet are like planted in the ground, he can't ever move.
It
It's
says the
talking about the
world
same kind of
also
thing.
shall be stable, that it not
Yeah.
be moved.
Yeah,
Or
it's
I'll read
using the
another
same
one.
word.
The
So
world
where's it
also is
using the same
established,
word as the one
that
in
cannot be
Psalms?
moved. The world is
So does the
firmly
world have
established.
unwavering faith? Is
Matthew,
that what you're
how do you
saying?
get
It was
around the
saying
fact that
it's
the
saying the
city?
world is established in faith. Hold on.
How do you get around the fact that there's a city that's going to be 1,400 miles by 1,400 miles, and it's going to land on the Earth, right? How does it land on a round? How does a flat surface of a city, 1,400 miles by 1,400 miles, land on a round surface? It's going to be up in the air. The gates are going to be up high, 100 miles up in the air. So that doesn't make any sense. So just the very fact of a city landing on a circle, how do you land a flat surface on a circle? Impossible. So the Bible makes no sense on a globe at all.
Right. So that verse doesn't make sense if it's a physical description of a city on a globe. I agree with that.
You can
Well,
land
it
this if
describes
you
it
for
with
God.
actual
Wait,
measurements. It measures the actual measurements in the Bible say 1,400 miles by 1,400 miles. It's quite clear. You cannot put a flat surface of 1,400 miles by 1,400 miles on a circle. It's gonna be all the edges are going to be
I
up
can
in
hear
the
that.
air.
guy in the background. If you're God, you can do anything. So yeah,
Well,
you can.
plus,
But
yeah, and at
let
that point he's
him get
talking
it
about the
out.
new heavens and new earth. So I don't know anything about the new heavens
Yeah,
and
that
the
was
new
Red Century. He wanted to say that. I don't know.
Well, there are
Sounds
there
like
are
let him.
electro-opticals. There are
Well,
scans of
yes, I'll give him that.
show
In an anthropological sense, I mean, the Bible was like any other book that was written at the time, 2,000 years ago, and they do have a similar sort of thing where they're not exactly literal with their
Nope.
wording of things, right? And I'm not saying that about the Bible specifically. I'm talking about all books that were written at the time, right? They all use sort of metaphors and try to make illustrations of things, right? On exactly what
did he use
word for
the
word
word
what it
mile?
is, right?
It depends on the
Literal
genre. Like
measurements.
the Gospels are definitely in the genre of biographical narrative, like explaining exactly what happened. So I would say it's not true in the Gospels.
Also, how would they know if it's
Oh,
miles,
so
kilometers,
hold
or
on.
acres?
So the gospel is a historical event as
They're
viewed by
in the
an
genre of
observer.
they're in the genre
But
of biographical narrative.
Moses's books aren't about. They're not in chronological order of creation. They're not historical. They're not
You have to
literal.
no, you have to
They're
look at
they're
each thing.
poetic and they're poetic in meaning. So God gave every man the ability to say, "You know what I mean," and they say, "Yeah, we got you, God. You didn't really mean that. You meant this." And that's a lot of hubris, man. So pride comes before the fall, and that goes against. Where's your second witness
I
for
mean,
this?
that sounds intuitive to us today because we do have like historical account books that are literally, if you read the average history book, it is an account of exactly what happened. But for the people at the time, I mean, they were accustomed
No
to
story ever is.
these sorts of writs, right? They the idea of a book that says, "Oh, this happened and this happened and this happened," was very rare at the time, right? I can't even recall one, except for what you're saying, the Bible is, right? Which I don't think the Bible went against the norm back then, right?
Well, they put it in chronological order.
This is what the heliocentric religion does. It makes God out to be a liar, and you can say he's a fucking poet, and you don't have to take him literally.
Yep.
Right.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, it might be literally a literal account. I mean, who could know, right? But
Well,
I just think
that's
it,
more
anthropology suggests that it probably isn't. But I don't know.
more often than not, this is the reason why people become atheists, and they fall away from the creator because of the fact that they see it through the lens of more modern and scientific advents that have been given to people as an idea, right? Like, well, we are now in an age of knowledge, right, where everything's at your fingertips, and
Ideology.
so you don't have to think about God in that old way, like that your grandma and grandpa used to. You're now living in a new world where we think differently. Science is on the cutting edge. So all of these things have been kind of like now giving people a better way to like think about things versus it being like traditionally in a book. So
I mean,
that's what's it's churned out.
It's true if you think about the last century. I mean, like, but biblical literalism isn't an old thing, right? It's I mean, like if you go back 500 years ago, or whatever our ancestors thought of the Bible was certainly interpretive, right? So, like, yeah, I mean, yeah, sometimes the literalism sort of part of the Bible is relatively new, right? It's not like it's not always been the case, right?
Yeah, no, but I was just making the case for the reason why, and so we have people of the mindset that we live in a cosmology that science has a better beat on versus a holy book. So the holy books go so far, but science actually expounds on man's actual knowledge. Like, this is the idea behind the reason why people would leave such a thing, and they would rather just say I trust in like what people are doing. I don't want to trust in a book. And so they
Do you
will.
not think it's the reverse, where let's
Mm,
say the interpretive flexibility of the Bible, let's say, right, is what kept Christianity, I guess, somewhat relevant, right?
well, you're
Most
talking about like.
people, when the Bible was written, believe they live on a flat Earth, man. So if you go by the logic that you guys are using, if you accept science as heaven and earth, you already live. There's already a new heaven and a new earth, and you are the new Zion.
It's
Part of the
what's
great
considered as a
deception.
yeah. What Mike is talking about is what's considered as a new paradigm synthesis. So there's going to be like a new version of what's being said in the holy books to kind of merge with the future synthesis paradigm. So it's going to be like you are well, check it out. What the holy books were saying and what science is saying is the same thing, guys. Don't you know that? Let's all get together and you guys can now be your own gods, because actually what the Bible was saying was that God lives in you, so you are God. That's how it's going to be viewed, and people will fall for it. It'll just be
Welcome
the
to
new
New
thing.
Zion.
Yeah, and
Right. Welcome to New Zion,
and everybody will love that because it's like,
where you
okay,
play a
I get it
part
now.
in creation.
Yes, exactly. You are a creator, aren't you not? Or don't you create every day? And so now people, it's in look, Brett. Don't tell me that's not enticing, bro. Because
Miggy
it's
picks up quick.
I
That's why I always like it. Miggy Swift.
But if you don't,
I haven't been a Christian since I was like 10, right? So
no,
I
but
can't
listen. But this is why I'm saying, Brett, because it's like when you think about it, what they're saying right now in cosmology and in these talks that they have about science, they're merging with the idea that we have an untapped resource with all these guys who are religious. Well, let's just join hands and let's see how and why we had our differences. Let's kind of sort this out, hash it out, and then
Build
figure out
some bridges.
yeah, and then we can really do some good, right? Because now we're united. If the religious people and the scientific community, we are now joined together, and everybody's gonna love it because it's gonna be the thing that everybody wants, right? The unity,
Yeah.
prosperous and
Well,
Science
humanity.
is gonna tell
I
you
think like
what
there's two
God
ways you
really
can view
meant.
it. That's certainly one way you can view it, right? The other way, I guess, is I guess it came about like, well, before Newton's time, but around about like Newton's a good instance of it because he thought that what he was doing was getting closer to whatever the truth was, even if you could say in a literal sense it's in conflict with um what's written in the Bible. Um, I think you could say, like for instance, that that's an example of, and this goes for like even including the moral norms of society or whatever, right? That what our goal is to unlock God's truth and get as close as to what the Bible is actually trying to tell us, right? You know, the people who translated the Bible, you know, I mean, like just aside from that point, the people who translate the Bible automatically went a bit further away from whatever was the original intent, right? So, like when you look at people trying to translate back into the Almaic sort of Hebrew sort of Semitic languages, that the Greek version of the Bible that was translated was further away from whatever that original one was, and then the later English version is even further away from the Greek version. So
Mhm.
automatically, if you're just reading whatever the English version of the Bible was
Greek
verbatim,
sounded
that's quite far away from the Greek, from the Almaic, from the Hebrew,
The
right?
the
Wow, you
Peshitta.
have you studied this?
Yeah,
Is
the Aramaic, the
people normal
Peshitta
regular
versus
people
the
don't know that.
Vulgate.
You actually have to
Right,
have at
you've
least a
covered
bit
the
of study on
Peshitta, the
this.
Vulgate, the Sumerian text. Pretty much
Yeah,
all of
all I'm
that's
saying
covered
is
in
that
there.
like whatever if you only know the Bible in English, you're automatically kind of like further away from God's truth or whatever it meant to be, right?
Well, it's
If
like
you're
there.
literal, that is.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, there's people that do study, and you could actually understand
The
context,
Bishop's
and
Bible, the
there's a lot
King's
of
Bible.
things missing because of like language, right? Because of how language is a convention, and for us to understand. So, I mean, I don't want to get too much into it, but like a lot of things that are said like in Hebrew don't transliterate over into like three iterations of language, like different versions of like the language, and like you got to
Yeah,
remember
in
what
one
region.
word.
Well, what region they were saying, like these guys usually only say it this way in this region. You know what I mean? There's a lot of nuances to
Yeah.
understanding
Yeah,
like why that word.
So
dialect and
what
all
we
that.
typically do with the Bible, I mean, what you could do if you wanted to with the Bible is that you could look at the word, and you could look at the context of what was going on at the time that that word was inserted into the Bible, right? So like the Greek word, because if you just take a Greek word and make it English, you're missing a lot, right, of steps there.
They don't
If you're
always
being literal with that, you're being a
translate
bit silly, right?
because
What you have to do is then yeah, you've translated it to English. Now you're looking back in time. You're going back in
Convey the
time into what they might be
meaning.
referring to, right?
Mm.
Which obviously isn't a literal. It's not a literal sort of you know, you have to use some interpretive. You have to use your interpretive faculties to understand what you're trying to get there, right? So even then, you
But
can't
you
be
know,
literal.
Yeah, that's because you can't go. Listen, that's because you can't go word for word. You have to try to translate the meaning with the text.
Yeah,
Yes.
but also the
you know how many
context of when it was written,
Do you
right?
know how many people have? Do you know how many people have started wars over their own interpretation of the Bible? Everyone's got like their own interpretation.
Yeah.
Like so many different people, unregenerated minds and non-Christians, Christians. They all take the Bible and they all use it, and they create wars against each other, and they fight each other over one or two verses or whatever. But they've got no
They
idea
do.
the whole message, what it means. Some people do have a few ideas what's going on, but a lot of people are just fighting over the Bible or their own interpretation of the Bible. So they're not really following the Bible; they're following their own interpretation of what it means. You
Well,
can make it
that's
mean
the same
anything
as
you
saying
want.
like a verse in one part of the Bible and then a verse in another
You
part
can
of the
make
Bible
it
is going to
mean
create
anything you want, though.
conflict, right?
Basically.
Yeah, that's what's the word am I looking for? That's you got denominations, you got different sects of like
Yep.
Christianity. It's
Sects,
crazy.
denominations,
Yeah, this is. I mean,
doctrines.
I feel like because of all of this, the new paradigm synthesis that I just spoke of, where science is going to be united with religion, it's gonna end. It's
It'll,
gonna like be the salvation, the problem, the solving of the problem of why we couldn't join hands in the past, and now why we can.
it'll be the
I'm telling
last
you.
doctrine, dude.
I just
Yeah,
think
it
that
will
It'll be
be.
the
even if
last
you are
doctrine
literal, even if you
in
are
the
literal in the
largest
Bible, you can't.
sect.
It's
And if you're
inescapable that it
not
has to be
if you're not
interpreted.
part of the sects, if you're not marked and you're not part of the sects, you won't be able to do business. It's already been prophesied. Come on, you read it. Is that literal or poetic
No,
or
I mean, what I'm trying to say
parabolic?
is that like if you read something in English, and obviously it's translated from like it has like three
I fully
languages removed from.
understand the errors in translation, bro. I
Yeah, but
study
what I'm
Hebrew
saying
and
is then
Greek.
what you do, what you would do is you would look at the word, then you translate it to Greek or what the original Greek was, or the Aramaic or whatever you're doing, right?
Yeah,
Depending
because
on
there's
what book you're reading in the
multiple
Bible.
uses of a
And then what you
word,
have to do then
just like
is look at the
English.
writers and like what the writers were writing at the time, 2,000 years ago, because there were real people writing the Bible. It wasn't
Were
like
they
God's hand,
Jehonians?
right? We're not the Quran here, right? And then you have to use your interpretive
Right, there were three
abilities
big
there, right?
groups.
Mm.
The
Well, wouldn't
Marksonians, the
that be God?
scribes of
Didn't
Mark,
God divide up language on purpose to
Jehonians.
divide us? So wouldn't mistranslation in the Bible be His doing?
Wouldn't God have already understood that the Bible was going to be translated into English?
Yeah, because He
In the
made the
first
Yeah,
different
he would have
languages.
known
He
that. Yeah, I
did the
suppose.
Tower of Babel thing. That was His idea. So He mistranslated the Bible.
When he said these words shall never pass, he was referring to the Torah or the Old Testament. It was stated at that time in that chronological order, and the only texts that exist were, well, the Hebrew Torah. Toradic
There's
text.
some verses in the Bible that I'm aware of
Books.
that change their meaning if you just look at what they were probably what the writers were probably referring to, which are different from what we would think now,
Yeah,
right?
you have to really
Do
look
you
at history.
interpret?
There's a lot of stuff. Not only have to be like a kind of a history buff. You have to understand etymology.
Yeah.
You have to. It's not as
Do you
easy as
interpret the
people.
Bible through?
Yeah, because there were three large. When the doctrinal wars started, there were 10, 15 different groups who had wars over doctrines in churches. The
Mhm.
Johannians, the Marksonians, the Matthewans, they all took the scribe name of Matthew or Mark. That's how I, Matthew, came upon the road to Galilee, Jesus, who was on his way to Galilee, and Matthew. So the book of Matthew was written by a scribe of Matthew, but not Matthew, a scribe who followed Matthew. And they all had their own groups, just the Jehonians, who were a bunch of people who followed John, and they were the scribes and the learned people of the days. So they all had different battles over what they believed the Messiah, Yeshua Mashiach, was actually saying when he said it, because he did speak in parables, and a lot of times he didn't reveal the true meaning because he said it was not for this time, but it was for men to ponder.
I
The
just
ones
asked
with
one
the
question.
most money and the
Can you?
largest congregations have won.
can you find God
The
with your mind and with
Johannines.
science, or does God find you and reach your heart and you fall in love with Him? Do you follow God with your mind or with your heart?
Okay,
I mean,
no
you can
preaching here.
understand God with your
No
mind and
preaching.
use your
This is
mind. I'm not saying
this
don't
is a
use your
flat Earth
mind.
VC.
Yeah,
Would you
Yeah,
follow
that,
God with your heart and out of love?
yeah, I know what you mean, Trinity, but yeah, it's getting.
I agree with you, but yeah, that doesn't really touch our argument. My grandmothers used to say, "Our mind, body, and soul all know the voice of our Creator, regardless if we recognize it or not."
Yeah, but if you're
So
playing
I
with your
agree with
mind,
you.
you can get off track if you're just going in your mind and you can make up your own constructs in your
That's
mind.
right.
Yeah, I
You got
resonate
to
with
be
what
a
you're saying.
revelation from heaven. God's got to reveal Himself to you first. It's got to come from His side. So that's the problem. There's so many people, they're busy trying to find God, but God is the one who reveals Himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
got you.
they think they're the truth, they're the light, they're the way. The pride it must take to be that way. You're
Well, let me
not
see if
the
we
way.
can. Let me see if we can get this shifted over back into flat Earth. Yeah, we kind of got a little off the beaten path there, but it was good. I mean, we dove a little bit in there and kind of seen.
Yeshua was the way.
He's here. Hey,
Right,
QE.
so
And, and
let's
his
try and get
sect were followers of the
He
way.
can't hear us. He's got his sound off. But
awesome. So let's try and get back on track. Obviously, we were talking about the Bible being a flat Earth book. That's awesome, but the Earth is still observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. Awesome.
Is that QE? What's he doing here this late? It's a bewitching hour.
he's got his sound off. You can't hear.
We got Schmitty in the house right now.
I thought it was funny when QE joined and he said to Matthew Learns, he was like, Matthew Learns joins and he was like, Matthew fucking Learns.
Oh, we all of us, we got a lot of history, man.
That's right.
Yeah.
Lots of people
I
in.
like Matthew.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't
I
care what
like
you
me
guys
too.
say about him. He's all right guy. When it comes down to just being a guy, we're all men first, right? I think he's considerate, he's polite, and he takes a lot of shit from you motherfuckers. He must wear tall boots.
I think he likes the children.
I don't know what that means, but I should buy more.
Matthew, I just pray for you, brother. You know,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
this
So
heliocentrism
Hey,
is bad, man.
Matt,
I don't think it is. I think
when
it's.
you wear a pair of tall boots, you can walk through shit and not get
Oh,
none
got
on
it.
your jeans, you
Got
know?
it. Okay.
Huh. I'm a
Heliocentrism makes
country boy, I'm sorry.
pretty simple.
Dude, it's a plague on the mind, man. It really is.
And we got Micro Minds in here. Speaking of minds, Micro Minds, are you there?
Flat.
Huh?
No, that was me. I was joking.
I'm gonna ask him the question, and Britnat's gonna ruin it once again.
Aren't you there?
No, Micro Minds ain't there.
Do any of you have a scientific evidence for the curve of the Earth? Any of you?
Schmitty might.
Category error.
Schmitty number 2.
I got some sticks and shadows.
Sticks and shadows.
Put him
nice.
on mute.
Put him on mute. Guards.
Put him on mute. Tease him.
What you should have said.
He's gonna be in here in just a moment. As soon as he undeafens.
I'm telling you, man, I'm fitting the audio clip that shit and go straight to the AI, man. Straight to the fucking AI. Whoever
Crime.
made that last video, it was genius.
If not, yeah, it was genius. I like it.
Pretty soon it will be hard to tell if
It
something
was
is
good.
generated by AI or it's an actual clip. So it's gonna be hard to do.
Yeah,
I give
found
it
one
like
QE
5 more
that.
years.
I'm
After
not gonna
that,
share it around. I'll give it to QE. If he wants to share it around, he can.
If it's audio, I
Somebody
think
made
you could
one
do it
of-
already.
No, you can do it
Yeah,
already.
somebody made one of QE with audio
Yeah.
and video.
it's good.
I
But
thought
you need
it
to
was
have
good,
one of what
but I
he
just
says.
wasn't gonna shoot.
You need to have one
Yeah.
of what he says in here.
Drake's
Yeah.
has got some good ones of tight shirt and some other guys.
So you guys don't know all these characters, man.
I mean, all I need is a picture of the guy doing the talking, and we can make it happen.
Made one of the fight the
You
fat
know,
shirt.
flat earthers will meme the shit out of your ass, and we're AI powered now. You better back the fuck up. Shit's
Dude, I should
about to
play
get
the
tough.
I should play the 99% clip in here.
You really should.
Hey, the
You really.
AI's pretty good at giving probable answers if you can form your questions correctly, specifically enough.
Now,
You
do
can
you
get
know if
very specific answers.
can you tell us 100% if you've eaten before?
Yeah, you guys are gonna
Has
be.
anybody
I don't know.
Hold on, wait.
Have we
Are you
asked Matthew this question?
I kept licking, but your ma didn't move. You tell me.
I would say that the knowledge of of your historical past is properly basic knowledge. So yes. I just threw down some philosophy terms I don't fully understand, but yeah, properly
Matthew,
basic.
What's
I don't know if
unproperly
you-
basic? I
Oh
don't
my
get that.
goodness.
Sorry, go ahead.
Philosophers say there's a category of things that you can just assume to be true and know is true without having to prove it. Knowledge of the past is something that it's not clear how you would prove that the past exists versus like the universe was created 5 minutes ago and we all were created with memories of before that. So philosophers say, yeah, forget that. We're just going to call it properly basic and say it exists.
So, Matthew, are you 100% certain you are speaking to us on Discord right now?
Yeah, yes, I am.
No. All right, well, at least I can respect that.
Well, let's have a listen because I think it'll fill up a little bit of air.
What?
You'll see.
You want me to
He's about to
speak
play
on
it.
Discord so you know?
No, watch. All right.
I'm gonna talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe.
Oopsie. Hang on. Don't go nowhere.
I'm gonna talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So, I'm gonna ask you two questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So, first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We'll be talking flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot, I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. And let me explain. I'm gonna now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is gonna keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the cloud.
Brilliant.
Like if I was to ask you, Siru, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly. Generally, what are you doing? Like sitting on my computer chair. Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No,
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
not 100%. Like 99.999999999.
Okay.
Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that? So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down in my chair. And I'd say that's
the thing. But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
I mean, I defend myself here? Is that okay? Please. No, so I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached.
That seem a little psycho, though.
If that makes sense.
We get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.99%.
Wow.
Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He assumes it. He's assuming
just assume.
But wait! There's more! Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No. Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We can get really close. Like I can be like 99.99.
We're not about let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Oh, fuck.
Tough one. No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord, yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down. What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. I've literally had false memories. So like, I'm the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% with anything. But I am more than 100% sure. Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. I'll tell you
Nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now what if there's a very small possibility? There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
What are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making hypothetical situations.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
But do you understand that
Okay,
sounds
so this is
psychotic?
the issue that we have. Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not
guy.
even sure of that?
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You
that
would
professor.
have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know, like. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
Oh. This is madness, man. Yeah, all you
Why
guys,
is it so hard,
you live
man?
in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Yeah,
I know I've ate.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten, or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
You got it.
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain is?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut your. I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Wow. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the.
Are we talking?
I believe I'm on Discord.
Dude,
Are
how
we
long
talking
is this mayhem? This
Sir,
is wild.
yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
To be plugged in. Something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
Hi, how sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
That's good evidence.
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe. A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
Are you
In
100%
my
you
defense,
grab
I'm
a
a social
pause?
science student, so
Right,
again, my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
There you go.
fuck.
There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
In my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
I think I can know that I exist. I think I can know that certain logical truths are like true.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear? 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
That was it.
Absolutely hilarious.
The clowns.
That was it.
Absolutely
that was way
hilarious.
too many. Crazy.
I didn't know Matthew was in that one.
Yeah, he was the very last one. Yep. He didn't know. I think he might have known he was. That's why he left.
Oh shit, he's not here.
No, he left.
And this is what happens when we start telling people that the Earth isn't a spinning ball in space. All of a sudden, nobody can know anything.
Britnat, what did you think of that?
I don't know what I know, so.
Oh boy.
I love it.
Isn't that insane? I think it's insane.
It's a mind virus, bro.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, dude. It's.
How do you guys approach those sorts of people who
don't
sound like Miggy was beating up on a bunch of blonde chicks,
man. Dude,
at least three of them bitches was so blonde, and if they wasn't, they was dyeing their shit blonde because they knew they were dumb.
Yeah, because
Britnat, what it is, right, is so once these people say that they're not sure about anything, then they have no logical way to make an argument about what we're saying against what we're saying.
You could
They
always
don't know anything.
You could always go down the route of challenge them on whether or not they believe the laws of logic. You can make knowledge claims from that because you could then ask them, are all unmarried men bachelors, and see where they go with that. I suppose.
Britnat, are you 100% sure you're talking with us on Discord right now?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the Earth is a sphere, so I can't know if I'm sitting down right now.
Let's take the Socratic view on this. Hold on. Walk with me for a minute. Let's talk about this. And look, that is a gotcha moment. Matthew posted a video that was all right about somebody in a gotcha question. You might want to use it. You should look through there and check it out, Miggy.
But over the years, like these clips were, I think, within the span of about 6 months. This wasn't even all of the times that I've ever done that, because that would be like 3 hours long. That would be or more.
I still like the kid with the paradox is still a true statement. I can't even remember all the dumb shit he said,
but
because I was
like
laughing.
Like
That was
Timbo was
just a couple of days ago, yeah.
like Timbo was
sorry,
saying
Nick.
though, it
Yeah.
undermines like our knowledge claims or people's knowledge claims. If you say that you know something and you don't know that if you know something 100%, you could be wrong, which then
Right.
introduces the factor of like, okay, yes, you say the Earth is a globe, but you could be wrong. And even if you're kind of like making a case for it, then I could say, yeah, but there's still that one little sliver of a 0.000000001% chance that you are totally and utterly and completely wrong of what you're saying.
A fraction. That's right. There's
Yeah.
still plausible deniability, reasonable doubt.
Yeah, since I found this Discord. Well, not this one specific, but the Flat Earth Discord in August, right? I think about 6 people personally have asked that question and have said, "No, I'm not 100%." It's fucking wild.
You gotta look
I
at
don't
it
even know
like,
why they
you know,
do
like
that though,
Rick
because I
Nat,
don't think
yeah,
there's no risk to Globe by just saying that you saying you could know things.
You
Yeah,
think
but the
that.
whole thing
You
is
think
that
that.
they say that they've got it all worked out and they know
He
everything,
believes
and
it.
these things work because they work like this, and there's no other option. And the whole point is, there's so many other options. It's not funny.
Yeah,
Right.
it's like
Name
it's like
one.
it's a weird retreat because, for instance, I think like you can't make like a knowledge claim about bowl or not, right? But you know I do think you can make them about some things. So I don't know why they would just pretend like you can't do it about anything, right?
So, so Britnat, right? Imagine you're deep into a conversation about any one of the topics we bring up, right? Deep into it. You show them the black swan, everything, right? Then all of a sudden they say, "Oh, you can't trust your eyes. You can't trust your senses. You can't." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you ask them that, and then they say, "Well, I'm not 100% sure that I'm sitting here on Discord talking to you."
That's
So what
such
the
a
fuck is?
weird way to handle that situation. That's so weird.
But so
But
like,
it's
why the fuck? Oh, go ahead.
No, it just feels like there's hallmarks to it. You don't just outright just say, "Okay, let's do that." I mean, you can, but I mean, you actually want to have a
It's a build-up.
conversation. Just
Yeah.
yeah, you decently want to have a conversation with somebody without having to go there. But then there's this little kind of like, wait a minute, they just said
Something
you
weird.
can't
Yeah.
trust your eyes, or you can't trust your senses, or just something, right? You're like, wait just a damn minute, let's go and see if this, you just do like a reality check. That's what I call it. And once you do, it's
Yeah.
redundant. Trust me, it's redundant. You're saying that if you're 100% certain, that's super like that. You don't have to do that. You're either certain or not, right? But in this case, it seems like you have to say it because there's levels to certainty. Like I can be 87% sure. So
I heard that one actually.
There's a lot of these were done after like a 1 or a 2 hour conversation. Yeah, they're not done just someone comes on and then you go, do you believe that you're on? These are after a 2 hour conversation, so they've just gone pretty in depth, and then they've made solid claims about things, and then they don't even know if they're on Discord or not. Like that's the way it ends up happening.
So it's like a rug. It's basically like a rug pull. Everything that they built up for the time that they've been saying it, the moment they say, "Well, we can't know anything," that's the way my fallibilist would say that. And then there you go. Rug just goes yank. All the work that you did to establish your points to get to where you're at just completely wiped out. Like you know what I mean? The effort is what I'm saying.
You guys
So.
got it all figured out, man. You guys should come test your battle skills.
I saw Great
Not
Angelo in here,
what
but we were
against you.
Great
Hey,
Angelo.
Rob, most of us are already on debate flat Earth and more, so we already know the atmosphere there. So quit trying.
Yeah, dude, like Rob, you get bullied endlessly over there.
And
I
you
mean, what
keep,
do you?
yeah, you keep saying we, but you ain't even in the in crowd over there. You just some low tier fruit hanging
Don't worry
on the
about
tree.
what
So
you have no
you need
idea.
to,
I'm the
you need to
highest fruit
quit
on
with
the
the
tree,
we shit.
brother. I'm the highest fruit on the
You
tree,
weak
brother.
ass plebeian.
You don't know anything about what I do over there or what goes
He's not a
on.
pleb, is he?
You meant
Hopefully he's not a
drunkest.
pleb.
No, I mean he's got some stuff
You
going
meant
on.
drunkest.
He triggered a mod so hard that Gem like demodded the guy. But I mean, yeah, but there's some things that I mean,
Ooh.
Rob too, that kind of keep you around for entertainment value. Like you're a lol call. You're
Aw,
the,
dude.
they constantly.
It's fucked up. It's fucked up. But hey, some people are masochists. You know what I mean? They keep coming back over and over and over. You know, I truly think that.
Maybe
I want battles.
maybe
I want to see battles.
you and Yakubian should team up because you both seem to be like a doormat.
Hey,
Yeah.
honestly, I go to your channel and I hear you guys talking amongst yourselves about your beliefs, and I go to the other channel and I hear them talking about it, and all you guys are talking about is how the other side is wrong, but yet you guys aren't talking with each other. Let's put this shit together and get something going.
Why? What do you think?
Well,
Okay,
do you think
hold
that
on.
would
I
do?
like that.
It's been to get. It's
ahead.
been together over the years, Rob.
Yeah, I know. I heard all about it. I'm late to the party, but guess what? The party ain't over.
Yeah, but we've
so
already been
isn't
through
it?
the.
You know,
We put those
It's
guys through
hey,
the
Rob,
ringer.
hey,
Jim,
Mickey.
and them.
Wait, can
honey,
I ask
honey, hold
Rob
me up.
Noxious a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Britnett.
Rob Noxious, do you have any scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth?
Yes, I already proved that to the other guy.
Put him on
Quantum
mute.
Eraser.
Put him on mute.
Put him on mute.
Numpty.
Put him on mute. What you should have said,
Mr. Mayhem, Miggy.
fucking numpty
That is a
moron.
malformed question.
Mr. Britnett.
Yeah, Mr. Britnett.
That's okay.
Oh, he put the switch hitter on you.
You didn't know we were gonna say that, huh?
Britnett's like, maybe I could be based and a flat earther. Who knows?
Well, I don't know.
Maybe relatively. Well, I may not
got-
have years in flat Earth like you guys. I do have years of being in conspiracies. I've been in conspiracy theories since the '90s. So the whole conspiracy thing is not a big deal.
Nobody's dissing you, Rob. We're just fucking with you. It's all
Bro,
in
I've-
good fun, man. Don't
I've been in
take
a
it so
conspiracy
emotionally,
with
man.
my fifth grade
I
friend.
don't think you're. Hold on. I don't think any of us think you're a bad guy, Rob. I don't
Nah.
want your little
I do.
feelings hurt. So
Hey,
it's okay,
Rob.
Princess. We love you.
I like
Rob,
your
did
approach, Battle
we
Mod.
land on the
I like
moon?
it.
Did we land on the moon in 1969?
I don't listen. I don't hate anybody. I don't hate.
Same
them.
here, brother.
It's baggage. Don't waste your life on hate.
Rob,
You are
did we land
annoying,
on
but
the?
Yes, we
Did
landed
we
on
land
the
on the moon in?
Yes, we did.
We did land on the moon, and
Who
you're into
filmed it?
conspiracy theories.
Yeah,
Who
I used to
filmed
believe.
that
I used
first
to. I
step?
used to believe that we
Asking
didn't
this since
until I found
kindergarten.
out that we did.
Who filmed that first step? I've been asking since
how
like
did you come to
second
believe that we
grade.
did? How did you change your mind?
The evidence
He
provided
talked
for
to you
me.
for
The
a
evidence
minute, man.
provided to me I had no choice but to accept the evidence provided to me because it was like you guys would say common sense to not to.
What was the specific evidence provided to you?
Oh, you should
Well,
repeat that.
I sat inside one of the landers, whatever, at one of the museums here. Sat inside one of them, talked to one of the people there, and they explained a lot of different things. Like the phone call thing was always a big thing, but if you look up how they made phone calls back then, the president wasn't
That's
calling
silly.
the guys. He wasn't calling the guys on the moon. He was directed from NASA. The phone call went to NASA. Then they patched it into the president. The president wasn't talking to the
miles
guys on the
away.
moon. 250,000 miles.
Did you ask them if you saw the lander? Did you ask them how they got in there with their backpacks on, both of them? Because the door opens inwards. Did you ask that?
What I want to know.
They did.
How did they get their How did they get their diaper off in space to leave it on the moon? That's a feat right there. in and of
8
itself.
days. 8 days.
Yeah, there's 96
Well,
there's
well, see,
96
one of the-
there's 96 poopy diapers on the moon. You know that, right?
Yeah, see, just like my phone call was my thing.
Yeah, have you read the
You
story
guys
about
have
the
other things, like
astronaut that
diapers and
got
stuff.
raped on the way to the moon?
Dude,
Is
that's
that
not
true?
true. Is that all
That
cap?
can't be
That's
true.
cap, bro.
No,
That's gotta be cap.
No,
Battle Mod, really?
That's a cap within a cap.
Yeah, that's cap, dog. Like that. Yeah, exactly. That's cap. That's capception. That couldn't have ever happened.
Listen, that it is satire as hell. So the astronaut dies. His wife says he never told nobody, but he got raped on the way to the moon, and he wouldn't tell me who did it. But there's only 2 fucking guys that supposedly went. I thought, yeah, this is a fucking joke.
No.
The dude was the first dude.
Kinda weird,
to
bro.
have sex in
Yeah, I
space.
seen the
But
interview
then-
on TV where they act the
then
guy.
the weird-
Remember when the guy hits him in the elbow because everybody says he was about to give too much information and he hits him in the elbow. Everybody's seen the videos, the flag waving, the footprint that doesn't match the fucking boot until you put the boot on. Things that just like like the footprint in the boot. Everybody said it was fake until you realize that there's different layers of the boot, and when they show you that the actual boot, you can see that it matches up to the fucking picture.
I don't even know if that's an argument anywhere. Like, where does that argument?
What about
exist? That's a fucking low hanging fruit argument. What the fuck?
Bro Sanchez. That's one of his big arguments.
Oh my
I got a
god.
question for you, Rob Noxious.
What do you guys
Not
think
only...
of that guy?
Wait, what? What'd you say?
Well, if he's using that argument, that's no good.
Bro Sanchez. What do you guys think of him?
Fucking
Bro
arguing about
I
a fucking
like him.
boot.
He's awesome.
Yeah, we don't mind him out here.
I got you.
Wait a
No,
second.
I don't know
Yeah, good for you
enough
guys.
about him. He seems a little bit esoterical to me, but I don't know.
Well, if we're arguing about boots and whatnot, like, come on, man. Like, there's a bigger issue here.
It's the vacuum of space. That's the issue for me.
Yeah, for real. By the way, look that up, Timbo. That vacuum chamber you were talking about. It only goes 10 to
Oh,
the
yeah.
negative 6 door. And you're right. It
Yeah.
takes like 3 days to like
Yeah.
suck that
I
shit
think
out.
they got to 6.
Yeah.
The negative 6. What is it? 6 to negative. When that guy's saliva started boiling on his tongue and he passed out.
Yep.
Yeah, 10 to the negative 6.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
vacuum
it. Yeah.
of space is what again? 10
Well,
to the
right.
negative 17?
Yeah,
Tor?
no, that's
17.
outer space. As you get right above the
Kármán line?
last layer, the last layer of the exosphere, then you cross over into what is considered as space. So
Narnia, yeah.
farther past space is where it's considered outer space. I think it's like far past the moon, because the
Because
Earth's
the
atmosphere.
moon's in the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, if there's the moon's
Well, you
in
have
the
to go
Earth's
through the
atmosphere.
wardrobe.
I'm just saying, according to
I think you're right though. I remember seeing that 10 to the negative 12. as it
yeah,
gets, like,
it's not
something
right
like that.
above the Earth. Is not. Yeah, allegedly, it's not.
Still exponentially
Damn it.
way
I wish I
different.
could get my buddy in here to fucking give you guys the numbers for that shit. He would know all the numbers you guys are looking for.
No, those
Looking
are those. There's this. The 10 to negative 17. Those numbers, like, that would be outer space. Like that. That's how it's considered.
Yeah, there is some debate where actually space starts. You know what I'm saying? Like you guys are saying.
Well, it's ambiguous right now, and due to the fact that I've researched this. It's ambiguous where the Kármán line is.
Okay, so you guys aren't the guys who don't believe in space, and you guys believe in space.
No, dude. I know the story. Let's just say.
Yeah, but you're giving measurements to space. But why would you have measurements if it doesn't exist?
Listen, bro.
You
here's
can
the
know a
thing.
story and not think it's true. I mean, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, so Rob
You gotta know
so
that
there is no
story
space.
to
I got you. There
use.
is no space.
You gotta know that story to use it against.
Why do you keep
the
saying that?
people
I'm saying
making
that
the
there is no.
claim.
I'm telling you,
Let me
I
give
know
him
the
an
story.
analogy. Let me give him an analogy. So imagine instead of space, it's Harry Potter, right? We're all fucking super
Come
fans
on,
of Harry
guys.
Potter.
One
right?
at a time.
Yeah, so
I
we're
don't
super...
like Harry Potter, so no, bad analogy.
Hold on, I'm just saying, we've studied each book religiously, right? All of the Harry Potter stories, right? And then we
like
come
Harry
to the realization that Harry
Potter,
Potter's
go
not real.
ahead.
Does that make our information about Harry Potter any different than yours? No.
Yeah. I got
It
got
is
my
if you have
citation
the
on that Raven
if you
on
have
the
the
way to
book
the
that no one else
moon.
has.
Let's
You just changed the example to fit your own example, not his. So that's.
Do you have a
nice job.
citation
Nice
that
job.
Harry Potter doesn't exist?
That is true, actually. Yeah, Harry Potter. You need to cite that, dummy.
Any scientific evidence of Harry Potter?
You see my citation?
Yeah,
I
but you
dug
guys
up my
missed what
citation,
Beasticles.
guys. The
Yeah, it
moon
was a
ain't-
picture of a middle finger. What are you trying to tell me?
Yeah, Beasticles was trying to lay some information down, man. You guys
It's
just.
an analogy, yeah, but it's all right. Whatever. They want to be dumb.
It's all right,
let 'em be dumb.
Beasticles. It's cool, man.
I ain't chirping.
Hey Rob, have you ever seen a funny thing happened on the way to the moon?
Man.
Yeah.
Hey, you seen
Have
all
you
that
seen
shit,
it?
but
Yeah, you guys think 9/11's an inside job, right? You guys,
Astronaut's wife said.
we agree on that one, right?
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, but there's shit you can't say like. fucking-
Yeah, look at the thing about off topic.
Yeah, can't talk about this. Shit.
Like the
You want to
pyramids.
take this?
I'm a big pyramid guy. I don't believe the pyramids were built by who they say they were. I'm a big pyramid guy.
It's great.
Is that an off-topic tech lobby?
You have to make it like flat Earth related pyramid, hating pyramid, not believing thing. It won't work. If you,
yeah, that's
if you,
No,
if you don't
you
connect
no
it
no
to
no.
flat Earth, it won't connect.
No, Pico, that's incorrect. No, there's certain topics that are flagged, bro. That's
Oh,
the way.
really?
How about this?
Yeah.
How about
There's
this?
just
Okay, I
How
thought
do
I
they?
thought I thought there was supposed to be a connection between one concept and another, and like I didn't
no,
know. I'm sorry.
bro. There's
I'm
certain
sorry.
shit that's flagged by
Sorry.
everybody. So you say certain things, certain
Yeah, like
keywords,
no Jew
fucked up.
question. No Jew question. So don't be popping that out. You know
seriously.
what we're talking about.
Yeah,
Don't
what
play dumb.
you're doing,
I actually
Pico,
don't know what that
dude, you're
means.
brand new here, okay? So why not instead of think you're running? Yeah, like don't you? All you're doing
Okay,
is running your mouth.
No anti-Semitics,
Wait, I
no
didn't say that.
Holocaust denying, no misinformation for medical science. This is TOS terms of service for Discord. You'll be flagged and removed.
Hey, Pico.
Wait, what? It
Have
says
you
like
got
no
any-
anti-Semitic stuff on the TOS. It says that legit.
Pico. Hey,
what's up?
have you got any?
It's labeled hate
Pico.
speech, isn't it?
Oh, okay,
Hold on.
okay. It's labeled under hate speech though. It's
Take
not
it.
like
or not?
they're
Hold
not
on, let Timbo
specifically
go.
saying anti-Semitic. They're not.
Timbo,
Okay.
go ahead.
Hello.
Hey, Timbo.
Hello. Pico.
No, actually, they
Got any-
do. No
Yeah,
hate.
what-
They
hell.
say no hate speech, and legally that exists in the category of hate speech.
Someone keeps saying my name. So
Anyway,
in the
that'll work.
category of hate speech, so it does.
Pico. Hey, you
Yeah,
got
man.
any scientific? Fuck me.
Go
You
ahead,
got any
Timbo.
scientific evidence of the globe?
Not really.
Mood him.
You should have said.
Modem.
You fucking numpty. You numpty.
What the hell's that guy's name? We can't get the.
I don't really know what to tell you, man. I
We
ain't got
can't.
scientific evidence.
We
of
can't
that
get the
stuff.
next part right without knowing his name. Who asked him?
Pico de Gio. Oh, Timbo asked him.
Yeah, I got asked by Timbo.
Is that a play on words of
What you
Pico
should?
Egallo?
What you
Yeah.
should add?
Salsa.
Mr. Timbo, speaker question asker. That's a malformed question, Mr. Timbo, but you didn't because you're an umpty dipshit. Knuckle dragging, crayon munching moron.
Don't say that other.
Grade
Don't say
science.
that other T word though. That'll get you banned.
Wait,
Oh, yeah.
what? I'm vulgar as fuck. Like, what do you mean?
Okay.
Yeah, you go ahead, man. Like the more you let your mouth run loose, man, it's gonna get you. It'll be your undoing, bro. I'm telling you.
Well, I know, but he said what C word? Because I use a lot of C words.
But if
Yeah,
you,
there's a few.
Don't say cracker.
I gotta watch my C's.
Listen,
Oh,
I gotta say it
no.
again because then I get to say it. Okay. You can't use the term cracker because it's racist.
Oh,
so don't
okay.
take
I wasn't
cracker,
thinking. I
'cause
was thinking
cracker
about
will
like
get you
cunt.
muted. Okay.
But
got
you can
that
call
no
someone
go
a
on the
cunt,
cracker,
right?
but cunt is
It comes
Alright.
we use cunt.
I'm dialed in.
Don't
I'm
say
dialed
cracker
in.
though.
Over here. Fuck, Pico.
I'm dialed in. I'm dialed in.
I'm gonna get as many free passes on that as I can, meow.
That's fair. That is fair. And I'm asking questions, so it's on me too. So like, you know.
All right, Pico, let's go. What do you want
Hey,
to
where we
know,
going?
brother?
Where are we going? I'm not going anywhere.
Let's talk about the globe that you think you live on.
I don't think I live on a globe.
Oh, he's
Oh,
one of you
okay,
guys.
where do you live?
He's one of you guys.
Well, currently in my apartment. Where are you? You're asking me weird questions.
Good answer.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, what is wrong with? Why are you asking me weird questions?
Well, you do know what
You're
the
on
topic
a-
of
you're on a-
discussion is, right? Sorry, go
You're on
ahead,
a
Tim.
channel called 24/7 Flat Earth. So,
Yeah.
would you like to know? Would you like to know anything about the subject, or
Oh, I've
you
been
want to tell?
listening.
You want to tell us what you think, or?
Well, there's not much to it really. It's I feel like someone's lying to me. That's what I feel like, and I don't like being lied to. So we're here for information, so we can verify the liars.
All right.
You know, I think NASA means deception in Hebrew or some shit.
Nasha.
Yeah, yeah. So like, you know, I'm not really with it. We need to figure things out.
You ever see the Black Swan, Pico?
Is that the movie with that one bitch that's like
Natalie Portman.
Natalie Portman. Yeah.
I
I've
have
never
seen that movie too. That's a good one, but no.
That's racist, man.
Talking
why?
about this right here.
Black Swan.
So for context, right? See that picture right there below the video? The video is for
Right.
you to verify where the picture came from.
Right.
So Earth's circumference, right? 24,901 miles, quote unquote, with a radius of 3959, has a mathematical attribute because it's a sphere. So it has certain qualities like drop over distance.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah. That makes sense.
right. So there's a distance, a max distance, depending on your observer height, to that horizon, that physical horizon, before things start to get obstructed by it. For example, in this video and this meme right here, this photo, the observer height's 1 foot, 1 foot observer height. So the calculation is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's feet in height. So that would be 1.22 miles to the horizon. Now, in that photo, where would you say the horizon appears to be?
What? According to this thing?
This still, yeah. Where behind the oil rigs in front?
Yeah, I would say it's behind it.
Right. Would you say if we say it's about 10 miles maybe, because that second platform in the back right there is 9.41, so we could safely say 10 miles, right?
Yeah, that's rounding up. I'd round down to 9, but okay, yeah, it's fair.
Well, how can you round down to 9 if it's behind it?
Okay, that's true. We're talking about an actual. Okay, that makes more sense. But like 10 would be far beyond it.
Let's just say 9.5, right?
Okay, fine. We're still below it. That's fine. Okay.
So, according to that picture, the black swan, right? That means the assumption, the calculation of Earth's size, how big it is about 1,000% off or inaccurate.
Damn. That's some shit. That's the first time I ever seen numbers like that. That's some shit. That is some shit, dude. Holy fuck, my balls. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, that shit's fucked up. Who did that shit? Who wrote that shit? Who did this shit?
Who wrote what? This comes from that video right above it.
Fuck, that's fucking crazy. I'm gonna be back in a bit.
Look at the video.
Now he's trolling.
I know.
Wait, so this is the one. This is gonna explain the math more.
Well, if you want to see the math, you can go to the distance to the horizon calculation, right? Calculate the curvature of the Earth, right? It'll ask you to put in some units, right? Your observer height, target distance, etc.
Holy shit, I am not ready for that shit. Okay, hold up.
Yeah, he's trolling. So without trolling, what do you actually say about it? How could you refute that?
I can't. I don't see anyone doing this shit for like the globe cause in any way. But like this shit is fucking. I don't know about this.
On the globe side, tell you it's a new type of refraction never before seen called super looming, where the horizon can be loomed up, over, and around the horizon. So in a sense, with enough refraction, you could see the back of your head on a globe tard.
You know what's weird? When we talk about this, when they say refraction, it has to be two things at once. It violates the law of non-contradiction. So we talked about it before. In the case of the globe, you could see a ship disappearing from the bottom up. At the very same time, they will say that you could see beyond that position where you could see that bottom up disappearance and see what's behind the curve, loomed up over the curve to meet your eyeballs, and you can see whatever's far away. Seriously, this is the way it's proposed to. So you can see things beyond the curve, and then you can see things obstructed by the curve.
And
Tell me how that makes sense.
Yeah, and Embo, for example, literally claimed both, that it's
Both,
apparent
yeah.
and geometric. It's fucking
And
wild.
what you can do to look at the argument. It says every horizon distance must be no more than. That's what tells you that it can't be it can't be past the physical curve of the Earth.
Yeah, which is
It
a
can be
predicted value.
closer. It could be closer because of atmosphere effects. Like oxymoron there.
Do you guys
But
believe in Occam's razor?
it's not
Do we
something you
believe in
believe
it?
or don't believe in, dude.
Yeah,
What are we
it
talking
just
about?
is.
I've
It's
heard
the
of
simplest
Occam's razor.
explanation. It's the
Wait, what is
simplest
it?
explanation.
Well, do you think it's
It's most likely the
Yeah.
best explanation.
But it's
do you
not giving. Yeah, but it's not giving
so
you a
I have a
truth claim
question.
to it.
Go
So
ahead,
do you
Rob.
think? Yeah, but going with Occam's razor, wouldn't you say that the simplest idea of what happens on Earth is explained through the globe and not being flat?
No, that's wrong. That's wrong.
I did not expect that.
Yeah,
That's
even if it
wrong.
was,
Bro,
Give me my $10. Give me my $10, bitch.
What?
What?
There's nothing simple about that.
yeah, the
You
basic
all right, Rob?
explanation is you walk outside your front door and you're not moving, bro.
Yeah. Or you don't see curvature. That's it.
because it's not. Yeah, Rob, look how easy it is. The reason why no one can prove curve or rotation is because there isn't any.
Literally.
Just
Give my
like the
10
world,
bucks. Give my 10 bucks, bitch.
the
Oh, it's
world
OG
presents.
again. This dude's
OG's kind of a weird spazoid, man. He just gets on the mic and just hollers, man. There's no substance to him, man. He just, I don't know. He doesn't get on the mic and say, "Hey, look, man, it's OG. What's up, man? I think the Earth is a globe. Whatever."
He doesn't
He doesn't
stand
say
on
that.
his
He
own
just blurts
convictions.
things out at all random times. It's
What I
weird.
just said was
It's
profound.
triggerings is what they are. Like
Yeah,
certain things
if it
trigger him.
continues, I would say if it continues, that there's something to monitor, man. That guy shouldn't. He doesn't, add any value. Should be adding value.
I like it. Low
Put
key.
him on mute.
It's a little comedic relief is nice, you know.
It's not even that, dude. He just like blurts things out and then he just goes back on mute. I mean, we don't know anything about the dude. Like at least saying like, "Hey, I think the Earth's a globe," or you know what, whatever. I believe in hollow Earth or concave, or we don't know.
Yeah, it's wild.
Sometimes when you get accounts like that, they're actually a sock. They're somebody else, and then they do that because they're able to kind of still be part of the conversation somehow, or think they're still here, even though they're not. And then they pat themselves on the back for being clever, like, "Oh, look it, they locked me from the room, but now I'm still in the room, squawking my ass off."
Well, you know
Huh?
me.
No,
You know
no
me, Craig.
idea.
I don't hide behind socks. I am who I am, and no one likes
Yeah,
me
dude.
wherever I go. So
That's
sorry.
the way you should. We talk about no one likes you, dude. Everyone here has told you that you're a valued member here. It's great to have you around. No one here is going to take your photo and put it on a donkey or whatever they do over at Gems.
Damn, dude, that's fucked
They
up.
really do that shit, dude?
Yeah,
That's
they
fucked up.
they
Oh, Rob,
completely.
hey, you're welcome here, man.
They got
That's
Rob to go on
fucked up.
camera just so they could take a few photos of them and then
Yeah, that's
just
fucked
Oh,
up.
they did.
superimpose it.
This guy's bullshitting, dude. This guy's always talking
What's
about.
up, guys? What's up? What's up?
They tricked him. They go, "Hey, Rob, go on camera," and he's like, "Yeah, certainly." And they
No
just
one,
snap
no one
photos to
tricks.
make it
No one
memes out of
tricks
it.
me, dude. No one ever tricks me. Get out of here. This guy's talking shit. Shut up, Crit. You're being ridiculous.
What's up? What's up?
There he
OG?
is. What's up, man?
He just goes on mute.
Like,
It's kind of funny though. It is
yeah,
kind of funny
whatever.
now. Yeah. Hey, you gotta laugh out of me. Besides that, Lunatic. What's up, Lunatic?
Hey, yo, there's a lot of fucking people in here.
Yep.
Usually.
Yeah, not me.
Yes, there is. Check
And,
this
like,
out, Lunatic.
no one is talking, really. Oh, Jesus.
I'm eating a burger, bro. My bad.
Damn, we
Go
just
louder.
crossed over to 6K, huh? 6K. That's how many talk hours we got in this place.
I
Hey
think
man,
Crit.
I'm just sticking around for the knowledge and the information, and then questions when I don't understand.
Uh-huh.
So
God, it looks like I was looking over some of the content here. It looked like Xeno cracked hardcore a couple hours ago.
It's been cracking for like the last week. He was super chill and cool when we started him, and now he's just malding every time we talk to him.
Yeah, that's rough.
Who's that? Who's that?
Xena.
Oh, I don't know, man. He's been spazzing out like lately. It's crazy.
First, he was like trying to put on this air of like, he's just wanting to have a down to earth, cordial conversation, but that's all gone.
Yep. And these are all mind games now. Like, I don't like that. He's got on. He's go. What's mess? You tell me. It's not our fucking baby. We don't give a shit. Like you want to. You need to define it. And good luck too. Good fucking luck trying to define that shit.
Sea lining, he's just gonna ask relentless question after question about stuff that doesn't matter. Like a kid just asking why.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no answer was given. You're like, and then he'll tell you the answer is wrong. Okay, what's wrong? Nothing was given. That doesn't answer the question.
Yeah, but these are debate tactics, man. There's no substance. I mean, you don't want to get to like arguing or like debating a topic or anything. It's just like you want to get them on a gotcha. Like that's stupid.
With oh, never mind. Forget it. I was gonna bring up something, but it's okay. Like there are contradictions about if people hold to their worldview, but it's kind of a bad example.
I just don't understand. I have a hard time understanding what is there to debate.
There
It's not
isn't.
like it's not like the 9/11, like where you can debate, like who was in on it and who knocked down the towers and who.
Rob, stop it, dude. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah, you can't go into that, man. We done told you.
Rob, if when you go to Gems and they tell you to drop something, and you just comply, right? So why do you think you can just not comply here?
What's wrong? What am I doing wrong? I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, okay. Somehow like normie servers like that, they can talk about any topic they want. They can broadcast it live on YouTube. Nothing happens to them. But here, if you bring up topics like like that are listed in the news or in the rules thread, these will shut the not shut the channel down, so shut the server down. Shut down the YouTube stream. So stay off it. Okay,
Yeah.
don't bring up these mass casualty events. Okay, enough, dude. Okay.
Where can I see a list of those rules? I
It's
just want to know where.
It's just flat Earth talk. Then this channel right here is just a flat Earth only. Then
We could veer off a little bit, but only in topics that are not going to infringe on ones that are ones you can't say.
And only
That's
today on
yeah.
Sunday. Flat Earth is a big enough topic that you don't need to do all these peripheral, quote unquote, conspiracy theories. No one's talking about conspiracy theories to begin with. That's content the globe adds. The globe adds like, what are all the astronauts? Is the whole federal government involved? Are all the countries involved? That's a completely different topic. If anything, you can go to atheist forums who are like second wave atheists. George Carlin does a great stand up skit about like how he says he basically
now
mocks.
you're doing. Hold on, now you're doing it, man. Don't do that.
Don't do what?
You're talking about other stuff, dude. Like
No, I was giving you if you continue to talk about it, I'll have to show you the door for other places where they talk about this. I give you an option if you want to talk about it.
I'm not talking about it. I was just saying, and I just was making sure.
Do you have Discords where they talk about stuff like that?
Yeah, but they're basically on a clock, dude. Those guys until because everything in Discord, it's getting to be where when you say anything, it's some algorithm catches it, and if it gets sent to the whatever platform they have the algorithm, getting all that information, they'll find out, dude. And
see,
this that specific topic is against TOS.
Yeah,
so
there is.
I didn't know that. Okay.
There was it was so bad that you had people
Where can
coming
I
in
see
here
the rules?
using soundboards, pretending that when someone like me would open their or Flat Earther would open their mic, they would then open up a soundboard that said something that was against TOS, then clip that without the visual cue, just the audio cue, and then send that into mod mail. Say, hey, look what the Flat Earth mods are saying. But good thing that we had the YouTube video to back it up. Say, hey, look you saw who the mic actually opened. It wasn't mine. I didn't say that.
There was a sister server that we used to with 24/7. We had like a partnership with, and they were what, like a year or two. He got shut down. The ice wall. Or was it the ice wall or the dome? What was it called?
Yeah, it was ice wall.
Ice wall.
Yeah, and
So you guys
so
are
when
referring to the TOS rules from Discord, right? That's what you're referring
no
to.
Pico, dude, just look up at the top. There's a every guest channel has its rules. It's listed right there. Guest rooms, guest mods, and announcement channel. I'm not sure which ones you see, but the very bottom one is info, guest, or guest info and rules. Like I don't know how brick you're acting right now. It's like you want people to bring
under politics info. Okay, at the top, I see that. Okay.
Yep.
Wait, what? That didn't give me any rules.
My God.
Wait, what?
Like,
Moot him.
I'm sorry, you said it was
Yeah.
at the top, right? Not the bottom.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man, dude. Maybe he can't. It is possible, and maybe you don't see it with level 2, but you probably should. There could be a mix-up. How about maybe just message the mods to help you out?
Mike put the terms down in the chat right now. But this is like just TOS. It's not a over
Thank
the
you.
server.
I read them. I read them. Thank you.
Yeah, server has its own rules though. This one does on what they will allow. Because of course, look at all the broad topics they have in it now. You know
I don't
what
even need to know the rules no more. I'll just talk about flat Earth. That's all I'm going to worry about.
Yeah, it's a big enough topic, dude. This topic is one topic to rule them all. It all goes back to like what people know and how they know it, and virtually how they articulate themselves too.
I said it before, man. It's the board that all the puzzle pieces of conspiracies it's resting on. You know, ties everything in. Everything.
Really? Is that big, huh?
See, if you want to talk about all these other conspiracy theories, you don't need to do it in a flat Earth framework. There's people who maybe believe X conspiracy theory who believe the globe too, or who don't believe the globe, or who believe the Earth is flat. All these things it's not some sort of box you can put and say, here's people who talk about conspiracy theories. They're also X people, and then drop that in the box, and then click on a channel that you think represents those X people. I mean, you're just way wrong here, and you've been told multiple times to cut the shit. But Sunday gives a little leeway for it. But come up, when it turns into Monday, it's definitely time. Okay, now it's back to flat Earth, 24/7.
Business as usual. Yep.
Yeah, it's all good.
I don't know. At some point, probably when I don't know when this is gonna be kind of like there's gonna be a lull in this room. Probably can go back to 24/7 to kind of give it a little population. Just to kind of keep things, flowing.
The chill channel was pretty active over there. They were all on a screen share doing something or another. I was gonna check it out, but by the time I got over there, they had quit.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna turn in, man.
Nothing lasts forever, guys.
Nope.
That's pretty hilarious. That Politico had done the rounds yesterday on all the different channels and got.
Is she some type of character? Quick before I leave.
Yeah, I think so.
She doesn't seem. I mean, I don't. We wouldn't know, but just by what it sounds, it almost sounds like someone who's portraying a character.
Yeah,
Because
it's like
that's just too. She used too many terms that were like something very posh to say. Like,
yeah, it's like the same skit. They jump into the channel. They're like, with like the NFL locker room. Oh, this much. Everyone who's so happy about NFL, it makes me want to believe in eugenics again, or something like that. Just a completely incendiary thing. Try to get the room all wild up, become the center of attention for a while, get kicked out, and just go to the next channel.
Say the Earth is a globe?
No, she was against it.
She said perceives the Earth as flat and stationary, but
Do you
can
guys have any
suspend.
scientific evidence for the Earth being a flat stationary plane?
She was against it. Like she was totally just in character. I know it must have because you can't be that like on the nose with the terms that she was using. It was like, yeah, this is too scripted, man. To be there's no way. She's
Do you
like,
guys have any
I
evidence
say, old
for a flat
bean.
Earth?
You know, like who does that?
What's your guys? What's like the number one evidence for a flat Earth? What's the number one thing that you guys always learn? What's the first
Flat
thing you guys think?
stationary water.
Yeah,
Water,
observation.
water just standing. Like, have you ever seen a placid lake,
Yep.
Rob?
Yep.
All right. So a placid lake means that if you've ever seen specular, I could send you down the trail of watching specular reflections, like the perfect clear mirror glass image of the reflection of a placid lake, like mountains in the background and all that stuff. You would see how you couldn't have that if the water was curved in any way, like in the curvature of the earth. So yeah, look at over fences. Over fences put something exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So that's the
What kind of
salt flats, I think.
what kind of mountains are what kind of mountain lake is big enough?
No, what I'm saying, like what
Have
I'm
curves?
talking to you about, basically, is what over fences just put in one of the images. So now
Those
it
are
could be a
mountains. Those
placid
are
lake.
clouds. Those are mountains.
I
Those are
know,
clouds.
but I'm saying it could be it could be mountains, it could be the background of like the clouds here. All of it can be the same, but it's a mirror image, and that can only happen on a flat surface. You couldn't get a mirror. Think about it. If the surface was curving, the image you would see in the background would be distorted like a funhouse mirror because it's a curved mirror, right? But because it's a flat mirror, that's what you're getting with the water, then you can see the image perfectly mirrored. You couldn't get a perfectly mirrored surface if it was curving. It would not let you see those clouds in the back exactly mirrored like the way it is from the top.
Yeah,
You would get
absolutely
it.
would. Absolutely would.
No, you would get it distorted like a funhouse. Because if the mirror
It
was
is distorted slightly, actually.
no, if the
I'm
mirror
going to
was
use this to prove the Earth is round. Actually, thank you.
no, you're not
Yeah,
because
take a
you
no.
can't.
Like you
You
have to
can't.
look at it closely. It's not So here's the thing: like if you go to a clothes store, you know the mirrors are slightly curved to make.
He doesn't know what he's talking about,
Yeah, you
man.
No,
got
he could
Obviously.
use it as a globe. Just go to a globe channel. You're welcome. Take the screenshot. Go up to a globe channel. Talk all about how it's a globe from this.
Yeah, but
this
he's using it in the wrong way though. Saying
yeah,
that it is distorted, dude. It's a perfectly mirrored like reflection, and that's the way it works. If you want to believe it as a glober, that's fine. You can turn it around.
yeah.
You're
Go
just
ahead.
gonna be. You're actually what you're gonna do. You're gonna make it worse for yourself because other people are gonna be like, dude, you're crazy. I don't see no curve. Where's the curve here? It looks pretty flat to me. Like, and
See,
you're
look, he's
gonna look
still
like a
here.
fool.
It's
He
not
just
though.
got shown proof of the globe, and he's sticking around. So he can't even convince himself. Here, look at this one, Rob. The GIF there that I posted. At what distance does that become false?
Which one?
Yeah, the
Which
one
one?
he's showing. Yeah, the 26 minutes.
126.
Yeah.
Yeah, at 26.
But what I'm saying though, right? So if
What are
you
you
have
showing
this
there? What do you think you're showing there? Hold on. I'm sorry, man.
flat
I'm sorry.
level water, Rob,
The
flat
water's not
level,
flat level.
dude, are you serious?
No,
The water's trying to find its lowest place. Water is not always level. It's
I
always
know.
trying to find its lowest
Yeah,
place.
no, it's not, dude. It's level. Look at the surface. If you put a ruler against it, that water is level from the top and the bottom, like it's straight across. Can you not see that? The surface of the top of that water is always level.
Is it level in the middle? Well, the top of the water. Now it's gotta be the top of the water.
The
What's the
top.
top?
Yeah.
Here,
What do
Rob.
you
Look at
consider?
watch it. Okay,
What do you consider the top of the water?
look at the
What?
GIF. Okay, it's dropping water into the right cylinder. Okay, and eventually at some point, water raises up, and then it goes into the left cylinder. Then they open up the valve.
No. That's not how it
Then
works.
What do you mean it's not how it works? Yeah, that's exactly how it works.
No, the water goes in the left cylinder and makes the right overflow.
No, you're missing the point here. You're missing the point. The point is the water is flat and level and it's equal on both. Like if you were to put a ruler, it would lie flat
Yeah,
and level the
that's
ruler all the
because
way
of
across.
gravity.
What? Dude, what are you saying? You're chanting like a glober. Who cares? Like
He's
we're
a
looking at
troll.
flat water. We're looking at flat water right now. Stop chanting. You don't know what you're saying. Like if you get a ruler right now, that ruler will be straight across that image right there, where the water's flat and level at the surface
I
on both of
agree.
those cylinders.
I agree, but what
All right then. Where is this? Where?
that don't prove a flat Earth though.
How doesn't it? If
'Cause you
water's
tell
always,
this is
if
how it
water's
doesn't
always,
prove.
I mean,
Oh,
what I'm trying to say is that flat water proves the evidence that the Earth is not a globe. It just can't. How are you going to get a curved surface from that flat water?
All
That's
right, well, here,
idiotic.
I'll post a pic of my curb water. Hold on.
Hey Rob, are you sure you're here?
yeah, that's what I'm telling you, like asking you. At what distance does this no longer become true? Because I can show you
No,
like
he's.
the lock system through like the Panama Canal.
You guys are coping, man. This is what the reality is. You guys cope. And if you want to cope, go to another channel and cope, dude. Like there's no, if you start denying reality where we're saying like this is obvious that there's flat water on both of those cylinders and it doesn't matter like the way they're, one of them's up and the other one's down, as long as they're connected, the pressure will equalize and the surface of that water will be flat and level. That's reality. If you're denying reality, then you're in error. You don't know what you're talking about, man. And if you
Hey,
want to clean the globe, go ahead. Like that's.
All right, that sounds good, man. Sounds real good.
on a rhetoric, this one anti-flat earther got triggered by the Selenian eclipse, and he started doing the same thing. He's like, "Oh, this proves a globe. This proves a globe," and he ran around the server showing everybody, "Look at what Crit posted. He proved the globe." And people started looking at it. What the fuck is that? Is that Photoshop? Because that's not the way eclipses are supposed to look or work. And then the dude was like, "Holy shit! Like, you're running around the server posting flat Earth proofs and calling them globe proofs, and people are like telling you, dude, that's fake. That's not the way that works." So yeah, more power to that like other dude. What was it, DeVito or yeah, Dante? Dude, take the photo and show everyone. It's gonna be epic, dude.
I don't know why they keep man.
Hey,
I don't understand.
if that isn't light refraction in that picture of Chicago, then why can't you see any of the other suburbs around the Chicago area?
That don't make
Same
any.
reason.
That don't even make any sense. What you just said.
Usually, so smaller buildings disappear first, or would larger buildings disappear first?
Do you understand that the whole thing should be gone about about
Yeah.
1,500 feet under a physical curve?
It's the whole thing. It's not
No, it's
talking
not.
about just city, little suburb area. It's the whole thing. You're not supposed to see any of it. Not even a little.
Yeah, I know. It's called refraction.
No, it's called a mirage. They called
Dude,
it a mirage, dude.
You're chanting something that you have no knowledge of, man. What's refraction?
Oh, that's your
What's
opinion.
Rob? What's refraction, Rob? I know this is gonna. I shouldn't even be doing this, but what's refraction?
I'm not gonna get into a what's this or what's that conversation with
You
you.
don't know because
I
you
do
don't
I
know,
do
bro.
know. Okay, well, you say I don't know, but I do know.
Then what is it?
Why do I say you're playing this
That's my
gotcha game.
point, Rob.
So,
That's my point, Rob.
You have no point because we'll get to the next question. You'd be like, well, what's this? And you'd be like, what's this? So
Because you're claiming it's this. You're saying it's refraction,
Well,
and I'm asking you
let's
what
go
it
with
is.
the assumption that I know what I'm talking about. How about that?
No, we're gonna actually
I'm not
find
gonna
out if
explain
you know
every
what you're
point.
talking about. We're not gonna go on the assumption and
But we
skip
can
the
never
most
find out
important.
we never can
We're
find
not
out
gonna
what
we're not gonna skip the most crucial part where you're telling us that you know because you understand. We're not gonna skip that. Why are we gonna
the
skip
burden
that?
of proof is on you. That is refraction. You don't know
You
anything
just
about
claimed it.
refraction.
It's
You
your.
don't know
It's
anything
your.
about refraction.
All right, fuck this. You just made the claim about refraction. Now you can run. It's up to you, but you're gonna be held to task. And if you don't want to talk about it, that means you don't know, Rob. It's pretty obvious. I'm going to unmute you. You have the chance to explain what refraction is. It's up to you. It's up to you. Not saying anything. Not saying anything is equal as not knowing. So there you go.
It's just the bending of light, man.
The bending of light. Is that all?
That's good. As good as you're gonna get.
Okay, then
That's
you don't.
all
Then you
need.
don't know.
That's all you
Then you don't
need,
know.
dude. That's what
Then
I'm
you don't
saying.
know.
You know you want to get drawn into the weeds and get all into the
Drawn
thing.
into the weeds. I want you to. I want you to tell me that you actually know by actually explaining what refraction is.
Okay? You go first.
You don't know how this works, do you? You made the claim. You have to support it.
No, I'm not making a claim. You're making.
You
a
said
claim.
refraction, dude. You said refraction. Did you not say refraction?
It is refraction.
Okay, then it's your claim. Now support it. Support it. Quiet. Support it, Rob.
I want
There
to.
you go.
I want
You
to
don't.
so
You don't
bad.
have to. You can sit there, cross your arms, and say,
No, I want
That's
to.
fine with
I
me."
want to. But I just know that there's nothing I'm going to say that's going to make anything.
No, don't. You can't say that because everybody, if everybody's listening to you, it's not up to me if I accept it or not. It's your presentation if you know it or not, Rob. That's it.
I definitely know it, dude.
Okay, then give it. What is it?
We're all ears, brother.
It's just the bending of light, dude.
That's not it, Rob.
It's the bending of light. Is it let's see. Bending of light is it passes from one medium to another. You guys like mediums, right?
You like mediums? What's wrong with you, bro? Listen,
Okay.
if
Different
there's
densities, bending light
let
occurs.
me ask. Are you done? Or you go ahead. If you're not done, tell me.
Well,
Keep
no, I
going.
wasn't done. I was just. I mean,
Go.
I'm not gonna bring out all the notes and shit. You guys are just gonna say it's wrong. I mean, after
It's not
it's been
about.
scientifically proven.
Listen. It's your presentation. If you're gonna support your claim or not. That's the way it works here.
Refraction is the bending of light as it passes from one medium, such as air, into another medium, such as a glass or water, with different optical densities. This bending of light occurs because the speed of light changes when it enters different mediums, causing it to change direction. This phenomenon is responsible for various optical effects, like which the way a pencil appears to bend when placed in a glass of water, or the formation of rainbows when sunlight is refracted and dispersed by the water droplets in the atmosphere.
Okay. Now that you said all that, why do you say that something can come up over the curvature of the Earth due to what you just claimed? Remember refraction? That's when you see a city that's too far that you can't see, or supposed to not be able to see because it should be hidden behind the curvature. Now it just loomed up over the curvature, and now you could see it due to refraction. But
So
you go ahead,
go ahead.
Flatwater.
Sorry.
No, you go
Well,
ahead.
you're telling us that there's an obstruction there that you don't see. Like, what kind of sense does that make? Why would you think that? That it?
It just actually
That was it.
the picture actually proves the globe even more because what it does is it's showing you that it's not bringing the refraction isn't bringing the picture back as people like you even when you guys are trying to say it is. It's actually showing it in a higher or lower position than it actually is due to the bending of the light.
Mate,
So the fact that
this doesn't
the fact,
help your
hold on,
claim, mate.
I'm almost done. I'm
Okay,
almost done.
okay,
The
okay,
fact that
okay.
the fact that the buildings are rising up from underneath the horizon and rising for us to see it proves that it's bringing it up over the curvature that you guys are waiting to see for, that you guys are looking for.
That's begging the question.
Yeah.
You're just assuming that there's a curve that's been refracted that you didn't see.
If there wasn't a curve, you'd be able to see it.
The hell, dude. The curve is not blocking what it's supposed to. That's why you have to say refraction.
It is. Refraction can move it up and down.
So you're just saying that there's a curve blocking things even though you don't see it blocking things.
Well, in some cases, when there are variations in temperature of air density and atmosphere, such as the hotter day or a body of water, light can be refracted in many ways that make distant objects, like the Chicago skyline, appear higher than they actually are. This effect can make it possible to see the objects that would normally be hidden behind the Earth's curvature. It is important to note that atmosphere
Okay.
plays a significant role in such optical phenomena.
You're reading an article now. That's really interesting. But you're basically just telling me we don't see this curve that I say is there, so why do you think it's there?
Well, how can you see? That's like saying you're riding down a river and there's a waterfall in the river in front of you. But
let me
you're
put
in a
it to you
canoe.
like
Hold
this.
on. But you're in a canoe. You won't see that waterfall until you're right up on it. But see, unlike the waterfall, you
You're
can
not
never
onto
get to the
something,
edge.
man.
The hell, dude? You're just
Rob,
crazy.
Rob,
You
relax,
can never
brother.
get to the edge of a curve there. There's no edge.
Relax, dude. Your definition, that one that you just described, the definition you described is light traveling from one medium to the next, right? Two medium, right? Like you said, air into water, right? It was in the definition you just read, Rob.
Yep.
Okay. Now, using that very same definition for what you just claimed, how many mediums do you see in air?
Air is the medium.
I know. How many more are there?
In the picture,
No, in air.
you have the glass and the water.
Well, let me put it to you this way. When you look off into the distance, right? And you see through the medium of air, right? You're looking through air. And
Yep.
then you see something that you're not supposed to be able to see, like, I don't know, the Chicago skyline or something, too far away to see, but they're saying that it just came up over the curve, right? You're looking through air, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So how many media are there other than air? Because you need two media in order for light to pass through one and go through the other one,
Yeah.
for refraction to start causing things to be like a straw going through a glass of water.
Yep.
You can see the straw when it enters, it looks like the light shifts the
Yeah.
straw into a different location, right?
Yep. Yes, it's the
Okay.
water. It's Lake Michigan, which is bending the light, and it's all the glass off the buildings that are bending the light.
All right. So what you're saying is that because you have air and water, right? Is the light traveling through the water and air, or is it just traveling through air?
It's just
Because you
passing through. It's just passing through different layers of the atmosphere.
no,
The light.
that's incorrect. So you're saying that
No,
there's
no, it is because it's.
you could say, listen, you could chant whatever you want, but I want you to realize, is air multiple mediums or one medium? What is it?
It's one medium, but it has different
Okay.
pressures. There's different atmospheres. Different layers of
It doesn't define refraction saying multiple pressures. It defines refraction as two contacting media.
Yeah, and it's still it's three. It can be three.
No,
But
what?
it can be more than that. It can be what you're talking about.
No.
Irregardless of the contacting media, it can be one. It can just be the air can cause refraction. What are you talking
No, it doesn't say that in the definition. It's not
Yes, it
described.
does. It does specifically say that. If you know how to
So
read it, it does say
tell me
that.
where it says only air is one media, and it's only talking
Refraction
about.
is the bending of light as it passes from one transparent medium, such as air, into another medium, such as
Light.
glass or water.
Yeah,
There you go. There you go.
With a
That's it.
different optical density.
There you go. That's it.
No, it says with a different optical density.
I know that.
So you can have
Because
different
those different
optical
media,
densities even within
the
water itself.
different the different media are going to give you different optical densities. Yes, that's correct. But what I asked you was, in that example that you just talked about, it was showing air, water, and glass. Those are different media. All of them are contacting each other. And as light passes through those contacting media, it's going to change the way it looks when you see something in those media. Therefore, you're using multiple media. Now, in the case of air,
medium.
in the case of air, you only have one medium. Air
Yeah,
is not multiple mediums, Rob. It's only one.
I know, but there's multiple layers of that medium.
It doesn't matter if you
It
say that
does
there's
matter.
multiple layers because
It
it's
does
only.
matter because the pressure changes the
So
affects the light
does the
bending.
once again, does the definition of refraction use only one medium or multiple?
Multiple mediums.
Okay, sir. How many mediums are there in air?
Air is one part of the medium used. What do you
One
mean?
part of the medium. What is
The
air? Is
question,
it
the
one?
question is, the question is
Is air
nonsensical.
one medium or multiple mediums?
Air is one medium with multiple layers
What?
to the medium.
It doesn't matter if it has multiple layers. It's
Well, I'm
not
telling you,
many.
it does. It
It
does.
doesn't matter because it's only one medium.
Because those layers directly affect the outcome of the light that hits them. I'm telling
Are
you
they
right now.
is that what the definition is saying, or is it saying
Yes.
multiple? No, it's not, dude. Where do you read that it's saying air is multiple mediums? It's not. It's saying it's one
Because
medium.
it's saying air as a whole, and air consists of multiple layers of
How do
mediums.
None? Tell me. Show me where it says multiple mediums. That air is multiple mediums. Where did it say that?
Well,
Where?
we can go down. We can go down right here. It's because it's very important to note that even the atmosphere.
It didn't use it. You didn't use that in.
The fact
You
that you
didn't,
can't see
Rob.
every
You
day
didn't use that. You didn't use that in the example. You're getting real hyper. You use air, glass, and water. Those are three mediums right there, right? Hello?
Yes, those are 3
Okay.
mediums. Yes.
Yes. And they changed the optical density of the light traveling through it.
But it's from a transparent medium. You know what I'm saying?
I know, but there's 3 of them, right?
Yeah, but the glass doesn't have to be
Yeah.
transparent or the water.
Yeah. So you agree there's 3 mediums, right? Okay, now we understand that
In this
as
particular instance, yes. In this particular
yeah,
instance, from
okay.
Chicago skyline.
So when we're talking about mediums, we're talking about air, glass, and water. 3 mediums. We're not talking about air having multiple layers. We're saying air is one thing, water is another, and so is glass. Glass is another. 3 mediums. You get it now?
Yeah, I've been getting it.
Okay. No, you haven't been getting it. You're thinking that air is multiple mediums, and it's not. You keep getting it wrong. It's
No,
not multiple mediums.
I never said it was multiple mediums. I said it had
Okay,
different
then.
layers to the medium.
Then you can't have light changing optical density through one medium. It's gonna be refraction. Refraction occurs when light travels through different contacting mediums. Do you understand that? Different contacting mediums, not one single medium, different
No,
contacting mediums.
we're talking about this is
What?
the most
This is
ridiculous
refraction.
conversation.
Yeah,
No, this
this
is
is
not.
refraction.
This is your
You just
bastardization
outlined
of
it.
not understanding what refraction
You
is.
just outlined it, man. You
Yeah,
outlined it for
and you're
everybody.
trying to debunk refraction like you're some
I
kind of
didn't debunk it. I'm fucking telling you what it is because you just read what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is, Rob. You don't want to be
the
you don't want to
density of
believe
the
it.
Earth's atmosphere is not constant. It can change to many different factors like
Who
temperature.
said that? Who said that it doesn't, bro? Who said that it doesn't? Who? Did I say that? But it's not a different medium. Do you understand what different means? And they gave you an example clear as day: air, water, glass. 3 mediums. El comprende? 3 mediums? I hope you do, man. Like if you don't have to answer back, but I'm just telling you,
How
bro.
are you gonna say that I don't comprehend it when I fucking the one who read it to you, dude?
Well then why are you fucking telling me that it's like
Because
multiple?
you're
It's
trying to
not
act like
fucking
you knew
multiple.
this already. You're trying to act like
I
you knew
did.
this.
I did, and you don't. That's what it
So
might take you some time.
if you know all this, then why are you arguing why the skyline's visible at 50 something miles? You should know why it's visible.
Because you think it's fucking refraction and it's not. You can't say that it is because once again, if it was refraction, then it would be 2 contacting media. And there's only one in the
mediums,
case
and there
of
is
air.
two. There's 2 contacting mediums. The
Which are
water
the
and
2?
the air.
Name the 2.
Water and the
Is
water and the air. Water and air.
the fucking skyline going through water?
Water and air.
Is it going through water?
No, the fucking light is though.
Oh
That's
my
what you're not,
god, dude, you are.
that's what you're not understanding. You're not understanding. Why would the skyline have to be in the water? You're
Do
totally
you know where?
deflecting.
Do you know where
It's
refraction happens? Do you know where refraction happens with regards to the 2 media?
To regards to the situation we're talking about is atmospheric reaction. Yes.
Regards to the 2 media, where does refraction happen?
Atmospheric reaction for
You need 2
refraction.
media, like he keeps telling you.
Yep.
And it happens at the boundary between
happens
the 2.
at the boundary, dude.
We already have 3 of them. We have 3 mediums. Stop saying media. It's medium.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah. So the air is just one. If there's water in it, that's overall just one medium.
Still one medium.
The water's beneath it, the Great Lake, the Lake Michigan, and the glass
Who
is on the
gives a
building.
shit? Is the skyline going
These are
through the
all
water?
contributing factors. Why can't I see Wisconsin? That's only 40 something
He's
miles
not getting
away?
it. He's not getting it flat water.
Why can't I see Wisconsin across Wellington? It's only 40 miles away.
I tried, bro. But...
No, you didn't try. You're not trying. You're trying to stand by your stand on your little mound and not budge.
We're talking to a brick wall, bro.
You got no refraction. You got no curve to refract. You got nothing, Rob Noxious.
You keep misrepresenting what refraction is, and all you ballers keep doing that. It's pathetic. You even outlined it with what you said. It was very clear to everybody. You said water, glass, and air. 3 mediums right there. Why are you saying that it's not It's not what I'm saying, because I'm just restating exactly what it is, and that's Snell's law that you're talking
Because you're
about, by
you're
the
trying
way.
to deny that those 3 things cause the refraction of the Chicago skyline. I'm trying to tell you all 3
What?
of those things are the cause of the refraction of the Chicago skyline, and the reason why
Oh
it comes
my
back.
God, dude. Are
Why
you
it's based on.
serious?
If it was a
Fucking
flat, if it was
shit,
a
bro.
think about it. If it was a flat Earth, you'd be able to take a telescope and see that anyways from the fucking shoreline. What are you talking about? It's only 50
So
miles across.
so when you see the
Why can't you
Chicago
see it?
skyline, the reason why refraction is occurring is because you have water, air, and glass, and the skyline's going through all 3 of those, and you could see the
Yeah.
Chicago skyline.
Uh-huh. You want me to prove that? Hold on. I got it right here. I got the dagger. This is it. I just had a fucking
Oh, you got
epiphany.
the dagger. Okay, bring it
You
out.
want me to? You want to prove?
Got the
You
smoking
want?
gun.
You got the
You want to
smoking
prove?
gun.
You want to prove what you're looking at is a mirage? The day that this happens, you can see the skyline from Benton, from St. Joseph, Michigan. Get a fucking pair of high-power pair of binoculars or a telescope
I
and look
don't
at it.
give a shit about that, dude.
And,
You're
and look up
misrepresenting
close.
what refraction is, and then using it.
Oh, not at
You're
all.
using something that you misunderstand to then say it's a phenomena that's occurring. It's not like what you're saying, though. You're misrepresenting what it is. I don't give a shit what you say, videos or pictures. It's not going to make your case any
Scientifically
stronger.
proven. It's scientifically proven. Right. So here we go.
Scientifically, it's not, dude.
So
Listen,
when it enters a
when you
medium where the light speed changes, okay, when the speed changes, the direction of the light changes as well. So that's why I said when it hits the water, the direction of the light changes, which causes the interaction with
when
the
it hits
fucking.
the water, is
Yeah,
it
but
is
it's
are
all
we
part of the
listen,
refraction, the
bro?
water and the air
Listen.
and the glass.
Are we seeing the Chicago skyline under the water where we can see light going through air, and then now we see the Chicago skyline underwater where refraction really is like the way you stated is? No, we're seeing it straight in the medium of air. There's no other
Yeah, that's
contacting
because you're seeing
medium.
atmospheric reaction. I'm sorry, atmospheric refraction. That's what.
Whatever
That's
you say is not going to save you from refraction. Refraction is very specific. It's very specific, and it deals
I
with
know.
2 contacting mediums or more. And when light passes through those mediums, it changes the optical density, and thus, when it crosses the boundary, you're going to see refraction like a straw going through a glass of water. I already showed you the example. And in the case of the skyline, you're not going to see that. It's only in air. I grant you air turbulence, but it's only going to be it's like when you have like a hot day or something, you see like there's turbulence in the air, but you're not going to see the type of refraction that you would if you would have light going through different optical densities like different mediums. That is not the refraction you're speaking of. Like you outlined something, right, with your definition, and you don't see that if you're looking at a Chicago skyline because it's only in the medium of air. That's it. You're looking across the distance. The idea that it's being loomed up over the curve has nothing to do with the definition of Snell's law refraction. Has nothing to do with it.
Does.
You guys have been misrepresenting what Snell's law is and using it to say that because you have this type of refraction, you're gonna say you could see things over the ball, like over the curve. And you've just been misrepresenting it all. That's all you guys been doing.
Do you even know what causes these situations where we were able to see the skyline there? Do you know what causes it? I have a question for you.
Yeah, it's the fact that it's there, bro. We're not in Narnia thinking that we
What
can
do you
see
mean the
things that don't
cause?
exist.
The cause of
Oh,
seeing something?
that's your answer to a serious question. That's your
No, no.
answer. We're not
What
in
do you,
Narnia.
Rob? What are you saying? The cause of seeing something? Like I
Okay.
kind of agree
So
with what he just said. So
I want to read something to you because atmospheric conditions, particularly temperature and air density, can affect how far we can see. Okay, on rare occasions when there are
yeah,
significant temperature inversions, warm air above, cooler air above. Okay,
yeah. The ambient
atmospheric
air.
reaction,
Yeah, yeah.
atmospheric refraction can temporarily make distant objects like the Chicago
But it's
skyline
yeah, yeah. Listen,
visible from
listen.
greater distances.
Yeah, Rob, I can agree that when the air changes, it warps and distorts the thing you see in the distance, but it's not going to be refraction like the way you're stating it. You outlined something very specific when you read that definition. Okay, so what we see though is like basically what you could say like on a hot day when you could see the air kind of like making things look really wavy in the background, but it's not going to be because you're going to see farther or close. It's like it things look distorted, right?
Okay.
But it's still the same thing. It's not it's not going to be like you're going to see the thing shift in a grand way. You know, like you're gonna see it like do something completely different. It's the air is it's a fluid, so
Gotcha.
it will be affected by the heat and all that. Like that will affect it. So the colder it is, the more you can see. The more hot the air is, the less you can see. But it's not going to be because of curvature. It has nothing to do with curvature. It has everything to do with like um and just like the way the air looks between you and the target distance. But it's like if you invoke refraction the way you have been and you misrepresent like what it means, then you can't say that it is. It can
Do we
only
do, do
be.
we both agree that the Earth's atmosphere is not a uniform medium?
Yeah, I could say yeah. It's not
Okay, so
uniform, yeah.
we both agree on that. It consists of
Hmm.
layers of varying densities, temperatures, and refractive
No,
properties.
layers is a model. There's layers is a model. I wouldn't call it layers. It's high and low pressures that are being in fluctuation in between you and your point
Okay, how
of
about this?
observation,
We'll say
your point, your target distance.
it consists of varying densities, temperatures, and refractive properties. When light travels from one
Densities,
medium
yeah,
to another
densities,
with a
yeah,
different
densities,
refractive index,
yeah,
such as from
density.
air to the
Listen,
atmospheric body above the water, it can bend or refract.
yeah, densities, but like what we're saying though with refraction, you got to keep in mind that it's very specific. But there's a lot that I would agree with you on, Rob, but there's a lot that I would disagree with you, because there has to be you're giving too much to like what you can say with like looking over a globe. Like if there's a curvature, that there has to be like something that you can see over that curvature. Basically what I'm saying is if you're if you're taking like air densities and saying that I can see something because there is or is not like curvature is supposed to be where in the location where it is, then I would have to say that I don't agree with that, because that's
Are
not,
you
it doesn't remove, it doesn't enhance or let you see around something that would be obstructing your view. I would
are
say
you
that the only thing you could do is see farther, because the air quality will allow you to do that, right? Like that's it. But it wouldn't. It's not doing the magical thing of letting you see behind something. You know
you're
what
not
I'm
seeing
saying?
you're not seeing behind anything.
Yeah.
You,
In the case of the
no,
globe, you are. You're
no, you're
seeing
not.
behind what's behind the curve.
You're misunderstanding what you're seeing.
No.
Are you familiar with the magnification effect?
What are you talking about? Magnification.
The magnification effect is the
Oh yeah,
atmospheric
yeah, yeah, yeah,
conditions,
yeah. I think
especially
I'm
temperature
familiar.
inversions.
I'm
You know,
familiar with that. I'm familiar with that.
where warmer air is trapped above a cooler air,
I'm
can
a
sink
familiar. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. But
and it
that,
can
like I
amplify
said before,
effect.
yeah, I'm familiar with
When the
that.
warm air is listen, but when the warm air is above cooler water, it can create the gradient and a refractive index that bends the light rays downward. So it will make the distant objects appear higher than they actually are. So you're not. That's the whole point. It's not even bringing it
No, no,
closer
no,
to
no.
you.
Yeah,
That's
no,
why.
no.
Hold on. I want to say something, please, man, please. If if it was refraction on a flat Earth, it would literally be bringing the sun. If we seen it, if refraction, if we were looking at fraction the way it was. I'm sorry, man. I'm fucking jumbled because it's so big. If we were working, if we were looking at refraction of the Chicago skyline on a flat Earth, the Chicago skyline would come closer to us. It wouldn't move up, and it wouldn't get higher.
It would
It will
come
come
closer
closer
to
to
us.
us. That doesn't make sense.
It does make sense. You guys know it does.
No, it doesn't.
Mm.
Whatever.
Why are you saying that?
Because the refraction we see raises the Chicago skyline above
Dude,
No,
it's
it
above the
based
doesn't
on a
horizon.
raise.
presupposition. You're taking your
Yeah,
globe presupposition and applying it to flat Earth.
yeah.
No,
I would
it's
say
not
I would Rob.
presupposition.
I would say this, bro. There's phenomena that occur within our distant vision, right? So when we start seeing things in the distance, I mean, we get the optical phenomena of like towering, stooping, looming. Like these are actual phenomena that are occurring, right? We can say that for sure because that's observable. We know that's happening. But where you're saying that that stuff is happening because of a curve, that's different. You're adding an extra layer to a phenomena that doesn't need to be there. Like that stuff can happen all by itself on a flat and stationary plane. Doesn't need to happen on a globe. You know what I
Why
mean?
isn't why isn't Chicago skyline fully floating then? Why don't you just
Fully
why isn't
floating.
Yeah, I want to know why is it not just floating in the sky? If they're if what you're seeing is refraction, the way you guys are describing it, why wouldn't it just be in the sky? You like a fucking just in
I
the
don't
sky.
understand what you're talking about, bro. Like honestly,
Uh-huh.
it's not. It's. I've already told you that in the way that Snell's law is representing refraction, it doesn't happen that way. However, like I said before, there are optical phenomena that do occur, right? And they all have their like place where it's either, like I said, towering, stooping, looming. There's another one, like two more. But like those phenomena do occur. Nobody's discrediting that, but it's not happening on a globe to make you see over a curve. That's ridiculous, man. That idea is ridiculous. But I'm saying visual phenomena, like that is something that everybody sees. It's like when you're driving and the road looks like it has water on it, but it's like a mirroring effect that happens. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah.
Okay. So in the case of that, can you see, and I even have a, let me just put a, I have a gift for that. Just let me just show you that before you head out. Before I head out. Shit. Here, look. Check this out.
This is all futile, man.
No, it's not. Look, it's all to the point. Look at this, Rob. Look at that gift that I just put in there. When the camera lowers down to the surface of that road, the road disappears. It doesn't disappear really. It's that's the optical phenomena that takes place. Now, could you see the
Oh my
road?
god! Oh my god, man! The road is not. The fucking bridge is not flat, dude.
That's not the
on.
point, dude. What I'm talking about the phenomena. I'm not talking about the road being flat. Did I say that? I'm talking about the phenomena, dude. Look at the phenomena. It's in the far distance. You see
Yeah,
the road.
it proves the globe Earth, actually, man.
What?
Because it shows you that things are still
What?
there over the curve.
I'm not talking about the fucking road, Rob. Do you understand that I'm not talking about curve or flat in this instance? I'm using it to show you that there's naturally occurring phenomena that you can't see beyond. So
That's not.
what?
We talk about that's just refraction.
Do you understand that the air is the only thing here at play, and the heat that's above the street is
There you
causing
go.
this?
There you go.
Yeah, yeah.
There
But
you
look,
go.
I want you to see something. I want you to see something very clearly. Do you see that phenomena that's on the road? It looks like it's water or like glass or like it's just like a mirror surface. Do you see that?
No, I don't. Nope, because it's not
Are
that.
you fucking serious, dude?
It's not that though. It doesn't matter what you think and what it looks like. That looks like it
What
could
do you
be
mean
this.
what it doesn't look? It's just making a simple observation. There's something happening to the road that where you can't see it because you're getting what? You're getting lower to the ground, so your elevation angle
That's because your
starts to.
eyes are only so good, man. I mean,
Bro,
what are you talking
no,
about?
that's not what we're saying here. Your eyes are good because you could see as you were raised up in elevation, you could see a lot farther. But as you got down with your angle of view decreases, and therefore you can't see much more. Plus, the heat of the road when it rises, it's making it look like the you can't see the street. So it's like the street starts to like at a distance start to disappear. But it's not because of anything that like it's hiding behind curves or anything.
It
It's a
proves
phenomena.
curvature. It proves
No,
curvature hiding.
the phenomena that you can't see beyond is blocking your view. It's not curvature. It's a phenomena.
You guys,
Do you see the phenomena or not, Rob?
It's not a phenomena.
Oh my God, bro! I can't believe you right now. Like the thing that everybody can see from this image is that the road looks like it has that glazed that mirror look on it, like it has water on it. It's not water though. That's the heat that's coming off of the road. It's distorting it's like the air turbulence. Can anybody else see it, or is it just Rob
Yeah, we
being?
all see it. We all see it. We've all seen it all our lives.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm telling you right now. So the thing that you can't see beyond, it has nothing to do with curvature. It has everything to do with the air turbulence that you can't see beyond.
No, it's not proving anything though. That you're not proving what you think you're proving, man.
I'm
It looks
proving
silly.
that it's not curvature. And this phenomena takes place everywhere. Everywhere there's heat and the surface is like depends on the temperature of the air above it. You can see this phenomena taking place like everywhere.
Where's the road at? Bring the road up.
As it raises, as the camera lowers down, then it repeats itself. So
I don't. This is what I'm saying. You're just lowering a camera down, saying it proves the Chicago skyline somehow. It doesn't have anything in correlation.
No, what I'm saying is the distance of the viewing. Okay, so like on a hot day, right? Let's say you couldn't see as far, but on a cold day, that heat wouldn't be rising off the street, so you could see more of the street because it would be colder, and so the heat wouldn't be causing the turbulence in the air.
You know what? Hey,
Do you get
man. You
it?
know what?
Distortions.
You know what? I'd be
So
willing to
Gabby,
bet.
do you know what I'm talking
if you
about?
went to
Good
Like,
say,
morning. Yes, heat causes distortions,
right? That's what
and
I was telling.
plasma does the same.
I was
Yeah.
telling Rob Noxious about this, but for some reason, he's either being obtuse or doesn't want to acknowledge the fact that with these distortions, just like heat does on a road, you know, like when you're driving on the street, in the far distance, you can see like you can't see the
Yes,
road. You
like
can't see the
water.
road
It
underneath
looks
it. Yeah,
like a puddle.
but even
Yeah.
if you know how it looks like a puddle, you can't see beyond that puddle. You can't see what's underneath it because that distortion is blocking your view from the road.
Yes,
Chicago,
you
the
can't
Chicago
see
skyline picture
details.
is not taken from that level.
So what I'm telling you is that the thing that you're saying is blocking your view is not curvature. It's this distortion. It's
No,
always
it's
been this
not. It's curvature.
bullshit, dude. Look at how it's distorting the road. And
That
then you
road's not flat though, man.
I'm not saying look, but the distortion is covering more of what you should be seeing if that heat wasn't rising off
Listen,
that
okay,
street.
I can prove it to you right now because let's say you put that camera on the ground all the way at the bottom where it gets to the end, and you left it there, but that road dipped down, you would have a whole different perspective of what you're looking at. This is a terrible experiment, dude.
No, it's not. What you're doing is you're denying the fact that turbulence above the air that's right above that street is causing you not to be able to see the rest of the road like further down. If it was a colder day, that heat distortion would not be there. You could see
Oh
farther
no,
down the road.
at that
Yep.
level, you would be able to see further down the road.
But you can't because why? Because the heat coming off the road is causing the disturbance.
No, it's the camera angle. There's a lot of different factors. It's a
Bro,
dumb
you just right
experiment.
now that you're
Yeah,
not
but
seeing.
the thing is, this phenomena happens even on roads which are uphill, for example.
Exactly. I've been on roads going uphill and seen refraction where it makes it look like the road's in 4 different pieces.
That's not refraction, it's distortion.
Yeah.
Heat
It's a mirage.
distortion.
It's a mirage.
No, not mirage.
I've been trying to tell you,
Mirage
Rob.
is when you see something that's not there.
Yeah, that's what
Hallucination.
that's what I was seeing. I was seeing the road literally looking like it was like a staircase as you're driving
I don't
towards it.
know.
Yeah. It's like it has holes in it.
Anyway.
Yes. Yes.
You're not getting it, are you?
Nope.
I'm getting
Good
it.
morning.
I think you guys are getting it. I think I'm wearing off on you guys.
You're not, bro.
So how were you that picture that Miggy posted? Yeah.
He was trying to say that that's refraction. I'm like, dude, refraction has a different meaning to what it is. This isn't two medias contacting medias. What this is the turbulence in the air. It's disturbance. Like
It's
you're
like
gonna get
so what happens is the hot air rises off the road and then mixes with the cold and it creates a you know when you look above a heater and it creates that warping effect. It's just doing that really close to the ground. So when it's at a small angle, it looks like a mirror or it looks like a water image because you can't
Exactly.
see any details. It just turns into an
Right.
image. I couldn't understand what he was saying about this proves globe proof.
I
Like
don't
what the
know.
fuck was that?
He's crazy about that. But what I'm saying is that this is go ahead, get.
Actually, the easiest way to the best way to observe this kind of phenomena is to make a fire and look above it, and you see
Yeah, of course.
the air looking like it's fluid.
You could actually turn on your stove and do it on your kitchen stove.
Anything hot in contact with air
But that
will
is
make
not refraction.
the
That's
air
what he
distort.
thinks it is. He
Yeah.
thinks that's refraction. He's calling that refraction. Because he's
It's not
think
refraction because you don't
about
have
it like
two mediums.
that's what I told him. I
Yeah.
was like, if you think about it, right? bendy cranes, and you can see wavy things in the far distance. That's what's happening with the air. It has disturbance. It depends if it's hot or if it's cold.
It's the way the light comes off the water and interacts with
Bro,
the
you
air. There's
are
there's three mediums and the glass of the buildings. I
you're
told you there's
fucked though. You
there's
can't
three
say that.
mediums. There's three mediums involved in the
And
three
air?
mediums.
Three
No,
mediums in air.
No, there's three mediums involved in the refraction of Chicago skyline.
Dude, no, there's not. That you're just a liar. No, there's not.
I told you the water, the air, and the glass.
No, there's not.
They
There's
all
only
reflect
air.
the light.
There's only
They
air
all
in the
reflect the light that produced the mirage.
in the
that you
case
see.
in the case of the Chicago skyline, there's only air.
No,
And
it's
so
not.
this disturbance, this type of phenomena that I've been telling you about is what you guys claim is refraction, and it's not. That's why you guys are misrepresenting what refraction is. That's why I've been telling you. I showed you this example to
I'm
show
not
you.
misrepresenting anything. I'm giving you
Bullshit, dude.
the standard.
Yeah,
scientific-
they
the
do.
standard
They
scientific thing.
mix this one up with looming as well.
Yes,
I mean,
they mix it with looming.
You guys aren't scientists, right? I mean, you guys aren't
In
scientists,
the
are you?
Chicago skyline, you don't have three mediums because in that day you had a very, very low humidity.
Yeah.
Probably zero.
Doesn't matter. You still have air.
So
humidity doesn't exist on planet Earth, but okay.
I said
Did he just say
probably
humidity doesn't
zero.
exist?
Yeah, I think
Not
so.
zero.
Yes, that's what I said. I don't exist.
Lake Michigan would never have 0%
So
humidity.
The desert doesn't have
the
0% humidity,
days,
but okay.
listen, the days when you have very low humidity, you have a very good visibility, very far out.
Yes, we understand.
So
There's less moisture in the air.
So you can't invoke humidity of the air.
Geez, somebody get this guy a
Actually
coffee.
making you to see further than you should. Humidity is not a magnifying lens.
Yeah, but you guys with the globe, you always misrepresent refraction, and so what I'm showing you right now is a demonstration of things that can actually be obstructed just by the air turbulence. So you can't see things look wavy. I have so many different examples to show you, Rob. Like it's not even funny, dude. Like, so when I'm pointing this out to you, it's not what the outline of refraction is, where it's two or three contacting mediums, right? Two or three contacting mediums where light passes through the medium and changes the optical density from transversing to one medium to the next. That's what refraction is. Like when you put a straw through water in a glass of water, you're gonna see the straw look like it's actually in a different location because that's what refraction is. It's when it crosses the boundary of
Yeah,
the
we know
contacting
that,
medium.
dude. But
Yeah,
you're trying to say that it's
so
not
when's
that the fucking
all right,
straw
all
is
right,
in the
all
same,
right,
is in the same
Rob.
place.
All right, since you get it, when is the Chicago skyline crossing the boundary of two medias, Rob? Since you get it. Fucking right, dude. You don't know,
It
bro.
doesn't have to.
Fucking right, dude. You don't know. You don't fucking know, bro. You're full of shit, dude. You think that refraction is gonna get you out into snob, dude? I've been telling you, it's fucking air turbulence.
Air turbulence.
Yeah, air turbulence. Do you think it's? Hang
refraction.
on, there's somebody piping in right now. Go ahead. You want to say that it's refraction too? Just saying. Is that what you're saying? Don't fucking pipe in, and you guys don't stand up for your shit. If you think it's refraction, say something. The
Hey, I'm
fuck?
scared. They're probably not muting anybody. Speak up.
All I'm saying, man, you guys are claiming refraction. It is not that. It is demonstrated not that. I'm gonna show you another example because
that's the mainstream. That's the mainstream.
you keep look at this shit right here. Look at this, and it says so on the thing, but it's not that. Look at this. Look at the turbulence in the air from the viewing distance. This is Skunk Bay, dude. This right here, this image I'm showing you, this Skunk Bay. Look at how it looks all warped and distorted. That's a time-lapse footage, bro.
Nope.
So things in the distance are gonna look like they're warping and distorted, and some days you can see farther than other days. But it's not fucking refraction. If it was, it would be two contacting media, and then it would be crossing the boundary of one,
It
showing you
is
that
the air and the water, dude.
the air and the water. When is the fucking my God, dude? When is the Chicago skyline crossing air and water, bro? How is it crossing the boundary of both?
It's not. The light is, man. Light causes refraction, not the Chicago
I
skyline.
know that, but when is the fucking light going through one? The Chicago skyline has to be inside the water. It has to
You
cross.
just said
I
it.
want
You
him.
just caught yourself.
Listen,
You said one is light going through water.
Miggy.
It's right
Wait.
there.
He
Every time.
said. He said light causes refraction. I want him to explain us how the light can cause refraction.
Because when it bends the light rays, the light bends when it goes
No,
through.
no. Yeah, show me how light bends light.
Light bends when it
You
goes through different mediums.
no. You didn't understood the question. You made the claim that light causes refraction. I heard
Yeah.
this word coming out of your mouth. So you have to demonstrate how light causes refraction.
Okay, I'm
Not
telling you, light
mediums.
causes.
No, that's a different
Okay,
medium.
well,
It's
I'm
not
going
light.
to. Well, okay, let me explain. I mean, I'm gonna try to explain to you the way
Yeah.
I'm gonna explain it, and if you don't like it, then I have to move on. But I'm
Well,
telling you,
in the
we-
first place,
light
light is
causes.
not a medium.
I know. I didn't say it was. Light
Yeah,
causes
so
refraction. Light causes
yeah.
refraction when it travels through different mediums.
No,
Yeah.
no. The medium causes the refraction of the light when
No,
it
you
travels
wouldn't have. You
through
can't have refraction
different
with just. You can't have refraction.
medium.
You need light. You need light.
Hey,
Yeah,
Rob.
Miggy,
So
I think you can see who we're talking to. So
Yeah,
yeah,
Rob
exactly.
Noxious.
He was making a claim that the image of the Chicago skyline goes through water, but that's not even the claim that they make. They say that the claim is being
I didn't say
lifted up.
that.
Well, if you let me finish, yeah,
Yes,
you
you.
did. You said it's
Yes, you
going
fucking
through.
did.
You said it's going
Yeah,
through
you did.
water and air.
I said the light is going through the water.
Yeah, where?
Where?
Everywhere. The light is hitting the water of Lake Michigan at all times when it's sunny out. What do you mean?
yeah, but
Fuck it.
you don't see the Chicago skyline in the water.
That's what
It's
I'm
got
saying.
in order for it to refract, it can refract into the air, yeah, and then it can't refract because it's in the same density medium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It needs another
Yeah.
density medium to refract
I
again.
There you go.
There's different densities in the atmosphere.
Rob,
Where?
Dude.
It's traveling
are you
straight. It's
trying?
got
There's
density.
different
You've got
densities in the atmosphere. There's
no.
different densities. In the
You've
atmosphere.
got You've
And
got
that
a
little picture
density
right there proves
gradient.
it. You can
Shut
see how
up.
it's wavy.
You've got a density gradient. The gradient goes from ground level up.
Wrong.
Yeah, the light is
Wrong.
traveling directly across one gradient.
That's
No.
it.
No.
Yes, dude.
Yes,
What do you
but
mean
one
no?
moment,
What the
one
fuck,
moment.
dude?
Roblox, are you trying to say that Chicago is Atlantis, like an underwater city?
Nope, you're not understanding. You're not understanding how
You said
refraction
it's
works.
underwater. You see it through the water.
I never
So
said anything about water or seeing it
if
through
you
the water.
if
I
you
said
see
light.
Chicago through the
The light
water,
hit
that
the light
means
hitting the water and the
Chicago
atmosphere.
is
Refraction.
underwater.
It's
He's fucked,
atmosphere.
dude. Because you only got one medium to deal with. That's all you got. Is one medium. That's it. You got air.
Yeah.
And what are you gonna
Different
do with
layers.
air?
There's
What are
different
you gonna do
layers
with
of
it?
air. There's different layers.
Are they
in the
different
air.
mediums or one medium?
They're different mediums.
There you go. You're fucked. Because air is
Yeah.
only one medium. It's not different mediums like you keep claiming it is.
But there's different layers of it.
It's not multiple
So,
We
mediums.
can measure it. We can measure it. You guys don't
It's
even
not
know how to read
multiple.
it. You guys don't even know how to read a barometer.
Listen, bro. It's not multiple mediums, and I already told you. I agree that it could be different densities, but it's still one medium.
Okay, it's different densities. That's you guys aren't understanding that. You guys don't want to
Yeah.
face the fact that that's true.
But that only causes air turbulence. That doesn't mean shit to like you saying
No,
that
it
it's
doesn't.
refraction the way you're describing it, because you have to go through one medium to another. When it crosses the boundary of like air to water, it changes the optical density. You understand? That's what happens. That's
I told you,
refraction.
when the light hits the lake and comes back off the
The
lake.
light hits the fucking lake, dude. It's not going through the lake, bro.
the light hits the lake, it bounces
How is
off.
it fucking refraction is from one medium to the next, brother? You it's
I
the
told you,
fucking
see,
you're not
Chicago is
seeing
Atlantis.
you're not seeing fucking it's fucked up, dude. How the fuck are
It's
you?
not. Yeah, but it's really simple to understand, but you guys just don't want to
No,
understand
it's
it. 'Cause
not, bro.
I
You're
know, I
fucking
know.
up. You're fucking up right now because you
it's not
think
like you
that
guys are gonna say, "Oh, there's the globe." I know that.
you, dude. In order for you to say the refraction is occurring, Chicago skyline would have to go from the medium of air into fucking water, and then you see it into the water. You're like, oh fuck, dude, look, it's not. It looks like it when it's halfway in and halfway out. I
It's
see the
above the
word.
water. It's above the water, dude.
I know it's in fucking air, like we've been saying. Yeah,
It's a
we know that.
mirage.
We know that.
There's a scientific explanation for mirages, and you guys don't
It's not a
have it.
fucking mirage, dude.
Scientific.
You don't
Fucking
have
shit.
it, dude. Come on, man. You guys are not scientists. You're not college educated
You're
people.
not a scientist. You don't know what you're talking out your ass, Rob. You don't know what you're
Mm-hmm.
saying, bro.
Are you a scientist?
I don't need to be.
I've got a I've got a
Yeah,
college
You don't need to
degree,
be.
mate.
You don't need to be.
I mean,
You
are
don't
you
I've got
need
a
a
to
college
scientist?
degree,
listen.
mate. I
Listen,
don't
you
know
don't
what
need
you're
to.
talking about.
You don't
You
need to be
guys
a
don't have
scientist. You
college
don't need to be
degrees.
a
I've got a college
scientist,
degree.
dumbass.
no
you're not.
amount of degrees can make you a scientist.
Cool.
The
Yeah.
truth is, hey,
Are
bro,
you a
listen to
scientist,
this.
comrade?
Nah, listen to this, Rob. The truth is the truth, no matter who speaks it, bro. Have you ever heard of that? Bet
Nope,
you
I've
don't know
never heard
that
of that
shit.
one. No,
Yeah, the
never
truth
heard
is
that
the
one.
truth, no matter who speaks it. It doesn't matter if
Cool.
you're a fucking janitor at Walmart.
Of course.
The
Yeah,
fucking
but
truth
you
that
gotta
you
be.
speak, the fucking truth that you speak is gonna be the same as if you were a PhD motherfucker. Cause that don't
That's not
change.
true at all. You're not speaking the truth.
Bullshit, dude.
You're
If
not
you
speaking
said
the
something,
truth.
if you said something true,
It's
if you
absurd.
said nah, bullshit. If you said something true, it doesn't matter who you are. It just matters that you said something true.
You're insignificant, bro. You're just a guy on Discord,
No,
man.
you are.
Yeah,
Fucking
that's
you
not,
are
I
insignificant. I
know.
know who I
I
am.
don't claim. Yeah, I don't claim to be. I don't claim to be not that.
Well,
Though.
then why are you talking
You
shit?
claim
You might as well.
because
Why are you
claim to
talking
be
shit?
smarter than every guy who ever lived, who spent his
What?
life.
Nah, dude. I'm just saying.
Who spent their entire lives dedicated to this, but some guy on Discord knows more than these guys do about why the Chicago skyline's
Hey,
visible.
if
You don't know why the
somebody's,
Chicago skyline's visible, dude. It's atmosphere.
Mermaids in Atlantis.
and then you do, you might as well shut up and let the experts talk for you because you're just fucking.
There's no
you're a
experts
puppet.
here, dude. There's no experts here.
No,
I
I'm
told you
talking
guys,
about.
I have experts. I got real rocket scientists. I
Yeah,
got real
we are experts.
Let them talk for you. Let them talk for you. Then you shut up and let them talk for you. How about that, Rob? Let's get an exchange. You not speak anymore and let them talk for you because you're just a fucking puppet on the strings, right?
Yeah, they won't talk.
Yeah, let them talk for you, huh? That'd be better.
Understood.
I'd rather hear from them. If that's your worldview, then you shouldn't be talking. If that's your worldview, then they're the ones that should be speaking and not you, huh, Rob? You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite.
Miggy,
You're a fucking
yeah.
dude. You're a hypocrite. You want to be talking shit on Discord, and yet when it comes to the double standards, you are gonna say, "Well, I can talk shit." Well, like, what gives you the right? You might as well shut up if that's your standard. If they're the ones that can only be talking, are you a fucking PhD? No, then you need to shut the fuck up and go somewhere and not talk. How about that, Rob?
Hey, if you're
That's your standard. That's your standard.
Claiming a belief is one thing.
That's your standard. I'm
Claiming
sorry,
something
Rob.
to be true in fact is a
That's
different thing.
that's your standard. You cut yourself off at the knees with your own standard.
Your standard.
No,
If your
Miggy,
standard is what you're saying is fact, then yeah.
Go ahead.
That guy who presented the weather on the TV and said about the Chicago, it's a mirage. Is that guy a scientist?
He's not
Nope.
even a meteorologist.
Yeah, he's not even a
Exactly.
meteorologist.
Yeah, so Roblox was invoking that guy is a speaking scientist.
Yeah, he's all screwed up though, man. Because in his worldview, only those people
Yeah.
can be speaking, and then
Yeah.
well, he just shot himself in the foot because that means now he's got to climb up and shut up because he's gonna have to let those talking heads come in here instead of him. How about that?
Yeah, you're not allowed to talk about this subject unless you're a doctor or an expert in the subject.
Yep. That's
Yeah,
your
and
those are
How stupid is that?
Rob, those are your standards. You want us to hold you to those standards? We'll keep you muted until you get one of your guys to come in here, and they'll speak for you. They'll be your
Why do you guys mute
ambassador.
so much?
Hey, that's his. He wanted that.
He was over talking.
This channel mutes more than any channel I've ever been in.
Yeah,
I have
it's a
to agree with that
requirement.
too.
If you,
It's a little bit of a tough
care.
subject,
if you,
man.
When you
spend
deal
if
with
you spend a day in
uneducated
here,
people,
Who
cattles,
cares?
yeah.
That's what it's for.
Listen,
that's what we use it for.
sheep
We use
and
it.
cattles,
Sasha,
you
hold
need
on.
dogs.
Sasha, hold on.
Let's get. Yeah, hold on,
Oh, sorry, get. Ask these guys why they care.
Yeah, why do you guys gotta like concern troll about that shit? What's the whole point of that? Why can't you
That's
just
not
come in here?
Wait, do you think that me asking that question is concern trolling? I'm
Do you
just
think this
asking.
is a? Do you think this?
I'm just
This is
asking
like.
why you guys.
Okay, yeah, he's fucked up. Okay, who's the other guy who was talking? I find this fascinating. The Karen, the mind of a Karen, is one of my favorite topics in here. Why do you care what other people are doing?
EISTE.
Okay,
He's
dude.
right below Dustpan.
Do you want to try? Why do you care?
I'm just a listener, but I do like listening to both sides. I don't like the trolls, but I don't think some of these people that are being muted are trolls.
Yeah, says
okay,
who?
so if someone disagrees with you, just simply change your subjective view of what troll is to match the people who run the room. Problem solved. Easy day, easy money.
Yeah, do you take off your muddy shoes on everybody's channel and say the very same things you say in here? I bet you don't. And
No,
would you
he wouldn't
get
even
muted?
try it.
Would you get muted on any other channel? I bet you would.
How about
The
this?
fuck, who the fuck? You guys, these fucking entitled babies, Crit. They come in here and they think just because it's flat Earth, you guys are just muting everybody. You get muted any fucking place you go. You go to the upstairs, downstairs. Doesn't matter where you go. You're gonna get fucking muted if they don't like what you're saying, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's like
Big
going
Sky, Easty. What the fuck, bro?
Yeah,
going to someone's house and arguing with their house rules. You know, I'm not doing that in your house.
Yeah,
you do. You take off your shoes at the door. No, I'm not taking off my shoes at the door. I don't have to do that at my
See,
house.
look at the shit he puts in the text, and then
I
he
don't
look
have
at
to
the shit
do
he puts
that
in the text. See, that's the kind of shit right there. And you wonder why people get muted. Look at that shit. That's why you get fucking muted, dumbass.
Yeah, you're
You
not
wondering
cloaked.
why?
You exposed yourself. It's like there's a skit from Monty Python about the advantages of not being seen. Okay, SD, if you like being in this channel, you like hearing both sides, you'd want to make sure the people who run the channel don't show you the door.
And Big Sky don't give a shit.
Right?
So
does that make sense to you? It was.
What do you mean by show you the door?
Like, do you want to be here?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
we can
do
escort
you
you
know
out if
the
you
people?
like.
Yeah. Do you know the mods will mod the room as they see fit?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay,
I can't argue with that.
Okay.
Well, it sounded like you were like you had some case to make that somehow you could run the channel better than flat earthers could because you want to hear more globe shit. If you want to hear globe shit, you can hear ball shit anywhere you want.
The point of the channel is to debate.
Who said that?
No, it's
talking
not.
points.
No, it's not. Who
This
said
is
that?
not a this is not a debate.
I'm asking that. I'm asking.
No.
No, man, this
Okay.
is not a debate. This is
Well,
a
then-
This is bring your
destruction.
fucking evidence right now if you have any. Do you have any evidence for the globe? Bring it. You don't have any evidence? Then sit there and listen to somebody else have a session.
Well,
Pretty
isn't
easy.
that inviting debate channel then?
Listen, you can think it's a debate all day long. At the end of the day, it's just people rejecting the fact that they don't have any evidence. That's it.
Okay.
But as for Big Sky and people like him that concern troll, we don't care to hear that shit.
It says it's a challenge. It says writing the rules, no concern trolling, and he's gonna do it because his goal is to get muted because he thinks on a bullshit his bullshit is proven if he gets muted. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. And the best part is he's acting like a Karen, which is debunked by the Globe.
Yeah.
The Globe model would show you not to act this way. There's enough room for all people, all ideas. But he's going to go Karen over 9,000 and then show him the Globe model, and he won't even be able to handle that. It'll break his worldview. So put him on mute, and he can listen for a while.
Now you could fucking ban that guy, dude. He's human trash, bro. That guy right there. Look at what he's putting in the chat, bro. He's human trash. Just fucking get rid of that guy, dude.
He's text caking it up.
Yeah, just look. It's justified too. He even says there, I get banned from here regularly. Band number 6. Good. We'll keep adding the numbers. Every time I see you now, Big Sky, you got a target on you. I don't give a shit if you appear 5,000 times. You're gonna get banned 5,001. Fuck it. You got a mark, bro.
All right, guys, I'm gonna head out for the night.
All right, take
That's
care,
the
Rob.
best. That's
I
the
just
best
wanted to-
advice you could give.
Good night.
I
Yeah.
wanted to ask Kurt though. I mean, when you say those things like that, you want to get the door shown to you. Is that like, are you telling people you're gonna kick them out of like ban them?
Better for you just to leave right now while you're ahead, Rob,
No.
because you're gonna
Yeah,
start to
Chris.
piss me off. If you get in my sights, I'm like a fucking pit bull, dude. I will not let go. You'll get fucking red mutes from here until kingdom come, and it'll be the worst. You'll be your worst nightmare. I swear it. Just bounce. When you come back, they'll unmute you. How about that? Have a nice day.
No, yeah, showing just to answer the question, showing someone the door is basically telling them you're not welcome here. So here's the door. It's time for you to leave, or I can get the bouncers and throw your bitch ass out.
Yeah.
Are you gonna
Well, see,
leave? Are you gonna use your own feet and walk out like a man, or do you have to be dragged out by your hairs, kicking and screaming like a child?
Now the weird thing is that he said that are we PhDs? Do we have any what degrees do we have? And yet this motherfucker don't have shit. What gives him the fucking right
Yeah.
to give a double standard to us and say that we gotta have PhDs to say some shit when he doesn't got shit? That's fucked up,
But
bro. I was
this
like, well
is
then fucking go
very
on mute and we'll
funny.
just let the other guys talk for you. How about that? That'd be easy.
Yeah, this is so funny. They actually appeal to this credential, PhD. But what does it mean, a PhD?
No, fuck it, dude. You're not gonna say something. No, you done fucked up, bro. I'm just saying, you done fucked up. You come back and you can talk later on. You're not gonna get banned or anything. Just leave, dude. I'm serious, dude. You're pressing it. You go ahead and keep pressing it. I swear, every single time I see you when I'm in here, I'm gonna fucking give you the red mute. And if you get unmute, I'm gonna mute you right back. You're not gonna disrespect and just be acting like you the way you want. And how dare you say to us that we have to have PhDs and things to talk to you? Who do you think you are, bro? Fuck is wrong with you, man?
A
I didn't say
PhD
that.
is not a
Bullshit,
scientist.
dude. Well, I'm done. I'm not gonna talk to you. You can chat skank all you want.
Yeah. This is the funny thing. A PhD is not a scientist. It's more like witchcraft. A person that knows a lot of spells. He's bewitching. A person that can bewitch. So
What
that's
time?
what
What time is it over there
PhD.
for you, Get Biget?
Oh, it's morning. Like 8:30. What
Dude,
time
you
is it
should quit.
for you?
Quit. You better tell your boy, man. He better quit while he's ahead, because it's gonna go bad for him if he continues, bro.
I know. I tried. I guess he's not listening right now. He wants to try to
Fucking, you
prove a
need
point.
Is there a way to kick? Because I think I'm gonna look for it.
Yeah, I can disconnect him.
Yeah, just disconnect him, bro, because that's best for him right now.
This ain't really showing you the door. I'm bringing you over to the
No,
VIP
dude.
room.
Rob, you need to go on, man. You need to go on, bro. Sleep it off. Yeah.
How come we didn't see mermaids in Chicago skyline? Mirage.
Atlantis. Well, I
Yeah,
think
there was some
what
refracted fish in the sky as well.
one of the things
Yeah.
I think that people have been getting so wrong is refraction. They keep thinking that it means one thing, but it's not what they're claiming. And now we talked about air turbulence. We talk about like seeing phenomena like what they consider fairy fog or fata morgana, that sort of thing. That's phenomena is occurring, but it's not because they're saying refraction is what's causing it. Because refraction is very specific. It is.
True.
And it invokes Snell's law, which like has to deal with the optical densities when they cross the boundary of the contacting medium. This is well established. We know all of this. Like it's not something that's like, oh, is it refraction? Maybe not. Like no, there's no guesswork here. It's already established. Which is why
And
I'm thinking that's the issue. The issue that we have in here is that people misrepresent what refraction is and then invoke it to then say that the Earth is a globe because of such things. You know, that's why I think that it goes wrong, where they start to invoke it and not know what it. I was asking him too, I was like, well, what is refraction? And he didn't even know. He had to look at his cheat sheet or notes or whatever he had, and then he started to read off what it is. And
Even
most
if
of
you
the
give
people don't.
them, even if you give them refraction, yeah, they've measured terrestrial refraction. They give it a rate, yeah, whether we agree with it or not. We give them that rate, and it doesn't equal out to what they want it to. So they just change the rate to make it equal the observations that people have been doing. You know, they get these long range observations. They end up with they change the refraction scale to a sliding scale so you can increase it to whatever the fuck you want. And then the refractive rate is not, yeah, it's just refraction. Look, I can just change this scale here and it tells me that I should be able to see on a refractive rate of extreme refraction. It lets me see 10 miles. So therefore, the black swan is debunked.
And don't forget
Yeah.
to add a little bit of 7/6R.
Yeah, yeah. But that only, like 7/6R takes the horizon from 1.225 to 1.3, or let's even give it to 1.4.
Yeah,
That's all that doesn't even take it very far. You know,
yeah.
so that if that's their restraint, oh, we claim refraction. Well, if you're claiming standard refraction, you're only increasing it by fuck all. You're not getting 10 miles out of it.
Yeah.
That's fucking weird, man. It's just weird.
Yeah, but
Everything is refraction, and then they claim straight lines when they're doing theodolite measurements for fucking
Yep.
surveying. It's nuts. The whole thing is nuts.
And it's always brought back to the argument of like seeing things over the curve and either or seeing the bottoms of the boats disappear. So you have the contradiction in like how they want to say on the one hand you see a lot farther because of refraction, but at the same time you can't see the bottoms of boats when it starts to disappear over the curve. So it's like, can you see past the curve or are you being blocked by the curve? Which one? You want them to pick, right? Which one it is? Pick one. I don't give a shit. Just say which. If it's geometric, then you understand that you have a ball of a certain size. If it's because you can see farther because of refraction, then fuck it. Like then now the globe, I don't know how you measured it to it or whatever, but it's only optical. But they want to hold both of them. Both are true. That's
Yeah,
what we've been getting. Both are true. It's
yeah,
optical and geometric.
and the light, like the light's coming in, supposed to be coming in straight, but when it comes in from an eclipse, it comes in convergent, but
And divergent.
and
It's
then other
both.
times it comes in divergent. So it's divergent, convergent, and parallel.
And parallel. Yeah, it's actually three. It's all three.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all three. It's all three. And that's what I have noticed, man. So it's really hard to kind of get them to side with one thing or the other. Yep.
Yeah, they can't pick one. Oh, it's everything all at the same time. Everything's doing everything all at once.
It's exactly what Jacobinite was also doing.
Oh, that guy.
He was saying that the light from Polaris, the rays are coming parallel to the ground. So he was depicting in his diagram as
Are there 60 nautical
Draw.
miles per degree?
No, no, it's not about that. He
No.
drew a circle representing the Earth, and now above it, you have a star which is aligned with the center of that circle. But then, next to he he draw a line which was going downwards, like the light would shine on a person on top of the ball at the north. Now he draw another person in a different location on that circle, and he had Polaris in a different position, shining light in a straight manner, right at the feet of that person. So he had in his representation like 11 positions of the star Polaris above the spherical globe, you know.
Yeah, I'm sorry you had to hear that, man. Like,
Yeah.
you guys had to put up with him for that long. It was.
Yeah.
He was trying to do that this morning, or at least this morning my time, but then he was trying to get past circles of equal altitude, which he couldn't reconcile, and then he was using the 1 in 60 rule, but he was trying to say
Yeah.
that the kind of, what was it, trigonometric functions that he was implying were not the thing that actually gets used in the site of eye correction at the harbor. Like when you're doing eye correction for the
Yeah.
for the sextant, you don't use that. Like as far as the way he was describing it, not in the sense of like getting it prepared to make a voyage. You're gonna have everything done according to the way that everybody knows how they do it, right, with the almanac.
Yeah.
And the more that I've gotten into this topic, like, because I'm just on the surface of it. Jedi knows a bit more about it, but I was kind of like, yeah, there's no way, there's none of the things that Yakubinite was saying was what mariners use. They don't use that. It's not the function they use in the method. And for me, it's all about like what is being used right now. So that's what makes sense to me. Like, how are the mariners using it now, like to travel? Are they doing what Yakubinite was saying, or they just? And that's why I looked up a video today, and he doesn't speak anything about what he's saying. Like, he's really, what he's doing. He's making shit up, and he's making it sound like there's a case for the globe where there isn't one.
Yeah.
Right? It's just, all it is. It's the globe superimposed over the information we have right now of the flat Earth. That's all it is. It's just it.
True. Yeah. But there is no end with him.
No, he'll be back. I mean, he's always good for one of those, like, kind of a sock'em, rock'em, sock'em kind of conversations.
All right. Who believes they live on a spinning water ball in the vacuum of space, spinning at 1,040 miles per hour at the equator?
Go
I
on,
used
Table.
to.
Flatwater used to, yeah. I'm gonna head out, man. Rob he's gonna find his way back in. Is the coast clear now?
Yeah,
he's gone.
he's gone, but man, you guys should see my DMs. This is fucking comically gold.
Yeah, he's blowing you up. But
Yeah.
dude, I gotta say, man, like it's fucked up the way he was saying. He's like, "Are you guys PhDs? Are you have degrees?" I'm like, "Oh, is that the way you want to play it?" So that means that you need to clam up and not say anything now because of what your standards are. That you have to let those other clowns on Gem Panda's server come here and talk for you, because yeah, you don't have any degrees, they do. And he's like, "No." I was like, "Well, see, that's fucked up, man.
What's
You want us?"
What's the big thing about a degree? Like, I've got a structural engineering degree, but Like, you know, what's that going to prove about the topic at hand? You know, I can talk to you about tension and things like that, you know, but compression and
Yeah.
tension and you know, spans and stuff like that. But you know, like what? Just because I got a
Theodolites.
college degree, then like, does that make me smarter at the subject? No, it doesn't.
I couldn't
Everyone
take
can
that
be
guy.
autodidactic, you know. Like it's not. Yeah, weird,
I
man.
couldn't take that guy seriously. It was like a comedy act.
Yeah, yeah. He's either drunk or he plays a character.
Who, Rob Noxious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's. I don't know. Is he acting?
I don't
Sounds like
know.
he does.
No.
I think what happened was got, like really bullied hard by the globalists, and then now he like is trying to get even somehow, like by
Payback.
yeah, like he got bullied, so now he wants to bully flat earthers to show bullying isn't right or something.
Oh, he's doing it the wrong way. You better holler at man, because he better not be trying to get right in here. Because fuck that, dude. It's like out of the what is it? Out of the frying pan and into the fire, bro. It's like fuck. He's gonna get all twisted up and coming with that attitude. Like, yeah, he needs to get right at another place and then come in here. Like, cause fuck that, dude. You know we don't.
Biggie.
No, this is fucking guys.
It's very painful to be a glober because you realize when you encounter flat earthers, you instantly, subconsciously realize that your whole lifetime has been stolen from you.
True.
Yeah, that must be very painful. you know.
Or maybe you probably go have a couple of beers with him or something, Crit. Like, who knows? Like, fuck.
Yeah.
Talk about the good old days or something, man. Make him feel better some way.
Well,
Like, he ain't-
the other problem they come across as well is, they come in expecting to, they go, oh, okay, well, I know a little bit about the globe, so I'm going to go in and destroy these fucking morons. You know, these stupid people that believe the Earth is flat. And then they start talking, and they realize they don't actually have anything. And then they go into this mode where, no, I do have something. It's just because you don't believe it.
Yeah. Bullshit.
Yeah, belief is not required.
You got a 7 deuce offsuit, and I'm gonna make you show me your hand. And when I do, everyone's gonna know it. That's just it, man. You guys, because all these Globers, that's all they just got bluff. That's it. You just want to bluff.
I'm very selective who I drink beer with. I mean, I can give money to anyone for a beer, but to actually drink a beer with someone, I'm very selective because um, a lot of times it ends up with a fight, you know.
Well, maybe you should go have a beer with Rob Noxious then.
That will definitely end up with a fight.
you could,
So
you're like one beer in. All right, man. You're full of shit. Boom. No, just kidding. You. I don't know. Maybe it's true what Crit was saying. He just needs a friend or whatever. But fucked up.
Yeah. My take on it. That he's just kind of floundering, just sort of flapping in the wind and, kind of needs a landing pad. At the same time,
Yeah,
you got to reel him in though. You just can't let him just take a steaming pile
That's
dump.
what I'm saying, bro. Like we can't do that. Like fuck it. If he just wants to recover from all that, that's fine. But yeah, because sometimes he's all right, but then other times he's just like he's spazzing out. Like we can't fucking. Anyway, I'm gonna jet, man, so that he can feel like he's back in a safe place when I'm not
Yeah.
around. He's blowing up your DMs.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
guys, I'm gonna head out.
All right, bye.
take
Later, guys.
care. Good night.
Take care, Maggie. See you tomorrow. I'm gonna come back.
What comeback?
I think you have to give him the what would it take.
Hello.
Hello.
What up?
I just got quiet in here. I thought I like lagged out.
Yeah, I was thinking someone was trying last night to invoke, so to say, my view in regards to liquid helium, like what I was trying to say, that when you achieve a vacuum of 10 to the minus 17 torr, it's such a low pressure that helium would take its helium-3 state, which has the property to actually flow through any solid, and it will be filling that space vacuum chamber. So I don't think it's actually possible to achieve such kind of low vacuum as NASA is invoking about outer space. What does it mean to be a heliocentric? It means to 96%.
It means to be a sun worshipper calling themselves a scientist.
Yeah, but in their cosmology, they claim that 96% of the stuff is unknown. So how come they their known stuff represents 4% is what they know, and they come in here and they give us lessons, yeah, about something that they know only 4% out of it. So how can they actually talk about that 96% of unknown?
It's
Hey, they
dumb.
have a working model though.
Yeah. And
All
being
4% of it works.
yeah, works, but
4% working model.
it allows them to make up anything, those 96%. So any BS idea that their minds farts, uh, it will make some sort of gas in outer space, some sort of color. Yeah, they can make up anything out of it. So this is why we have Globers coming here telling us that we see the Chicago skyline through the water. So this makes Chicago skylines actually, it makes it Atlantis, underwater city. Oh, and yes, I know. I don't have a PhD, so I cannot bewitch them with stories, bedtime stories.
Where's all the ball worshippers?
Rams.
How many of them did we went through?
1,000.
Oh my God! And we still have billions.
Yeah, we've barely even gotten started.
Yeah, and it's like already almost a decade, 8 years. What's your favorite model?
Hello?
Hello.
Oh my gosh. What the heck's what's the new one, the Queer Earth? What the heck is that?
Sorry? I didn't get that. What did you ask?
What? It's ruckus.
The fuck you know about Ruckus?
I am the ruckus.
Oh, you are the Ruckus, huh? You sound real ruckusy.
Dude, I've been scraping grout for like 5 freaking days.
Like I give a fucking shit.
Exactly.
I remember you. You got the big funny game. You got the big funny jokes too. I like jokes. I like to laugh and giggle.
Yeah. Maybe something will happen. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Now,
What's your idea,
I gotta
son?
get out of here. I gotta get
Good.
out of here.
Good. Later.
Hey, no, not here. But here is in this building I'm in.
How high's the building?
So it's only one story. I gotta get out by finishing the tasks. It's supposed to be the last day I'm here. They basically hired some scrubs to do tile work. Totally screwed it up.
Fuck, man.
So I had to come fix it.
I thought this place was gonna be cool, man.
I think everybody left for the most part.
Yeah, it's okay to sleep.
This would be my last day here.
Why?
Oh, I'm gonna go on vacation for a while.
Sweet.
Just want to hear the last words.
Last words. You want to hear Mickey's last words?
Oh, that guy's a piece of work. I like that guy. Miggy. Hey, Miggy. He's cool. He's got it. He's strong. He's powerful.
Make your knees weak.
Quantum Eraser, those guys, they all got Jedi and all those guys. You guys are all powerful, all knowing, all seeing. Well, maybe not all knowing. You guys should really watch who the fuck you guys fuck with.
Well, you shouldn't be picking the disabled, either physically or mentally. So I guess you're right. If you have an attitude of picking on everyone, eventually you're going to pick on somebody who's incapable of defending themselves
Well,
or handling it.
Yeah. It sucks when you can find those types. Some guys just like vendettas and they like to get evil. You never know what they're gonna do.
We're not worried.
Oh, of course not. Of course not.
Could never show fear.
No, it's not about fear. It's about threat assessment.
Yeah. Even the smallest cut can get infected. Yeah. It's pretty cool since we all like none of us really own any of these platforms. We're all using it under the privilege of its terms of service. And that's the best thing about it. Their own rules can be used against you.
Really. Like what?
Lots and lots of things. You guys are on YouTube and on here. And a couple other places too. I've been watching.
And so you're trying to give us advice or a veiled threat?
There's no advice. Oh, it's not a veiled threat.
Okay, so
That's not no veiled about it.
well, it did sound pretty veiled to me.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
dude, why don't you do something more useful with your time?
There is nothing more useful. This is what I do.
There's nothing more useful than
No.
pretending to threaten people online.
No, that's it. That's as good as it gets. That's as good as I want it to get for me. See, that's how like you guys have like you guys have power. You guys feel the power when you have that mute button and you're like a mod and you can do whatever you want and shit. I like the power to report you guys on all your channels on my 100 sock accounts, and I report you guys until I see that the channel exists no longer. Then I crack open a fucking beer and I drink a beer and I smoke a joint and I laugh and I take away money out of people's pockets. Start all over again.
Good for you.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. Because sometimes people that get
Yes.
too much
How
power.
many successful endeavors have you undertaken under those auspices?
Three Discord channels and 7 YouTube channels so far in a year.
Well, that's not a bad record, actually.
Yeah,
A lot better than Brenda's record.
they take certain things very seriously. So, and as long as you don't put copyright down, they'll never want to contact you because that's the only one they can contest in court is copyrights. So as long as you don't do that, there's nothing to contest. So, yeah, it's just a game. We all play it. You gotta start up another one. I'll just be there too because I got nothing but time in my hands.
Yeah.
A lot of anger. Very angry.
Yeah.
Very angry guy. Just in general.
Well, that seems obvious. So what are you so angry about?
Nah, really nothing. Just everything in general. Just everything in general. Never was happy. Never will be happy. I really don't want to be happy. I just don't like when people display happiness. I just want to crush it. Yeah, you got a little palace here. You guys are all tidied up in your castle. Got the stone walls and the archers. Yeah, okay. Sounds good to me. I'm a fucking demon, and I'm gonna show you guys how fucking demonic motherfuckers can get. I love it.
You want to be in my book?
Yeah, sure. You can be in anything you want. Start writing.
So the book that I'm working on is The Fundamental Psychological State of Globers.
Cool.
Not people who believe in a globe, mind you. Because
Right.
that's not a glober. Glober is someone who's intentional, not just passive.
Sure, man. Whatever you gotta say to believe it, dude. I don't even give a fuck. The whole argument of a global flat Earth is absolutely absurd. The fact that you believe that there's a flat Earth makes you fucking lunatic. You're certifiably retarded. and that's all there is to it. It's not an
Same
argument.
thing could be said about you, man.
Yeah, no, okay. Oh, thing.
Yeah, you actually sound certifiably sociopathic. So
That's cool,
look
man.
where
That's
you're
cool.
talking.
Hey, that's cool. That's cool. Like I said, you can laugh it up, make all the jokes you want. It doesn't really matter because he who laughs last laughs loudest, and I will laugh the last. Believe me. Believe that. Rob Noxious. Remember this name. Go ask people on YouTube. Go to the conscious go to the conscious community with all the black fellas and ask them what happened to their channels when they fucked around and found out. You think I'm fucking playing, dude? I ain't fucking Gem Panda, bro. I ain't trying to be nice and just yell at you on my server. I don't give a fuck about the arguing. I don't like you motherfuckers. I want you guys gone. If I had it my way, I'd take you guys gone off the internet for sure.
Why such animosity?
Good, cause this is
No,
Yeah,
that's
you need to
that's
go
the wrong.
some.
Because why
You need
Not
not?
to go
very
some.
good.
You need to go
Good.
some
Very good answer.
battlefield. You need to go
Good.
some battlefield to spend your energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is it. This is the battlefield. This is
But
the
like,
battlefield. You guys put
think
yourself
about
into
it.
it.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Think
saying the
about what.
real one, not
Hang
this
on, one
bullshit
second.
one. The real one, you know, where is the weapons, you know, that you can enjoy.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But think about it. Like, why do you hate flat earthers so much?
It's not just flat earthers. I don't like people in general. You guys are just on top of the list
And why are we on top of the list?
because you guys are liars
About what?
about the earth being flat.
What about it? What are we lying about?
The earth being flat. You're lying
In
about it.
detail? Like, what part of that are we lying
That's just
about?
it. I don't want to have to go to. I don't really care
You
anymore.
can't even say it. So you're a bigot.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I am a bigot.
Yeah.
I'm
Keep
whatever.
in mind.
I am what. I am whatever you want to say I am. Yeah, kick me now, and I'll be back on my other. I have more accounts than
That's
fucking
fine. That's fine. But keep in mind, this is coming from a guy that said the Chicago skyline could be seen because glass is one of the mediums for refraction.
He
Cool.
said the light goes through the lake as well and then comes back out.
It's called reflecting off the lake. That's what I'm saying, dude. Hey, you guys are proving my point. They're arguing is useless. It's no point. There's no more arguing. It's just a war.
Okay, see you later then.
Oh no, I'm
You're
not
free
going
to leave,
nowhere.
man.
Oh, if I'm free to leave, I'm free to stay.
Well,
Yeah.
you're free to stay only because we choose to, though.
Oh, I understand that too. I totally understand that, and I expect nothing to be cut off here shortly and kicked out of here. And I'll just log on another account and come back. And like I said, this will be the last time you guys hear my voice ever again. But you
Yeah,
will
well,
see.
the only reason you'd get kicked out of here is when you act like an asshole. But
Yeah, like I said,
you know,
this will be the last
the
day you hear
only
my
the
voice.
only one who's judging other people is you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're damn right. Yep, that's right. Yep,
So
you will be judged.
that's
will
on
be
you,
judged.
man.
Enjoy the
Yeah.
YouTube. Enjoy the YouTube channel while you have it. Enjoy this place while you have it, because it's all going to be gone very soon.
Sure it is, bud. You're
Mark my words. I am the destroyer. This is what I do. I was sent to do this. I had a calling, and I got on the internet, and I take out pseudo motherfuckers, dude. And I don't do it by arguing calculations and refraction and Aristophanes and
well, you do it by reporting people.
yeah,
For
yeah, yep. I do. All their shit must be removed. No voice.
yeah,
No
whatever,
voice.
dude.
If you want a voice, you come to me and ask me for one. Maybe I'll give you one.
You sound like that kid. You must have been the hall monitor at school, yeah.
Yeah, there you
Dude,
go.
just so you know, we face much worse villains than you'll ever amount to in our lives.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I'm glad I have something to work forward to.
You'll be barely an inconvenience.
I understand.
You will understand when you try your hardest. You see a result, and then the result is amounts to nothing.
Yeah. You'll go start another channel, and when you start the other channel, I'll be the first subscriber to that channel, and I'll be the first person there. I'll be the first person on the Discord, and I'll get in there.
You're my idol.
And I will do the same thing over and over. I will do the same
You're
thing
my
over and
idol.
over
Can
until
I
I'm
get your
old.
autogram?
Yes, you
Very
can.
well, bud.
Yeah, where are
I
you?
know you think that's what you're gonna do. But you see, the problem is guys like you don't have the perseverance necessary for such a task.
Go ask the so-called American Aboriginals
the Black Aboriginals of America who claim to be Aboriginal Americans. What happened to their channels? When the guy had 26,000 viewers and now he's gone. The one guy has 67,000 viewers, now he's gone. Started all over. Go ask the Hebrew Israelites who had 6,000
Oh
people.
man, dude, you're
Jimmy,
talking
Jimmy, is that
about
you?
groups. You're talking
Jimmy,
about groups. You're talking about groups that have literally gross racist positions, dude. That they preach
Yeah.
racism
And guess what?
like
And
blatantly.
they got kicked off for misinfo, and all you guys do is spread misinfo. And the way you guys talking here is on record. The
Dude,
way you
you're
guys,
wrong,
the way,
bro.
the way you guys
You don't
talk
seem to
about people.
understand.
Yes, the way
You
you
don't seem
guys
to
say to people.
understand.
Yeah, I don't have
You
to
don't seem
understand.
to
You're
get
going
it.
to understand. I don't have to understand. You're going to understand
No,
this
you
shit.
don't
It's
get it,
okay,
dude.
man.
Again,
That's
You don't
why
get
we
it.
even
You don't
why
get
we
the
at this
flat
stage,
Earth
record
you still
topic.
think you have power at this stage. It's
why we
hilarious.
record
what,
everything, mate.
Dude,
we
dude,
need
Why
to
we
listen, listen.
record
understand?
everything.
I just gotta tell you a secret. I gotta tell you a secret. Check this out. The flat Earth is not a taboo subject. Ancillary, only certain ancillary topics are, right?
Keep telling yourself that, dude. Keep telling yourself that when you get
Okay.
flagged. When you get flagged and reported,
Whatever.
when you get taken down for misinformation, spreading false disinformation and misinformation, along with copyright infringements, along with a lot of other things, you're going to see a lot of bad things
Superman,
happen.
Superman, can you save me, please?
Yeah.
Superman, can you save me, please?
Oh, you're
What do you mean
fine.
copyright? What do
Sasha,
you
can
mean
you speak up
copyright
or
Yeah,
something?
yeah, you're fine, dude. You're just some fucking gimp on a fucking Discord, bro. You're nobody. I'm talking about the guy who owns the server.
I'm nobody. I know that I'm
He's the
nobody.
one. He's the one who's gonna have to pay the prices.
Is
He's
that
the one.
you?
The guy who owns the server is gonna be losing
Is that
money.
you? Jimmy,
You guys are fucking with this guy's
is that
money
you?
because you guys want to show your
Jimmy,
power. You
and
guys want to show
Jimmy, is
your
that
We don't
power.
you?
have anything monetized, you dumbass.
You guys want to show your power, so this guy's gonna lose his. Oh, he gets money off of YouTube, guaranteed to get super chats and shit.
Man, there is
You're
no
retarded,
power.
dude.
There is only level, still
You
level,
guys,
you know?
it's all good, man. Like I said, hey,
Hey, man,
then,
did you
Hold
think
then
on,
you
hold
guys
on.
still
won't miss it.
level?
If it don't do nothing
Hold
for
on.
you, you won't miss it when it's gone. 6,000 hours lost. I can't wait to see that back to zero
Oh,
again.
dude, you're so special, dude. What are you trying to take
6,000.
down the whole politics server? Because that's the only way you're gonna win.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, the whole server, but the politics
Wow.
server. Yes, it's getting reported every day out of multiple accounts.
Did you ever spoke
Okay.
I have over 50 Gmail
Okay,
accounts.
bud.
I have over
Goodbye.
50 Gmail accounts.
Goodbye.
Hey, princess.
Goodbye.
Hello,
Bye.
princess. Are you
Yeah,
back,
you're
princess?
a loser, man. What a fucking
Hey,
loser.
can you pull his ID and ping it in the back chest to Aurora for a permaban from the site?
Yeah.
There's no reason to have a scumbag like this who's threatening to take the whole server down because one room he doesn't like. He doesn't belong here.
Should I send her a message?
Sure.
Yes.
And then copied.
It was entertaining up until that point.
Yeah.
He was aggressive.
Now, we could possibly forgive you if you buy us all a pizza. Not just any pizza now. Sausage and pineapple only.
No, I'm making it home. Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, you guys can pick what you want. I'll pick a sausage and pineapple.
I will make my own one.
Well, then he has to buy the ingredients. How about that?
I want Sasha make me one. Cause
No, I'm waiting that this guy
he's
saved my
amazing.
life. Fuck's sake. He's my hero.
How is debating flat Earth always 24/7? I feel like it shouldn't even need that.
Because, dude, because Globers just can't resist, bro. That's why. But,
Well,
neither can flat earthers, I suppose.
I understand. I'm a flat earther as well, but the thing I have is like us flat earthers disagree on like what's after, like like the ice wall. Some people don't believe in the ice wall. Some people don't believe in like the border between space. I feel like that there's a whole disagreement within the flat earthers itself. What do
Can you
believe in?
elaborate on the border between space?
Yeah, what is it? The filament?
I've never heard of that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's so many flat earthers that are coming together and not taking ideas. So maybe it's good 24/7 flat earth, so we can all hash out ideas and have a concept.
No point arguing about.
So what is it though? Like, is
Yeah,
there
exactly. No
is
one
there a
knows.
wall? Well, right, but why is there flat earth then? Like I'm in the way of flat Earth, but I'm not understanding.
No, you see,
Confused?
when they study liquid helium, they found that yeah, perpetual fountains can form. So it has a continuous flow state.
Okay. Like a vent,
And
like a ventilation system, you mean, or like?
no, it's a fountain. When you introduce like a tube inside liquid helium,
Right.
it will climb the walls, yeah, and it will flow.
Okay.
And it also it flows outside the container.
So we're not in a container, you mean?
Well,
That's my whole thing. Like, is there like an actual dome, or you know what I mean? Like, this is the whole. I'm on the
this is
side of the
what
flat Earth.
this is what I'm trying to explain the way I think it could work, but I don't
Go
have
ahead.
a scientific
Dude, none of us do.
proof. Yeah, so I can't
That's
empirically
not
prove.
true.
Do
I
you?
have the same theory.
The only
Okay,
thing
so
is,
Well, these are all theories,
only
by the way. Let's just put that into, like effect. This is all theory. Nobody knows. Regardless how
well,
arrogant
it's
somebody
not
could
just
be, we don't know.
theory.
It is theory,
Listen,
dude. Come on.
no, the upward
Yes.
flow of liquid helium is not theory. It
No,
is
I'm not saying that.
scientifically proven.
Oh,
It
the
Listen,
is
I'm not.
scientists in the
observed
theory, yeah.
I'm
in
not saying that.
laboratory.
I'm talking about the after
Yeah.
effect. I understand.
Now, you see, this liquid is so cold that you cannot have a physical contact with it. It
Sure.
will repel you
Space.
because
Space
we
is so
are
cold.
no.
You talk so slow,
Um,
dude. Like, what are you doing?
yeah, you interrupt. I mean, you are asking a question. I'm trying to
I thought you would know. I mean,
give you my view, and
you just talk very slow.
you're making fun now.
I'm not
Yeah.
making fun. I agree
So
with you.
why would you ask a question when you don't want an answer?
He accidentally touched the helium, and now he's
Yeah.
in slow motion for the rest of his life.
Goddamn.
Slow mo. Yeah.
I don't mean to make fun of you. I'm sorry, dude.
I know. I didn't took it that
The
way.
English is not my language.
It's just I like my whole thing with flat Earth, which ties me in different ways, is because nobody can agree, even with the flat Earth community. So, like you talk to one flat earther, they believe in something totally different. So
No one can
Well,
agree
I
what's the
with
basis?
prefer
the no one
Where's the
can agree with
basis?
the
this.
heliocentric model either. So
Right, but where's the basis? We need the
Look,
basis. Otherwise,
what's the
nobody would take us.
basis of the heliocentric
We
model?
we would have to have a basis for momentum,
where
so people could
where
take us
do we
seriously. Is
come
what I'm saying.
from? Where do we come from?
Humans, or just like
Yeah.
with mass and matter. My shit, I got
Where
3%.
do we
I would love to hold on.
listen?
Hold on. My laptop's about to die. I'll switch to my phone. We can
Okay.
continue this.
Okay.
I'll be
Hurry
right back.
back.
All right, I'll be right back.
We all come from water, from the womb, the waters of the womb. And I prefer this kind of view upon the world, that the world should be inside some sort of filled with water.
Dude, you know that stuff in there isn't actually water, right?
Uh, well, liquid helium looks like water.
Yeah, but
It
that
looks
stuff inside the
No
sack
more.
don't look like water, bro.
yeah, but if that's the eternal life water,
Dude,
I
yeah, but have
mean,
you ever had a cold, fresh cup of afterbirth?
a cold. Sorry, what?
Or yeah, you know this. You know, when a woman breaks water, the stuff that comes out
Yeah.
isn't water.
Is it amniotic fluid? Is that what it's
Yeah,
called?
it's called breaking water, but it's not water.
I know. Yeah. But how
Right.
much of it is water?
Well, dude, rocks are made of water, so it's like, not all rocks necessarily. That's some maybe it's something a little slightly different, but
Some of them are our cousins, mate. So
dude, it's like going to a water balloon fight and somebody slaps you with a rock. You're like, what the heck? You're like, well, rocks have water in it.
Yeah.
Sure, it's chemically bonded, but whatever, it's water.
Yeah, it was interesting, that documentary I saw. They were saying like inside the rock you can have water like a whole ocean. The water of a whole ocean is contained within the inside of a rock. So it was interesting, but yeah.
The shower again is a joke. I never put it on a shower drain. Oh, if you put it in the shower drain, it's like a metal one. The big flat ones, they're covered in this blue plastic film to protect the sheen, till it's ready for use. But this plastic film is like stuck in the logo. I can't get it out. It's hard.
have
AI.
you got a kettle?
Dude, it's like a vinyl wrapped logo now. I'm just scratching it out with my knife.
I was going to
should
say
have
just
took a
pour
picture of
boiling
it.
water over it. I hate that
No,
stuff.
I
the
should have
blue
just
stuff.
left it. Yeah, I should have just left it, dude. It looked pretty sweet. It was only in the Odie, the brand name, and then like the UPC shield looked pretty awesome. Whenever it's coming out. But that's interesting. I never thought to pour hot water in it. What does it do? Just like shrink it up or something?
Yeah, it softens the sticky stuff underneath.
Well, back when I was a kid, or when I was, they used to make stickers that came on things on plastic. And so we pulled them off, it came off. And then they got cheap and decided to make them out of paper. And so it leaves the residue on everything you own. Oh, at least I'm going to scrub this shower pan. This is the worst shower installation job.
You can
AI
wash it with
Overlord.
vinegar.
Hey, AI Overlord. What happened to the first one?
That's a sore subject.
Really?
No.
I figured if you're 2.0, then the other one was just like, earlier version. So it's like no big deal, right?
So what happened was, there's this guy who had delusions of grandeur. And he wanted a server of his very own to turn into a monetized server for games and Minecraft and all of that. So our server had like, I can't remember if it was 40,000 36,000. So we had 36,000 members, and he was an old
36,000.
friend. Yeah, he was an old
Okay.
friend, and of some guys. And basically, what happened was he weaseled his way into being important enough in the logistics of the server that he could execute a loophole, which is this. So I don't know if it's still in play, but it was in play then, which is if a server is owned by a person and he has a big community in the server, if he can't access the server, like he dies or whatever, then all those people are high and dry, right? Especially if there's no dispersed admin powers, right?
Right.
So Discord had a function where if a server owner was absent for a certain amount of time, not logging in, not doing anything, anybody who was given platform moderator powers. So the platform moderator powers are, not like you create a role and give someone powers. It's just you pick the role straight from the platform and it gives you certain functions, right?
Yeah.
And so anyone who had that could then appeal to Discord saying, hey, our owner's gone. We don't want to lose our server. Someone needs the ownership powers. I would like to apply. And so they check, make sure you have that status. And they say, okay, there's a cooldown period, right? It might be 2 weeks or something. I can't remember exactly. And then after that cooldown period, if the owner hasn't logged back in, the ownership rights go to that person. Now, there was actually three people competing. There's 3 people competing for this, unbeknownst. Right.
Gotcha.
And one person just beat the others, and as soon as he took over the server, it just went to crap. So all the people who actually cared about the server just bailed and made a new server. And then that's why our current Discord is called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0.
Gotcha. Cool.
So I think we're back at 32,000 now members.
32,000. Nice.
Or I just know we're roughly back to what we had before.
So who took that server?
The sheeple.
No.
Human sheeple. That was his name. And
If you
human
get up to
sheepling was his game.
if you get up to 30,030 or maybe past that, that's a primordial. Pretty special number. I like primordials.
But in 24/7 there was Indio and Mimus. Oh, really? They were admins.
Yeah, it don't matter because once he was given the ownership by Discord, then he could do whatever he wanted.
But this is not fair. I mean, the ownership should be given to the one who has most of the followers. We were supposed to be voting.
Muad'Dib.
No.
Muad'Dib.
You think Discord cares? You just fill out the form.
Yeah,
Pick the appropriate days, and
up.
then you get to
Yeah.
get it.
That sucks. They don't care.
And now it may have been changed since then. I'm not sure if that's the way they do it anymore. See, Discord has an interest in not allowing the server to be deleted, right?
Yeah.
Or be abandoned by the owner because, we did have 30 boosts or 50 boosts. But anyway, we had boosts. We were, at least in some sense, making Discord some money, even if it was only marginal amount of money. So like they have an interest in that. Plus, they have an interest in their customer base, like
So
30,000 members having the server continue.
So in this politics server, we are some sort of guests in here?
Correct.
That sucks.
Well, yes and no. So, for example, the guest rooms have freedoms to monitor the rooms as they desire within the politics, ultimate rules, and the TOS. So that actually is quite a bit of freedom.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it took me quite a while. I was keep going to 24/7 Flat Earth. It was most of the time empty in there. I was like, whoa, what the hell is going on? You know, from so many of us, there's no one coming in. I was like, are we fading away? I was worried. And then about 2 weeks ago, someone gave me the invite to this here, to politics server, and I joined.
Well, there's usually quite a bit of people in here that aren't actually participating in the sense that they're speaking, right? They're basically just listening.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, it's not unreasonable for anybody who's from 24/7 to see that the live stream isn't going and actually fill it with some content. So, for example, there's people that come here that do the same thing, that just listen, right? But then when they're over there, they complain that they don't get to speak. It's like, okay, all the primary speakers are away. Why don't you stay over there and have your time to shine?
That's a plan.
Well, it just proves the point of this, is that when they bitch about not getting to speak, I should just mute them, right? Because they don't actually care about having the opportunity to speak. They just want to be speaking in the action. You know what I'm saying? They only want to be in the action. They don't want to actually put in the work.
Makes sense. I mean, it's like cheap talk, or I'm going to signal because I understand. I see other people who recognize something as important. I want to be associated with what's important. It's easy.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Your server, your rules, right?
Tell you what, though, I should buy a bag of rags. Stuck at the job site in the middle of the night with no hardware stores open and running out of rags faster and fast. I already had to use one of my t-shirts, another one of my t-shirts, some drop cloth that I found in the homeowner's shed. Sucker. I'm just kidding. Oh, I'm here because somebody walked off the job without doing the proper routing and finishing up with their stupid task they were supposed to do.
You're not having much luck, AI.
You don't even know the half of how bad this is, bro. But I'm very close to the end. So right now I'm trying to decide whether I want to put sealer in this shower or not. I think it's supposed to get it. But I was never actually instructed to put sealer on it. So I'm trying to see if I have enough time to do it. I pretty much got to be out of here by a little bit before 6 if I can. I got to finish this bathroom, tidy up that bed,
Dang.
caulk
Are you
one
doing
more
some?
thing.
You doing some homework, home renovation, remodeling?
Well, this home, what happened was they hired a tile crew to do 2 bathrooms. They screwed it up. They got fired. They hired another crew to come in and remedy the situation. They screwed it up even worse.
Yeah.
And so then my friend said to me, "Hey, how about you finish it up for me? Salvage this." And we're basically salvaging it. It's going to be ripped out in the future. You know what I'm saying? It's being salvaged for usability.
Yeah.
And as best as it can look in the meantime. And then in the spring, it's going to be torn out and redone.
Ah, dang, man.
Because this is peak season coming up.
How many tens of thousands is that going to cost?
Yeah, exactly. So supposedly the original budget for, I think, both bathrooms was $15,000 to do the showers, maybe a couple other things.
Okay, yeah.
So for 2 bathrooms, that ain't too bad.
No, it's really not.
Which is probably the problem. Which is like, okay, you want to pay a discounted rate? You're gambling. You're gambling with the results, bro.
True.
All this stuff is so cheap too. It's like you gotta wash every tile, you gotta scrape every grout.
So you're just kind of do the so you're doing like wall plaster work or what?
I had to do a closet. I had to install a closet in the basement. Build a closet in the basement. And then in this bathroom, like 8 tiles had to be ripped out, and the guy ripped them out, and put them back in, and damaged them. So I had to take 2 of them out, repair the back of the wall because the wall got damaged in the whole process. Put the 2 tiles back in. So this one's pretty much done. All that's got to be done is the sealer and just clean the floor. And then the other bathroom, I had to cosmetically scrape the grout lines because they were overbled. Like 2 coats of grout overbled. And that took 4 days. Just with a handheld little blade.
Yeah.
Sounds like you could use an army. Nanobots. To
All right, well,
automate
yeah,
the
Lord,
work.
I'm gonna add you as a friend. Seem like good to talk to. Just going around politics, seeing who's friendly, who isn't. All right, see you around.
See.
Yeah.
This took forever. And see, I wasn't even expecting this bathroom to be that bad. I thought this bathroom was done. But then when I came in to check on it, I noticed that they had not washed the grout or the grout hazel. So it's like, okay, now I have to do it. So that took me a couple hours.
Before you can start working.
Yeah, exactly. So basically that means, because otherwise I would have just done a quick wipe.
Yeah.
Like just to get dust off it and then put the sealer in it. The good thing is the white walls have white grout. And so you can't really notice things. These
Oh God,
decorative pattern ones.
I have a building in the mountains and just changed the roof. I installed solar panels as the roof. I got I found second-hand solar panels from Japan. They took them off from a skyscraper, and if I were to build a new roof, it will cost me about 15,000 euros to use these metal tiles, the cheapest. But with solar panels, I got them with 3,000 euros, and my dad only made these hooks, hanging hooks, the support system, and yeah, with rubber they joined and they are perfect as a roof. But they will be giving also about 18 kilowatts an hour. Yeah, so but I was lucky, the roof frame is made of metal, so it was quite easy to mount them. And next year in the spring, I have to start do the inside bathrooms, rooms, and you were reminding me as you were working. I have to get out. I gotta get ready for work. Be great, everyone. Take care.
Cool. Alright. I think I decided to skip the sealer. Joking to that. Yep. Gonna get busy. Can't go sit still. So you busted. Step one, get everything to the garage.
This is what's happening.
What's happening? Everybody's listening to me clean up. Other than that, people are taking a break, chilling. The last thing I need to do is caulk the wood floor. That the paint is done. Aluminum core cover is done. White wax is done. White top line is done. So I'm just gonna caulk the wood hole with the Ultra Cedar Tan. Dum, 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 dum. Busted. Something going. Can't even reach those spots. Tell you that.
Mm. Yo, do you guys know a way to extend the cable 5 kilometers without without the cable sagging? Is there like a way I can consistently keep it like? Oh wait, sorry, my doorbell.
Extend what cable? Network or power supply?
What? Pull a cable taut? That's what you're saying?
I don't know. Someone asked if we know
Yeah.
a way to extend the cable, but what kind of cable?
Well, the whole point is trying to get over is the catenary curve problem. So a cable will, sag or curve under its own weight.
Yeah.
So there was an idea, use a line to pull it tight and then see if it goes into the water level or not. This is kind of like a straight edge against the water. So Brian Mullen was actually thinking of doing that. He called it tilt the wind.
No, I will not be able to do that because cables are not straight. So,
Well, the idea was to pull it tight so it would be straight. The problem is no matter how tight you pull it, it's going to sag. And
yeah,
me and
but
Indio
over water,
calculated.
listen, it's much more simple to use like linear bearings and to use also this styrofoam. Yeah, you make like a styrofoam bridge over the water, but not in one piece, but tiles of it. So when they are cut the same dimensions, then they will be floating at the same height in the water. And on top of this, you can put a linear bearing, yeah, which is super straight from the manufacturers. And this linear bearing, then you can actually measure and install a camera on it and slide it from shore to shore. You can shoot a laser beam across it, over it. And with the camera, you can actually follow that laser beam precisely how much curvature will it occur in the air, like, yeah.
What was that called? A linear what?
Linear bearing. And they can be mounted continuously, like make a very long track, just
Oh,
like
okay, so like a CNC track.
railways. Yeah, yeah. But they can be connected together as of one very long linear track instead of
Yeah, that sounds expensive.
well, yeah. About 5 meters will cost you between $100, $200, 300, let's say. But it depends on the um, quality and precision grade and size also. So we will not need the big like
Yeah, $5,000 might do
HS20.
it.
Those the 20 is millimeter ones wide. They are very heavy. It's a lot of steel. Yeah. But we need like thin ones, which are much cheaper, like miniature ones. And those are a lot more cheaper. You can get for €50, let's say, couple of meters, 3, 4 meters, 5 meters.
Yeah, but if it's resting on the water, how's it going to prove anything about the water?
Well, you can have, let's say, you install some sort of a rocket on that linear, the slider, yeah, and it will shoot all across the water. It will move across the water at very high speed, you know. And when you have a camera, yeah, you can see, do I have curvature or not? Am I going in a straight line?
Well,
How's
that
it
would be
Or
supposed to
good
see that?
video.
Yeah, but how's it supposed to see that if it's just following the arc ever so slightly?
No,
It's not going
no,
to
but
compass
think
anything.
about it. It
well,
zooms in as it's doing it.
yeah, and
Zooms in on what though?
you can
It needs a
also have
reference.
you can also have a laser beam shot across the water, and a camera can follow that laser beam and will see if there is any change in um, dimensions, like it's going upwards or downwards.
Doesn't sound very definitive.
Well, ultra precision measuring is not going to be cheap. Never.
Well, look, if you
Do
have a straight
compasses
line, go ahead.
do compasses work using magnetic fields of Earth?
Yes.
How are these magnetic fields generated? Like, what's the? I mean, for them to work. I
Well,
mean,
in the heliocentric model, they say the molten iron nickel core is generating this magnetic field of the world. But I don't go with that theory.
what do you think it is then?
Um, the flow, the dynamic flow of helium in nature. We have helium rising from the ground, going up in the sky. So this and it has some sort of toroidal circuit to it, the way helium moves in nature.
Mhm.
But motion of liquid helium, if you were pumping helium through a pipe, just like you would with water, this will actually a magnetic field around that pipe, just like you have when you have a current flowing through a copper wire circuit. And
I had
this
no
is,
idea, actually.
yeah, this I have confirmation from quantum mechanics physicist that the flow of liquid helium actually does generate a magnetic field. But liquid helium cannot be pumped like we pump water.
I suppose not, man.
Yeah, I mean, the normal states, the liquid states, yeah, they can, but it has two superfluid states, and those are very bizarre. This liquid, in the superfluid states, it can flow in two opposite directions in the same time without encountering any resistance. So it's like it can flow through itself. And there will be no vortices and all that.
Vortices.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, is there a way to determine that this is happening on the scale of Earth, or like, how do we even like gauge if that's really the mechanism?
Well, the only way we
Use your
experience
imagination.
helium is gaseous state in nature. Like, and
But also, like,
our
liquid
whole
helium like
physics,
appears
our
in
whole,
nature, or
yeah, it's rising from the ground in the air and then very high up into the air at high altitudes. So it's constantly flowing through us.
no, I get that. I just
Yeah.
I'm asking only because I got a really nice vintage compass for a friend's birthday that I'm going to this week, and I just was curious, like, what do you guys think about like magnetic fields within flat Earth or globe Earth? And it's a nice conversation starter.
Yeah, but you see, for example, the molten iron core, when you use a compass on the surface of the ground, yeah, you are closer to that molten iron. And when you are in an airplane flying at almost 40,000 feet in the air, you are further away from that
The
core.
magnetic field.
Yes. Now the problem is this magnetic field we experience is uniform in strength. So you hold your compass, where the north is, you point it to the north, yeah, and then when you pull the needle with your hand to the east or to the west and release the needle, it will take about a second to realign itself with the north. Now, this means you are in a position in the world where the magnetic field has certain strength.
Yeah, it's
Now,
not uniform everywhere. I agree.
when you move away from the magnetic field, like flying in an airplane, yeah, this alignment should take a lot more time to happen, you know. But actually, what we find is that the compass needle realigns itself with the same speed, meaning the magnetic field strength is the same at the ground surface and
Up
at
in the
high
air, I mean.
altitude.
Yeah.
At high altitude in the air, yeah, and this is no um, no molten iron electromagnetic field can actually behave like that. Um, when you spin molten iron, it will generate an electromagnetic field, which leads to the faster solidification of that metal. But that magnetic field is being detectable only very, very close to it. It cannot manifest itself at thousands of miles distance.
I see.
So no matter how much core size, I mean, the molten iron core should be like 80% of the sphere, the ball sphere, to actually experience.
Generate this amount of
Yeah,
electromagnetic
this
forces.
to experience its magnetic field generate the EM field. Yeah. So
Interesting.
and yeah, if you have a magnet, you put your compass on the table. Yeah, and you bring a magnet close to it, you will see the compass. When you get close enough, you see the compass aligning itself with the magnet. When you move a little bit the magnet away, you can find the distance, yeah, the minimum distance where the magnet affects the compass. And from that location, anywhere further than the compass, the magnet will not affect the compass. But when you come closer, then it will start affecting it. So this is how these interactions forces actually behave. They don't act at infinite distances.
No, I will assume so. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Electromagnetic fields have like limitations, obviously.
Yeah.
But do you guys think it's like the way they're portrayed usually, those fields, right? That they're like curved, encompassing like all of terra firma, right? Like it's
No, I don't
or it's like a
believe.
gradient that just starts from the ground in terms of its strongest potential, like
Well,
potency, and then
yeah, but there should be this gradient. The inverse square law must apply to the magnetism of the world, but it doesn't. We really find that this magnetic field is uniform all over the world, but there are certain places in the world, remote locations, where you have some sort of minerals, mineral deposits in the ground with ferromagnetic or magnetic properties, and in these places you will have some sort of magnetic anomalies, like when you try to use a compass in
Yeah.
those areas, you will see that the compass
There's a
is
lot of
being
rocks with
affected.
metal in them, right? Or metal
The compass,
ore.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah. So, but these are remote places. They are, not everywhere.
yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. I actually never heard you guys talk about the magnetic. I guess nobody asks that question.
Yeah, not we don't talk very much about it because it doesn't
Skepticism gets shut
have.
down most of the time.
I
No,
mean,
the conversation is not getting shut down. Like what?
the Globers, they can't make it through the curvature or gravity,
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, anything goes Sunday.
I'm sorry. Anything goes Sunday. What does
Yep.
that statement mean? I cannot parse it.
Like you can talk about any topic. Like usually
Oh.
people try and talk about anything other than flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been discussing religion and all sorts today.
But I think it's like, I mean, maybe things are tangentially related, right?
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
well,
that
it
like
is.
when
Plus, it's a
people
good
talk
break.
about conspiracy, like the flat Earth may come into question or something. I would like to talk about phenomena though. I've been consistent on this chat. Consistently talk about like
Talk about the moon.
phenomena that we observe. No, not the moon. But... Actually, do you guys know that David Weiss guy? He's so stupid. David Weiss. I don't know
Why?
how you pronounce his name. Because he said that the moon gives out cold light. And I think that's weird because it's provable that's not the case. Like, why would you say that? And he says
Well,
a bunch of shit that's just. It's not that, like. I think that
he's
all flat earthers have the same opinion. Obviously, I don't. It's just like that guy is just a clown. It's literally a clown.
no, he's touching a subject which he dived in before actually investigating search enough what this is. The moon light really does have a cooling effect because it is a very different kind of light. It's like stroboscopic light, but at such high frequencies that human eye cannot detect it. Um, so this um, how do you call the stroboscopic effect?
I've never
Flickering.
heard of that effect.
Yeah. Well, we use to turn on and off the laser so fast that
Oh,
these
it creates like a strobe effect. You mean like it's
yeah. So, but when it's like 100,000 on and off switches in a second, the human eye does not perceive that actually that laser is turned off and then turned on back again. We
yeah.
perceive it as constant light, you know. Now, when these flickers happen so fast, they are actually matching the electron spin around the nuclei of the atom. And when the photon hits the atom, it's absorbed in the atom, then the atom has to release one or two photons. And you are actually matching a certain position where the electron is, and only then he will receive photon, and in the next cycle, yeah, the next orbit, uh, that atom must release 2 photons, but he also received another, yeah, being shot at him.
But my
So
question is, isn't light just
and no, listen. And now this kind of thing uh, helps us achieve the lowest temperatures in physics, like the smallest fraction above 0 degree Kelvin. And scientists are trying to actually achieve this boson-Einstein condensate, where all motion stops, yeah, and matter collapses. It has not been achieved yet.
Well, yeah, because that only happens at 0 degrees Kelvin. So good luck with that.
Can I ask a question though?
Yeah.
Like, and my brain is not physics oriented, so.
Yes.
It, like, to me, photons carry energy. The lack of photons means no energy. So if a moon is shining on a spot, that will probably have more energy than a spot that is not being in light of the moon, right? Like, this is how I ration it. Like, I could be wrong.
So yeah, there's definitely energy from photons, but the thing is that they don't actually carry that much energy. It's mostly surrounded by them as a wave. But if they actually had energy, as you know, from E equals mc squared, that translates to mass. But anything with mass cannot travel at the speed of
The
light.
speed of light, yeah, I know this much, for sure.
The problem is, you see, I just installed solar panels on the house, and when it's a full moon outside, I don't get any energy from.
I just, not to imply anything, but I think in the heliocentric model,
Yeah.
I think they say that the moon reflects the light of the sun, right? That's why
Yes.
people see. Okay.
Yes, but then it's their burden.
Well, it just ends up being a cheap facsimile. You'd probably get about the same amount of energy on a cloudy day. It's it's not the same, but it
Well, I
still
assume because
has.
there's still light on a cloudy day, right?
Yeah, yeah. There's still light on a cloudy day, just like
Yeah,
there's
I
light.
do get energy from the solar panels even when it's cloudy, but when it's night and the full moon outside, there is light coming from the moon, 1 lumen per square meter, and those solar panels, they show zero value. There's zero energy in them.
Oh yeah, because you're talking about a reflection. So first of all, it's going to be a cheap reproduction of what we would normally get. Plus, it also has to travel an extra 186,000 miles, or is it kilometers, to the Earth. So yeah, you're not really going to pick up much of anything at all.
Okay, but then
That doesn't mean
in,
that there's no
look,
energy. It's just not that it's
in
It's
the
miles,
lifespan,
kilometers is like
in
300 and something thousand.
listen, listen,
Hypothetically.
wait, start don't
Sorry, I was just correcting him.
stop
Like,
galloping. So,
Oh,
in
he
the
was right.
span,
Sorry about that, Sven.
listen,
Thank
in
you.
the span of 10 years, um, we have observed 48 different colors of the moon. So, if the moon is reflecting sunlight, yeah, I want you to tell me how can the sun emit green light, red, orange, purple, lila, yeah, blue? How can it emit all these colors and make the moon have these
Because
colors in the night
those
time?
are basic properties of light. It emits all of the colors at the same time. Like, so this was already proven thousands of years ago by just, putting it through a crystal and seeing it's
Okay.
called like a rainbow,
What
right?
what's the crystal? I know what the refraction of light is. Don't worry about that. But then, if you invoke this, I want you to tell me what's the crystal between the sun and the moon.
Well, I don't know of any prisms between the sun and the moon,
Hmm.
but just
Yeah.
by bouncing off the moon, that also causes refraction. So it's not that the originating source actually had
Sorry.
any color.
What refraction if actually this
Well,
takes
because it
place
bounces off
through
the
a
moon and is
vacuum?
sent to us, so of course it's going to have like different colors. And it also depends on the atmosphere. So I don't know
Well,
what you're talking about.
look, yeah, you do know. You see, we can actually predict with using the Saros cycles, yeah, the ancient Babylonian knowledge, yeah, when there will be a blood moon, red moon, blue moon, whatever. Yeah, we can predict this. And uh, Globers like to invoke, oh, it's the air pollution makes the moon look red. Yeah. So, okay, we can accept we have air pollution in Italy. We can accept we have air
No,
pollution
that's
in
not. Yeah,
England,
but
in
I
Germany.
disagree because
But
that.
listen, I didn't finish. But you don't have air pollution in Siberia, you don't have it in Romania, which we have the biggest forests in Europe, yeah? And these forests are the lung of Europe,
Wait, you're Romanian?
and that's
I'm
where,
Bulgarian.
yeah, that this is where you get the cleanest air in Europe.
Oh. By the way, we're neighbors.
And I
I just
still,
wanted to say,
yeah,
I wanted to say that I don't think any actual astrophysicist would tell you that like pollution is what causes a blue moon or a red moon.
hmm
It actually has to do with
They usually say gases in the atmosphere, right? Like that's the
well, that's not all of it. It has to do with the like angle and how far
water
the
and
moon.
water vapor. Like because if you
Because
okay,
shine
but
a beam of
yeah,
white light through through a
listen,
droplet,
what,
you
well,
get the
what
hold
same
on.
effect
If I
as with the prism, right?
well, no, if
What,
I can
which
explain,
angle
actually,
are you
the
talking
moon,
about?
the moon doesn't have a perfect circle around the Earth. So sometimes it's closer, sometimes it's farther, and the light has different refraction according to the sun. It comes at different angles, and then yes, then when that hits the atmosphere, yeah, it refracts differently. So that's where you get that from. It has nothing to do with fucking pollution.
I think you misunderstand phenomenal fraction, but it's fine. I'm not going to dive any deeper than that.
Ja,
Because when you invoke
ja,
refraction,
ja. Ty ruski, что ли?
you have to be specific and
Ты
actually
русский, брат?
point out which
Well, what I'm
kind of
saying is that
refraction.
you have different measures, like depending on how light bounces off
Yeah,
the
well,
solid
there are 5 types of refraction, and only one of them you can use. You can invoke
yeah, but
for a
the angle that the
and
light
you
bounces
see,
off an object, as well as the
none of
distance, like
these.
Какой у
Listen,
тебя акцент? Ты русский?
no, I'm not Russian.
Oh, okay, okay. What are we talking about, guys?
yeah. So I'm just
About the
saying, like
moon,
the
the
angle
moon
that
colors.
you have, because the moon doesn't have a perfectly circular orbit around the Earth. It is
Yeah,
tidally
okay,
locked,
but then
but it doesn't. Well,
why? Listen, 27 days a month, I see it one color, and then one day I see it a
I'm
different
trying to
color.
tell you because
And
it
you know,
changes.
it
It
doesn't
has
happen every night, every month. It
Well, I
happens
didn't
only
say that.
once or twice in 1 year.
Well, that's because it has like a particular orbit, and it also depends on the angle of the sun and the distance that the Earth and the Moon are from the sun. Because
Fuck
the
off!
Earth.
Don't be
Well,
gross,
hold
man.
on, hold on. I'm
Go
trying to
burp
answer.
somewhere
Who?
else.
Stop.
Yeah,
Trying to
Who
not
here
answer.
not to
thinks?
you. This Russian
Who?
motherfucker. Get the fuck out.
I'm
What?
trying to answer you. So, like,
Yeah, I
so the
know,
Earth
but
also has
this guy
like an
was.
orbit that isn't. Okay, so the Earth also has an orbit that isn't perfectly circular. So it depends on where the Moon is from the Earth, and then where the Earth is from the Sun, and the
Listen,
angle that it hits.
you think
That
I'm
explains
5 sir?
everything.
No
Who's the
disrespect, but
flat earth and who's the
don't
rounded?
assume that I'm a 5-year-old and I don't know the heliocentric model. I know it very well, so I don't need explanations about it.
Well, that had nothing to do with the heliocentric model. It had everything to do with the unequal orbit. And
Yeah,
like,
well,
and so
it's not an orbit.
we're
Listen,
talking about
listen,
two. Hold on, we're
listen,
talking about two.
listen. Stop! Stop talking.
Stop yelling.
The
Fuck you.
Earth is not orbiting around the sun. Yeah, it has an elliptic orbit. It's not a simple orbit. Orbit means to
So still an
revolve
orbit.
around a center point. That's what the word orbit means.
Yeah, but you
Now,
just called it an orbit
elliptic
though, out of
orbits.
your own mouth.
Listen. Yeah, elliptic orbit means you don't have. You're not spinning around the center point. Yeah, but you are actually getting closer and further away from a
Well, yeah, but that's
center
still
point.
an
Yeah.
orbit, right?
Yes, elliptic. Yeah. And I know
And I'm
this.
saying
Yeah.
the same thing
So
about the moon.
in the summer when it's hotter, we are further away from the sun, and in the winter when it's colder, we are closer to the sun.
That's not true at all. It actually has to do
What do
with the
you mean it's
23
not
point.
true?
Hold on, if I can explain, it has to do with the 23.5 degree axial tilt of the Earth.
No,
So
I didn't
it lays on
say.
a 23
Listen,
point.
stop. You are assuming what I just told you. What I told you is a fact. I didn't. I told you what causes summer and winter. I didn't told you the cause of that. I told you that in the summer the Earth is further away from the sun in the heliocentric model, and in the winter the Earth is
That's not.
closer to the sun.
That's not true. It
What do
has to
you
do with
mean
the
it's not true?
like the seasons are
No, you
caused
are.
by
Listen, I told
pardon,
you
the
a
seasons
fact.
are caused by the axial tilt of the Earth.
I'm not talking about the seasons. I told you
Wait, but
I'm
you
talking
just said
about the
summer and
Earth's
winter.
position.
As last I checked, summer and
Listen,
winter are
listen.
seasons.
Stop interrupting me. I'm talking about the Earth's position in a certain season, according to the sun, in relation to the sun. Yeah, because you said
I'm
the
telling you that
Earth.
that's not true, and that the
Man, oh
major.
man, didn't you fucking invoke elliptic orbits? Didn't you say that the Earth,
Yes, I
yeah,
did, but
has
I'm
an
not saying
elliptic?
that causes the seasons. What
You
causes the seasons
accepted.
is the tilt
Yeah,
of
but
the
I'm
Earth.
not talking about what causes the season. I'm not talking about that. Why would you assume I'm
That's what
talking
you
about
literally
that?
said. That's what you
No,
literally
it's
said.
not what I literally said. I said in the summer, the Earth is further away from the sun, and in the winter, it's closer to the sun. This describes you the elliptic orbit around the sun.
Yeah, but the seasons are
Duh.
divided by. Hold on.
I wasn't
No, hold
I
on.
wasn't talking
I'm just
about the
trying to explain
season.
basic science to you. The seasons are
This is
actually
not
divided by.
science.
Hold on.
This is not science.
Yes, it
You don't
is. The
have an
seasons are divided
hypothesis.
by
You
this.
don't have the independent variable. Yeah, show me how
No,
the fuck do you stop the Earth revolving
you
around the
could just
sun in the
let me
heliocentric
talk.
model?
I could explain this to you. The seasons are actually divided by the hemispheres, right? Which explains the axial
I
tilt.
didn't ask anything about the seasons. And I wasn't
But you
talking about
literally
the
said,
seasons with you. No.
but
You are hallucinating right now in your mind what I'm trying to say because you're not listening to my words, what I say.
are summer and winter not seasons? So like it
I
doesn't make
wasn't talking
sense that
about the seasons. I don't give a fuck. I just told you when the Earth is the closest to the sun and when the Earth is the furthest away from the sun.
yeah, but it still has a
I
23.5
was
degree
talking.
axial.
Listen, no, I was talking about um, the elliptic orbit. Yeah. Did I say? Did I tell you that the elliptic orbit causes the seasons? No, I never said that. But you are trying to actually superimpose over me, put words in my mouth as if I said that.
No, those are exactly the words that you used. That's all. But yeah,
What I said is,
that's not what the
listen, what I said is perfectly correct in your heliocentric model. In the summer, the Earth is further away from the sun,
Okay,
and in the
okay.
winter is the closest to the sun. And this
Yeah,
is the
summer and
elliptic
winter from
orbit.
whose perspective? Because the southern hemisphere has different seasons than the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, the northern winter,
No, it
the
doesn't
Earth
make
is mainly
sense what
closer
you're
The
to the
saying.
sun.
whole
Yeah,
the
which is
whole
where most
fucking Earth, listen, the whole fucking Earth,
no, not the
yeah,
whole
in the
Earth.
summer,
No,
listen, when it's summer
no.
in
You have
Europe,
you have
yeah,
summer in
when it's
Australia
summer
in
in
December.
Europe, the whole fucking Earth is further from the sun. This is what
Yeah,
your heliocentric model says. So why do you fucking tell me that actually Australia now is close to the sun?
I
What
never
the
said
fuck
it
is
was
wrong
close
with
to
you?
the sun. I said it had to be like it's part of the axial tilt. So it's actually
Yeah,
the
I don't
angle.
care about the
Actually, well,
axial
hold on.
tilt.
Wait, hold
I
on.
know
You
what
asked a
causes
question. Can I
seasons.
answer?
I
You
know,
asked a
I
well,
know
hold
what
on. You
causes
asked a question.
seasons
Let me
in
answer.
how the seasons work in the heliocentric model, how they are
Well,
supposed to
I'm
work.
trying to
Yeah,
tell you
but
that it
I'm not
has to.
talking about that,
all right.
and I don't
So
want to talk about it.
okay,
The
But you
only
asked
thing
me a
I
question.
told you, I didn't ask you. It was about the elliptic orbit. You invoked actually the Earth is orbiting around the Sun, and that is a false statement. The Earth in the heliocentric model has an elliptic orbit around the Sun,
okay.
meaning
Elliptic orbits are not
Right, but I'm
orbits.
meaning
trying to
meaning
explain to
listen,
you
I
how
was
seasons.
explaining to you the elliptic orbit. In the winter the Earth is closer to the sun, and in the summer is further away, so
Yeah, but
means it doesn't spin around the
the thing
center
is that
point.
half of the Earth has winter while the half of it has summer.
I don't
So
care
what
about
you
the
say
fucking
makes no
seasons.
sense.
What the fuck is wrong
But
with you? Stop
get
talking
wait a
about them.
second. But so when an orbit is elliptic, it cannot be an orbit, or it cannot have any center points. Elliptics also have two focal points, and one of them is the sun in that model. It's not a center point with a single radius, obviously, because it's an ellipse. It does not have a single radius, but there's two focal points.
Yeah, how
And
many
one of them is
radiuses
the sun
does
in that.
a
So that's the problem.
ellipsoid have?
Huh?
How many radiuses does a
Well, it has
egg
two because
have?
it's
An
actually
ellipsoid
more like
can
an
have
Yeah,
three
oval.
different.
So you have like the farthest
three.
point and the closest point, and this can affect weather, absolutely. But the thing is that winter and summer happen at the same time on the Earth in different, like the southern hemisphere like doesn't have the same, like they're at winter when the northern hemisphere is at summer. So, but that's not to say that the sun doesn't affect the temperature. but it certainly doesn't change the seasons. It's all because of the 23.5 degree axial tilt that I was trying to fucking tell you.
23.4.
Okay, he claims to know that already. So
Yeah, I know very well the heliocentric, though. Yeah, and it's not
yeah, you do.
23.5 the tilt. It's
Things like
23.4.
whatever, but yeah.
Yeah.
But does that change what I was saying?
Yeah, it does change. Because, you know, if you're talking with Mikio Kaku or Neil deGrasse Tyson, they will be laughing at you when you said
Well, the thing
23.5
is that Neil
degrees.
deGrasse Tyson has
They
never
will tell
actually
you it's
written.
incorrect. Yeah?
Neil deGrasse Tyson has never actually published a scientific paper, so he can go fuck himself.
Well, it's the highest
Don't really,
priest, you know. He's getting paid to preach this religion, yeah. Unlike ordinary people that we have here in Discord. So now it still didn't explain me, you know, these elliptic orbits, yeah. You're saying that for example, the headlights of a car, yeah. If I stand in the turn of a road and I see a car coming towards me at night, I see its headlights, yeah, shiny, bright and stuff. I will see it red color because I'm standing in the turn of the road. So if I'm staying on a straight road and that car is coming towards me, its headlights is gonna be blue or different color. So how
So
this
yeah, what you're
elliptic
talking
orbit?
about is the Doppler effect, and that's the most retarded way I've ever heard of anyone
No,
saying.
I'm not talking about the Doppler effect. I'm actually talking about what you invoked. You said that these elliptic orbits cause refraction, some sort of magical refraction which changes the color of the light. Yeah,
Orbits cause
something,
refraction, which is supposed
something
to
which
change colors. No,
refraction.
refraction is not supposed.
Listen,
Refraction is
listen.
not claimed to
Something which
change colors of
refraction
color
really
of
is not.
light. No.
So, which type of refraction does occur? Yeah, that's what I need. So I can really test it. Yeah.
Elliptic orbits are not claimed to cause refraction. Changes
Listen, listen. Stop. You are interfering to a conversation between me and this guy. Yeah. You have no idea what his claim was. Yeah. And why am I asking the question if you were not here from the
AK will waffle whenever he gets the chance. So,
yeah. But yeah, I
Hey,
really want to know that
Harry, talking
he
about
made
yourself.
this claim. You know, when the moon changes colors, yeah, over a span of 10 years, we observed 48 different colors of the moon, yeah, and the sun in his heliocentric must be a changing color disco ball. So the moon
No,
reflects different light colors.
that's incorrect.
Well, then explain to me if it's incorrect. Explain to me how come I've seen purple moon, I've seen blood red moon, I've seen green moon, I've seen yellow, I've seen orange, I've seen so many colors. Lila.
There's a lot of things that can affect that.
Oh yeah, which lot of things?
Okay.
Which things? Tell me.
All right. So one is the claimed position between Moon, Earth, and Sun.
Okay,
So
so
that
when I'm standing on the road at night, yeah, or actually at the intersection of roads, yeah, and there are 4 cars coming to this intersection from different direction, yeah. Now, only one car I will see its light as being bright white light, and all others, despite having the same kind of headlights, yeah, white bright, because they are coming from different directions, I will see them different colors. Is this what you are saying?
No.
What
But
then?
if you were attempting to listen instead of waiting your turn to talk, you were actually not even waiting your turn to talk. You were just interrupting me.
Go ahead,
Then
say.
you might actually know what I was trying to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm listening.
it's a funny thing. You interrupt me when I try to say something,
I said,
and
go
you
ahead.
don't
I'm
even listen
listening
to
to
the whole
you.
point. You interrupt me in the middle of it,
Stop
and now are
whining.
like, "Is this what you're trying to say?" No,
Can you
that's
stop
not how it works,
whining?
dude.
Listen, can you stop whining and just go ahead,
I'm not whining.
explain
I'm
what
just
you were
telling you
about
this
to
is not how
say?
conversation
Then
works.
fuck off. Then fuck off. Don't talk. Shut your
You were
mouth then.
asking though, so you don't want an answer.
I don't care. I don't need any more
Okay.
an answer
That is
from
the
a
reason why
person
you
that's
did not find
whining.
out why the moon
Yeah.
looks different sometimes. You see green, blue, red, whatever.
Yeah, the seasons are determined by the elevation angle of the sun at the same time every day. It makes a pattern over the earth. It has nothing to do with what you're standing on at all. But Turd Ferguson, I could prove that it's determined by the elevation, height, or angle of the sun. It's got. I mean, do you have access to
Well, yeah,
prove
so
or?
like, yeah, so the sun actually doesn't change positions. The Earth does because it has a 24-hour rotation, approximately. So the elevation of the sun is actually a relative position that's judged by the rotation of the Earth, but it doesn't cause the seasons
No,
because
I didn't say that
you
it
can see.
causes it.
Well, hold on, you can see fully that the sun does not change very significantly positions in the
Yeah, it does.
height of elevation because
Sure it does.
like not between seasons.
Absolutely, it does. Have you ever heard of a solar anelemma?
Yes, but the fact of the matter is that it's because of the angular, like the axis of the Earth, like as it rotates around the sun, like that's what causes the seasons. Like every astronomer knows this.
Yeah, they all believe that. Sure, great. Who cares? Do you have any proof of that, or just
Well,
it
yeah, I have.
has to
Yeah,
be because it is?
Yeah, but like the
prove
thing is,
it's spinning.
He won't even have
Prove.
proof of Earth curve measurements.
Yeah. When I look at the merry-go-round, I can tell if it's spinning or if it's at rest. And
yeah,
on
but a
top of that,
merry-go-round is only
I
about.
didn't finish. I didn't finish. Shut up. And I can also measure, yeah, like take a instrument, speedometer, yeah, and see if that merry-go-round is actually spinning with what RPM, how many revolutions per minute, and or if it's at rest.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
like when
If
you
it's not spinning, then that device will show me 0 revolutions a minute. Now I want you to show me a device that reads the rotation of the Earth. Yeah, tell me the RPM.
So like well we already know how large
Mhm.
the Earth is around. It's and it spins at approximately 24,000 miles an hour, right? Um and
Relative to
well
what?
hold on. So the Earth has 24 hours in a day. We can already tell that, but like if you're saying that a massive object like the sun is actually rotating around us, that wouldn't make any sense. You'd have to like come up with a
Yeah, that
completely
doesn't
new.
prove.
Hold on, if
Yeah,
you would just please let me finish. You asked me a question. Like if a massive object like the sun, which is like a million fucking Earths, would actually rotate around the Earth,
Who
then
measured the
tell me
sun?
why they don't. Well, if you would just shut up for like 5 seconds,
You
if you
keep
would
begging the
tell me why
question
they.
with you
Well,
keep begging the
hold on.
question with every
Why
breath,
don't
mate.
they? Or why doesn't the sun Earth? Why, I'm sorry. Why doesn't the sun rotate not just around the Earth, but around Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune,
What's your
Uranus,
point, mate? What's
Pluto.
your point?
Like, my point is that it makes no sense. It
No,
makes
I
no,
tell
what
you
you're
what.
saying
I
makes
tell you
no
what.
sense because it's not
Yeah,
observable.
it
Well, let's
There's
start
really.
off
never been
with
an
I tell you
observation that
what.
lends credence
Listen,
to what you're
listen.
saying.
Yeah,
the breath,
stop
mate.
now.
The
It's
breath. Don't
okay.
get him triggered.
I understood. Now, you have to understand that I believe you. My ass doesn't revolve around any of this bullshit you said. Yeah, and nothing revolves around my ass. Yeah. So Uranus maybe.
Well,
Yeah.
that must be because you didn't go to a gay club. But if you go
But
to a gay club, then everything would revolve
yeah.
around your ass.
Yeah, I'm sure you are going, so no problem with that. It's your problem, not mine. But despite all that, um, I have never measured the sun. You told me the sun is 1,000,000 times the size of the earth. How the fuck do you know that? Did someone just told you or you actually measured? Are you a parishioner that follows blind beliefs, or you actually took a measurement?
The sun is actually really easy to measure, like using spectrometry and the
Yeah,
inverse square law.
yeah. Show me how.
You can easily measure how bright it is, what it's made of, and how big it is. So that's the dumbest fucking thing because we did that like several hundred years ago. This is the dumbest goddamn argument I've ever heard.
Did you get a piece of the sun and put it inside the spectrometer? Because when you look at substances in a spectrometer, you must know very, very precisely what kind of light source you are using. Yeah.
Yeah, so you basically reverse engineer it. You can tell based off just the light
No,
that you.
no. Listen. If you buy a spectrometer, yeah, and you put inside it a solution to determine concentrations are contained within that solution, you will get a reading, yeah, and according to that, you can tell which kind of concentrations and elements you have in that solution. Now, if I change the fucking light bulb in that spectrometer without you knowing, you will get a out of the chart reading. You will never be able to tell precisely what's contained within that solution. So, what's your fucking light source type to the spectrometer that you are using? Hmm?
Like, I wish we could just unmute AK so I wouldn't be the first, like, the only person defending myself here. But the thing is, like, I just feel like maybe just, like, let's end welfare. I'll spend all of my tax dollars sending your broke asses into space, as long as I get to be the pilot. So I can prove it to you. Like, it's just.
Are you out of ammo now? Are you done?
No, I'm not out of ammo. I'm just out of, like,
Are you
I'm
done?
just kind of fed up. Like, I don't know how many times I
No,
have to
it's
prove
not
myself.
about. You are talking about spectrometry, but you have no shit clue what it is. Like,
Yeah, I do.
everything, yeah, when you want to see, like, if
Okay,
a
are you
river
saying
or
that?
lake is polluted, yeah,
No,
you
that's
don't
not
just
at
go,
all what.
shut up. You don't just go to your laboratory, turn on the spectrometer, and hey, I pointed to that lake, the spectrometer and it will tell me what the fuck is inside the lake. No, you have to go to the fucking lake, take a sample of the water, come back to the laboratory, put it inside the chamber of the spectrometer and analyze it.
So, like, first thing
That's
is
how you do
you
spectrometry.
don't use spectrometry on a lake. Like, it's not like you're gonna. What I'm talking about is the. Hmm. Oh boy.
How did you took the sun and put it inside the spectrometer to determine what elements is made of?
It's literally called a spectrometer because it measures spectrums. You don't have spectrums from fucking lake water.
Can someone explain to me as to why the Earth is flat, please?
Because it is observed and measurably flat. Simple
Where are you
No,
as
from?
that.
3,000 years ago it was observed to be round, but you're an idiot.
Hey, get. Where are you
No,
from?
yeah,
I like your accent.
I'm from Romania. Thank you. I'm glad you like.
Oh, nice. I like Romanians. I'm Serbian.
Oh, nice. We are neighbors. Yeah,
Of course
we
we
have
are.
same cultures and traditions. Yes.
Of course, of course. Can you explain to me why the Earth is flat, though, my Romanian brother?
Yes, of course. For example, my best evidence I like is that the company Airbus actually indirectly proved that the Earth is flat. You see, when you verify the heliocentric model, the globe Earth, the down vector that you experience uh, always coincides with the radius to the center of that ball. No? So, according your down vector will correspond with the radius from the center of the ball to the position of the surface of that ball, surface location where you are on that ball.
Okay.
This
And do you
means
believe
this
that
means
Antarctica?
that this means that on a globe Earth you cannot have two parallel down vectors
Okay.
because there is no sphere or circle that can have two parallel radiuses. Correct?
Okay.
You get that? Yeah.
Correct.
Now, the company Airbus actually to build one 3D printer, the biggest 3D printer in the world.
Okay.
It's 200 meters long. 200 meters long, and this is a machine that has nanometer precision. Like you
Where is this?
take one
Where is this
millimeter
3D printer located at?
in
Who established
France,
this? In France. Okay, in
Airbus,
France.
at
Hmm.
Airbus, yeah, Airbus factory. They build these giant airplanes, the A380,
Okay.
if you heard of them. Yeah. So now the structural resistance of that airplane is made of carbon fiber, the skeleton. And they are using these 3D printers to 3D print this airplane skeleton. And they require, because the carbon fibers, they are nanometric in size, the printer needs to lay them like a weave, yeah, with
Yeah.
nanometer precision. If the machine is tilting or not straight or stuff, then the structure, that spot in the print will have a weakness, a spot
Yeah.
of weakness. So yeah. Um, Now they used to calibrate this machine before they started using it. They used two plumb bob tools. So this is a what they hung a wire from the ceiling with a weight at the bottom, and uh, at both ends of the machine. And now using a optical laser linear encoder, this is one of the most precise measuring instruments available, technologically achieved by mankind. And it measures with nanometer precision. And when they measure the distance between the bottom of those plumb bobs and the top, they found with nanometer precision that those plumb bobs are perfectly parallel. And the engineers, by default, they even considered them that if they hang two plumb bobs like that, they will be perfectly parallel. And now they can actually they have two parallel lines where they can start installing the machine and calibrating it, yeah, so they can achieve these mind-blowing precision grades. Now, you cannot have two down vectors on a globe being parallel. So I hope you understood the way I explained it to you. This is my personal finding, but of course, uh, all my flat earther colleagues, they have so many other evidences, and none of them helps in any way the heliocentric model.
So, where's the flat earthers?
What do you mean, where are the flat earthers?
I mean,
I'm right
where?
here.
Okay. So, how do you explain gravity?
Well, can you show me an experiment
I
that
mean, I can do one
proves
here with you right
gravity?
now.
Okay, so demonstrate to me that gravity is a scientific theory.
Okay, so do you have a pen or anything small on your desk?
I'm in my car. Yeah, I do have like a coin.
Okay, so we both agree that that coin, once
Yeah.
you pick it up and let
Yes.
go, will fall to the ground, or wherever it is relative to the ground, right?
Okay.
So that's gravity. Now, the
So
laws of momentum preservation is where I get
yeah.
to this next point. So, what type of model do you particularly go for flat Earth?
I personally, I don't deny the down vector. Yeah. Vast majority of elements in nature, they do belong to the negative Gaussian plane. Yeah. And the ground, even in electrical engineering, is considered ground, the negative. Yeah. So that's why we ground our electrical household uh, circuits to the ground. as a
Right.
protection, yeah, because the air is electric conductive, yeah, and also electrostatic. So we have thunders, yeah, high voltage discharges, yeah.
Actually, air molecules aren't necessarily hemostatic, but they are
They conduct
hemoconductive.
electricity, yeah,
There are some that do, yes, but there are also plenty
yeah.
that don't.
Yes, I know there are some that
So
don't, yeah, but vast majority of them do,
then how do
and
you explain the law of preservation or preservation of motion? So, for
yeah,
example, you're
it's
driving your car
yeah,
and you choose to drop or you accidentally drop something. Why doesn't it go flying to the back of the car?
go flying to the back of the car.
Yeah, because if it falls, it should fall immediately all the way back as fast as you were going.
No,
Well, that's how the electrical model you'd explain would be working.
but this coin that already is in my car, um, my car already had an input of energy, yeah, it's moving it, and my whole body also, yeah.
That's the law of
So
preservation of momentum.
listen,
Yes.
when you jump out of a car in motion, yeah, you will fall to the ground, you will have contact to the ground, but it will take a little bit until you come to a rest. You will be rolling on the ground,
Preservation
yeah,
of momentum.
yeah, exactly, because you already have uh, an energy input, yeah.
I guess. Yeah, maybe.
You have kinetic energy when you are in motion,
Yes.
yeah. Now, all that kinetic energy doesn't just vanish when you jump out the car instantly.
Yes, but if there's no gravity, there wouldn't be a way to necessarily build up that momentum. If anything, you would just keep rolling if you applied momentum to yourself.
That's not
You would
true.
never reach
That's
the
not true.
ground.
Look, we are using, for example, magnetic levitation bearings, yeah, in vacuum chambers to achieve uh, to
Are you
build
referring to anti-gravity?
centrifuges. No, I'm not referring to anti-gravity. I'm referring to um, uranium yeah,
Uranium enriched what?
enrichment. You know, uranium is being placed in a centrifuge and
Yeah.
is being spinned at over 500,000 RPM. Now, this centrifuge usually
That's
are.
the starting speed, not necessarily the end
Sorry?
speed, but I can't really say too much about that one. That's the
What do you
starting
mean?
speed, but it's not necessarily the ending speed.
Yes,
Go
yes.
far
They
faster
they
than this.
reach they reach up to 1 million. Yeah, I know. And the enrichment of uranium actually takes place at about 700,000 RPM. So that's the minimum you require to actually achieve uranium enrichment. So, but these bearings are magnetic levitation bearings, and inside the vacuum chamber. So you have the least air friction, you know.
Oh, by the way, I just noticed.
Now,
Fusel Jerry. Yes, gravity is actually a force. It is a force pulling you towards the center of a mass.
Wrong
listen,
again.
um, even they have discovered that even if you had
It's
a
true.
perfect
Want me to pull it
vacuum,
up?
listen, even if you had a perfect vacuum, yeah, and you had this magnetic levitation bearing, yeah, so you have zero friction. You will spin this centrifuge, but once you remove the motor, yeah, you energy into the system anymore, that bearing will not spin forever. It will actually come to a stop, even if it was in a perfect vacuum. Do you know what causes that stop?
I
Why
kind
that
of spaced out.
centrifuge? Yeah, why will it lose kinetic energy?
Oh, that's because how do I put it? They're forcing it into a sudden stop. All the energy is forced into enriching the cell, which is by
Well,
causing the once kinetic energy to become physical energy against all of the atoms and whatnot that basically are part of this core that they're heating up, basically.
it's not heating up. It's
Well,
just
I'm trying to use a word
centrifuging
that would
it.
make basically when they power it,
Yeah,
so it
I
goes for really
mean,
fast speed, and then they
listen,
take that
yeah,
speed and they smack it to
look,
a wall. When it
look,
hits that wall, it's kind of like
you, no, it's not about hitting the wall. I'm saying that this centrifuge has almost zero friction. Yeah. And if it was in a perfect vacuum, then friction would be zero. Now, even in the case when friction is zero, yeah, uh, that centrifuge, after a while, will come to a rest, will not be spinning forever.
yes, that's because outside currents or outside forces are causing it to slowly decrease in speed.
Which forces?
Well, 10 to 1 if it's on Earth, it's in some form of gravity.
No,
Frankly,
that's
yeah.
incorrect. No.
Well, then how else are you going to explain that?
Well, the centrifuge, most of it is made of metals, yeah, and they exist inside a world's magnetic field, electric field, and electrostatic field. All elements of nature, they do have electrostatic properties.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is why things, yeah, come to a rest. And for example, your
So, are you going
gravity,
to explain to me
you
about
said
my job, or
everything,
am I going to explain to you
e-
my job?
everything that
Because I
has
literally work with
mass,
these, what, for 2 years now?
with what?
Well, the same type of fusion reactor you're asking about, or should I say, the enrichment reactor, which you're asking about, is something that's
Not a
fairly
fusion
Sorry, I'm
part
back.
of. Well, it's a fusion enrichment center that
No,
you're referring
not
to.
fusion enrichment. It's uranium enrichment by
Yes,
centrifugation.
that's what they're called, though.
Wait, hold on.
Centrifugation
Uranium is
is not
used for fission,
fusion.
not fusion, right? There's a difference between fission and fusion. Fission and
I'm not
fusion, sorry.
talking about fission and
No, I know. The guy I think is talking about that.
yeah, but I was talking about the process of enrichment, uranium enrichment, and that's
In or
not by
Yes,
fission or
but
fusion. That's
uranium is still
by
used in fusion
centrifugation.
and fission.
as far as
What
I
they use
understand,
it afterwards,
fission
what
is
they
something
use it
that we're doing now, right?
afterwards for, it's
Fission
irrelevant.
is somewhat
Yeah, fission
post.
is no.
Listen, it's irrelevant what they are using afterwards.
I'm basically being talked over. Oh well.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Well, sounds like I'm not going to have a productive conversation. So I'm
No, but
heading out.
I just wanted to clarify
Well,
this.
you
Right now,
haven't scientifically demonstrated gravity, you know. I mean, even the laws, the Newtonian laws of motions, yeah. For
Yes, they're like
each
a pillar in which you
action,
learn.
there is a equal reaction, opposite reaction, yeah.
Right.
So those laws are debunked by quantum mechanics, the study of superfluid liquid helium, yeah. Superfluid liquid helium is a frictionless medium. So friction is zero in that medium. This liquid can flow in two opposite directions in the same time without encountering any kind of friction, yeah, or resistance. It can flow through itself. Now, if you are inside a lake of this liquid and you start pedaling your arms, yeah, to swim, you cannot push yourself from it. You will not be moving 1 millimeter. You cannot swim in it. Yeah.
Kind of.
And
Not quite.
not kind of, it's really is. Now,
A lake with this stuff?
if you, yeah, if you had an ocean of it, yeah, and you are at the top, yeah, you say, okay, for example, in our natural in water oceans, yeah, at the top, water has a certain pressure, the normal water pressure. But the deeper you dive, the pressure increases, yeah, because more water is on top of you. It's more heavier, yeah.
Sup, fags?
Same thing applies to that frictionless liquid.
why would you say that?
No, it doesn't apply to superfluid
Because I am
liquid
one.
helium. In superfluid liquid helium, pressure is constant. So it doesn't matter what depth you are diving, you will be
But it will
experiencing a
encourage the
constant
same.
pressure of approximately 1 atmosphere.
But
Depends.
Not depends. The pressure is constant. What do you
Yes.
don't understand from the word? Which part of the word constant you don't understand?
So what you're referring to though is liquid, what, nitrogen in this case, or liquid helium?
Superfluid liquid helium.
There's no
It's
superfluid.
superfluid.
It would just be liquidized.
Liquid helium has 4 states, yeah?
Yes.
2 of them from 5 degrees Kelvin all the way down to 2.17 Kelvin, and the other 2 are below the lambda point in physics.
So are you asking me about an ocean or a small tub? That's my
No, I
question.
just told you, yeah?
So
Because with
you're
your
asking me about an
gravity,
ocean, correct?
listen, with your gravity, you're
With my
invoking,
gravity,
yeah, you are saying that gravity is the cause for mass and density,
gravity affects
pressure.
mass and density.
Yeah,
So if
so
something has more
deeper you
mass,
dive in the ocean, yeah, you're saying the higher
Shipping low,
pressure.
6'4", spokes and chronic smoke. All these ladies on the floor,
anyway,
cause
it
they know
sounds
what
like
we
we're
get.
not going to have a good conversation. So I'm just gonna end it here.
No,
'Cause
but
it sounds
someone
like
was
I can't
playing
explain
music.
something and you just
Yeah,
don't want to
it,
catch on. So I'm
I'm
gonna
listening
call
to
it
you, but
here.
you're not.
Wait. Get.
This
Uh.
theory of gravity.
So wait, you're saying that the pressure increases as you go deeper in the ocean, right?
I'm not saying it, this is a fact.
Oh yeah, no, but that's what you're saying to him. I mean,
Yeah, he's
yeah.
saying that gravity causes this.
Okay, I have a question because I'm not
Yeah.
very well versed on that. Does the saltiness of the water increases the density, meaning that which lead to to then increase the pressure or something? Is that true?
Well, when you add salt to water, yeah, you change the density of the water.
Okay.
So
So a normal
it
water doesn't have the
becomes
same pressure as
it
the
be,
water from the ocean.
you increase the buoyancy. So an egg, if you drop an egg into the water, it will sink, yeah, in distilled water. Now, if you add salt to it, yeah, a spoon of salt, you will see the egg will be rising
Yep, we
because
took that.
you manipulated the density of that liquid by adding a heavier element to it. Salt has a higher density than water.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Now, what actually causes this weight and stuff cannot be gravity, because they cannot demonstrate it exists. To make it a scientific theory, you need to perform an experiment. So, and that experiment implies independent and dependent variable. So the independent variable is the variable that you manipulate, you know, because this is what science is, establishing the cause and effect. So we observe a natural occurring phenomena, yeah, things falling down to the ground, and they say, oh, gravity causes this. Gravity is the cause. Now, to prove that gravity is the cause, you have to take an object, lift it in the air, switch off gravity, release that object, and that object should not fall. Now, if it's falling, it means that it's not gravity that caused the object to fall down. But if the object is not falling, yeah, when you released it and you switched off the gravity, then yes, it looks like gravity does cause things to fall down, because now I switch on gravity and that object right there in a released state will fall down to the ground when we turn on gravity. So this is why it's not a scientific thing. It's very simple, like boiling water. A caveman observed, saw in nature that in a geyser that water is boiling. Yeah, and he makes a hypothesis. He formulates a question: what the hell makes this water boil? And then he thinks and thinks, and he comes with the idea: okay, maybe it's the heat that causes water to boil. So he will do this experiment. He takes a bucket of water, he makes a fire, he puts the water on fire, and he observes the water boiling. Now he takes a piece in the fire, he turns off the fire, and the water stops boiling. And he scientifically confirmed that heat makes water boil. Now, there is another case that makes water boil. Maybe pressure also can make the water boil, because pressure can lower the boiling point of the water, lower pressure. Yeah. So he takes a cup of water, he puts it in in a vacuum chamber, and he starts vacuuming the gas outside, creating a low pressure. Now, the boiling point of the water drops, and the water starts boiling at room temperature. And the water boiling will stop when the pressure inside that chamber will come to an equilibrium with the temperature outside. So
You mean the water pressure? The vapor
no,
pressure,
the
actually.
pressure inside the gas chamber when water is
Yeah, the
boiling
vapor pressure.
will make a vapor pressure
Yeah,
inside that chamber,
when the vapor
and
pressure
this
equalizes with the pressure. You
yes,
can't
yes.
you can't equal
Why
temperature and
when
pressure. They're not equal things. They're
when
different
when in the
entities. They have
vacuum
different
chamber when
units.
in the vacuum chamber will be a pressure of approximately 14 psi. The boiling point of the water will rise to 100 degrees Celsius. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
water boiling process stops. Yeah.
yeah. There's a vapor pressure for
Yes,
each
yes.
temperature and pressure. So that would be equalizing with the pressure.
But in that
Pressure
vacuum
and the
chamber,
pressure
in that
that
vacuum
equalizes.
chamber, there will be less gas and more vapor, water vapor,
Mhm.
and will stay in that state, in a vapor state, all the time.
Why are you
Yeah.
explaining this?
Someone was asking.
No, nobody was asking about this.
Yeah, there was someone speaking, but he
No,
left.
nobody was asking about boiling water and how it depends on pressure. You started this all on your own.
I didn't start it
Okay.
all on my own. Making an analogy, person that asked why isn't gravity scientific? Yeah, and I told him they
That's
have no
okay.
independent variable. Yeah.
That is incorrect. But okay. You've talked about this Airbus 200-meter 3D printer a bunch of times. Do you mind? Do you have some source that I can read up on this on? Because you made a bunch of statements that are not uh, not immediately
Yeah.
obviously true to me. So I would like to read up on this, and I've tried to Google Airbus printing fuselage and that kind of stuff, but I was not able to find it.
Yeah, I recommend you go to Rennie Show website. Yeah, this is the manufacturer of the linear encoders, optical linear encoders. They make custom size linear encoders. So the biggest linear encoder that they produced ever is for the company Airbus, and that was 200 meters long linear encoder. Now they also manufacture for many different other factories which are
Wait a second.
dealing
Wait.
with
Hey, sorry. Hey, sorry.
carbon fiber
Can we
3D
start over?
printing.
Wait, I did not. Can you post the name of that company in chat or say it again because I did not understand it?
Rennie Shaw.
Rainy Shaw. Ah, Rainy
Yeah,
Shaw. Okay.
yeah.
And they do linear encoders.
Linear
Airbus.
rotary encoders, they are the world's experts in measuring instruments. Yeah, linear motion, feedback.
I can find everything that you said about this Airbus 3D printer and those
Yeah, you
dumb
will
lines
have
being
to
put together.
contact them.
Oh,
You will have to contact them and ask them about their collaboration with Airbus. Yeah, because they will
that's
tell
what
you
you
they
did.
like to show off. They will
Okay,
listen.
so you just
This
contacted
listen. No,
support
no,
or
no. In 2019, I was 2019, 2020. I was looking for linear encoders for one of my own 3D printers. Yeah, in fact, a CNC machine. And
Sorry, I have a question. Can't lie. I have a question. I was watching Zucker the other day, and I realized that I'm a flat earther as well. and that's why like I was going after females with flat tits, and I wanted to see like, is that representative of your views in this discussion?
Why did you ask this at this point? Finally got him to answer for once.
I can shut it down. I will be going in and out again. What are you doing? I'm waiting for some parts to be ready to go. When they turn up, I will be working there. So, oh, you know, go and do it. Kids like. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Damn it. Can I just sign in again, please, mate?
Mai jumătate de oră. Hello everyone. Yeah, thank you all, dude. And I apologize for later. I must have missed muting myself. It's a little bit hard because my phone screen is broken and I can't see only the top half. I have to keep switching the phone all the sides until I see those buttons. It's a pain in the ass. Why is it so silent in here? Did the Globers went out finding the curve? I mean, for so many years you had so many summers and still nobody measured any curvature. It's sad. What? It must be so comfortable to be naive. Requires no input, no energetic input. Just sit around at your home, in your chair, next to the computer, play simulation games, flying with airplanes over flat plains, flat non-rotating planes, and subconsciously believing that you're flying over a ball. Oh well, catch you later, guys. I have to get ready, go to work. Have a nice time. Be great, everyone.